My Lord is I lost my love. They gonna meet to the groove. I my Lord is I lost my love. They gonna meet to the groove. I my Lord is I lost my love. My Lord is I lost my love. They gonna meet to the groove. My Lord is I lost my love. They gonna meet to the groove. My Lord is I lost my love.
Yes, we are live. We're live. We're live. After this song, we're gonna come on back and be live. That's that hand clapping song, y'all. It's the Chinese people laughing at us if we don't get our act together. They're gonna talk about ha. You know when you ride a bike and fall off of it, your enemies see you and they go ha ha. You're gonna see Chinese people go down the Soul Train line. We got black money, they dumb. Brother Raw. Willie Rivers, Kim C in the house, Indigo King, Sunkiss, Christopher Jackson got here early. Yep. Empress LG. I feel good tonight. We're gonna have some jokes. I don't know where we're gonna come from with the jokes. It's gonna be crazy. You know those days when you just can't stop smiling, you just want to keep on smiling. Mm-hmm. Empress Ella-G, how are you doing tonight, today?
I am snapping my fingers.
Get it, girl.
Getting it.
Snapping your fingers, getting it, right?
Boy.
Imagine dogs can snap their fingers. I saw 2 dogs today. I ain't gonna tell you what they were doing, but
I don't want
they were off to the side.
I do not want
and
to.
And they both were like this. just looking at me like they look at me smiling. Tails just jumping.
You start too quick, man. This is too soon.
Welcome everybody. Welcome everybody. Welcome everybody.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Hello. If you type my name, I'll
Karen,
say hi.
Welcome.
Yes, Christopher Jackson, Sun Kiss, Indigo King, Kim C, Willie Rivers. Yes, I saw that. Brother Raw, Gregory Lewis. How you doing? How's everybody doing? Willie Rivers, did I say hello to you? I did. Clarissa, hi, hon. How you doing? Allie, my love. How's everything? Guided by spirituality. Hello, Indigo King. Yes. Karen Mother still. Hello, dear. How are you? Yes. Peace and love to everyone.
Piece of what?
Oh, you know what? You almost made me say something that I would have just. Oh God, help me!
You picked it up from my thoughts, right?
Yes, I did.
For real. I know. It's that cyber connection we have, and you know all the conversations we have, and you pretty much know what I'm going to say because I know I'm off the chain even more so in private conversations.
Oh my gosh!
I give people now. I want a private conversation with you.
Said it.
I set you up. 2, 4, 6, 8, and you almost said 10.
Boom. You know, in England, you know, as kids going to school, I don't know if they did that over here, but when you said 2, 4, 6, 8, the next thing was, who do you appreciate?
Right.
You know?
No, they did the same thing. 2, 4, 6, 8. Who do you? Yeah, exactly.
Okay. All right. That just
and they would say elegy. Yay!
Yes, indeed.
That's right. Yeah.
Exactly. You know,
2, 4, 6, 8. Who makes me want to defecate? No, but say it again.
Excuse me?
No, I'm just saying. I'm just playing around. My mind really was fast. Really fast.
Mr. Heru.
Right on time for the jokes. Right on time for the jokes.
What in the world is going on with your name? What is happening? What you just are?
Well, they have a bunch of people that's happening to. They got to me today. It's just all over the place. You know what I mean? You know.
Oh man.
Yes.
Crazy. This is crazy.
That's the way it happens. You know. That's
I'm doing well. Hi, Jack. Hello. Lance is ready to be crazy stupid tonight. So
I had a good day.
I got my fishing wire and I'm about to reel him in.
It's going to take more than fishing wire, trust me. You know, it's going to take more than fishing wire. It's going to take a lot more than fishing wire.
You'd be surprised. You know, you're not stronger than some of those marlin they got out there in the deep. Well, see, I have the fishing wire for that.
See, you got to get the fishing wire around my neck. See, I'm not going to bite it. I'm not going to bite the hook. See what I mean? That's the difference. See, that hook is hurting them in their mouth.
Don't worry. I've got skills.
Yeah, I bet you do with that fishing hook and stuff, right? Wow.
Stop it.
So what are the things that, I mean, I was out all day. We took care of some runs, got the sunlight on us, and you know, got it in time and did our thing, and you know, just I'm here. I was leisurely about it.
Right.
I got up this morning and did like a little rant. You know, I thought it was going to be 10 minutes, but I just kept going on with it, and I have a lot more to say. I might do it again tomorrow morning. I was going to get up and do an anthill, but you know, the way things went, that particular rant went a little too long. So we just said, okay, let's go make the run, and maybe I'll get up extra early so we can have an anthill for the morning or something live, whichever way it is, we gonna do it.
Hey, Sherelle.
We gonna do it.
How you doing? Listen, that show this morning, I spelled fire Fiure. That show was fire.
Wow.
Okay. It was off the chain. Well, it was amazing. You brought just the right amount of energy to whatever it is that you were talking about, to that piece. Yeah. Just the right amount of energy.
Right.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, well, I mean, I was feeling it. I mean, I wasn't even trying to talk perfect. I mean, I never do. I just talk the way I do. But, you know when you wake up and you're up, but you didn't use your voice yet. So it still sounds like you have a sleepy voice. You know, so I sounded that way. But I was just like, we're here for real. We're talking about things for real. Let's just roll. I mean, it wasn't a live show. It was just me talking. But You know, it was just things,
right.
You know, just I was comfortable, which I'm always comfortable. I'm comfortable right now. You know, I'm looking up because I have another screen up there that I can kind of check on things live. Is not right in front of me because I don't trust that computer. Not that I don't trust it, but my laptop has a battery. Let me just explain. My laptop has a battery. So if we have a power outage, it doesn't affect the laptop. I can still go on for a little while. My Beats Hewlett Packard computer in front of me, that doesn't have a battery. See, it's a desktop all in one, and the power goes out, that goes out, and the stream would go on, but I would be off it. So this one gives me a little measure of security. My internet module has a battery to it. So you know, we can roll if something happens. But if the lights go out, you won't see me, but I'll still be here. You probably see enough from the laptop light or whatever, but we're not going to call that down on ourselves. That does happen.
Please don't.
Yes, it'll be another 2 weeks before I have my power back up because it's got to come from another location. There's other things that I have coming. I looked into those things, and those things were phenomenal. And I got my call from DHL, right? So a message from DHL. He was like, "What are you talking about DHL for?" It's okay to explain, right? I had some work on some equipment that needed to have warranty work to it, right? So I keep forgetting that I'm over here in Ghana. So I'm not going to send to America for warranty work for something that comes from Australia. And these two pieces of equipment, they're modules that I have two of them here, and I'm using one now, but they weren't working, right? The screen on one, the touch screen wasn't working, and I kind of like dropped some kabusha on the other one. So we will let that. But this particular company, which I won't name.
You just put it out there.
Yeah, right? I hope nobody from there. Oh, yeah, you think you're going to get over, you know? But I spent a lot of money with them over time. Not that I'm rich like that, but just over time, I spent a lot of money. And, you know, they're very lenient with their you know, their warranty work and stuff like that. So even if you... I've experienced this. I called up one time, and they have 2-year warranties now, but they used to have 1 year. I was a month after the expiration of the 1 year time from when I purchased it. And I'll go ahead and register and give a year. I was like, whoa, y'all like that? So I was well within the time. I went to DHL, packaged everything up nice, you know, not the first trip, right? But I'll see what the first trip, I didn't know how things were done. And I wanted to find what was that I was doing the first time when I was running back to the ATM and all this stuff. Yeah, I had brought the stuff over there.
Right. Yes, I remember that.
Yeah, so I just thought it was easy.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you.
I thought it was just as easy as just going there and just taking your card and paying for everything. And they're like, we don't take cards here. So I'm like, wait a second. So I had to run down to the ATM, but the card that I had didn't work for those ATMs that were there. So I have since, not to get too complicated, I got another bank account that's more African friendly because I have a Pan-African bank account. I have a bank account from America. I didn't have that Pan-African one yet. So the other local African bank account that I had, you have to use it just on that bank. It's just weird how it works here, right? Okay. So I went down to the ATM. I'm pushing all these cards in. I'm like, man. But the time was running out, so I had like 5 more minutes before the place closed. And I had my stuff with me. And I said, oh, please take it with you just in case we close up and we have your stuff. So I got these boxes with me on my shoulder. It's light, but it's awkward. I'm sweating. I got the knapsack on me and I'm running. And people looking at me like, this guy's crazy. I'm like, you got a mask on your face. You're crazy. So I
remember that day too.
Yeah. I was communicating with you frequently because I was getting frustrated. So I'm running. I finally get inside the place. I went there to tell them that I didn't have the money, but could you give me a little extra time if you're going to be here for a while? And those young ladies were going to get out of there right away, right? So that being said, they were like, no, we can't help you with 3 minutes left before 5 o'clock. And I was like, oh, man. So you mean, because I jumped up early that day. I didn't get any sleep the night before, and I jumped up early. I was doing some stuff up to like 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning, and I slept late, but I didn't get good sleep. But I was out there running. I'm sweating. It wasn't a pleasant day. So they told me, no, you got to have cash. Now, do you remember what happened? I'm going to tell you, right? I'm sitting here like dejected, kind of pissed. Like I got to haul this stuff back on the trocho, back on the van. You know, I'm not taking a cab again. I'm not taking an Uber, although transportation out here is very inexpensive. So guess what? I go and walk 2 blocks. I put my knapsack down. I put the box down, And I said, let me look through my stuff here to get some change because I had my wallet.
Right.
Why did I find a whole bunch of money in my bag that I had in one of the pockets that could have paid for the delivery of the package, which really would have been like, it was almost like near 1,000 CDs, which is like about 200 bucks, right?
Right.
And I ran back. I was like, I got the money. And they're like, we out of here. And I'm like, come on. They said, no, the last truck just left. We would help you.
Sucks.
And I was like, yeah, I had the money the whole time. Didn't even have to go down to the ATM the first time. So we have frustrating days like that. And sometimes, and I completely forgot that I had that money on me, really for the purpose of that. I completely forgot it. I'm thinking about stuff on the website. I'm thinking about making some, I'm thinking of all these different things as I travel because my mind never sits still. It's not like, unless I force it to sit still. So I'm always having something dangling in front of my face. Get your mind out the gutter, y'all. No, but anyway, that was a lesson.
Hi, everybody.
So I got back.
Yes, it was a lesson.
I got back just in time, home at that particular point. And I was all right and everything. But, it's like that movie that Samuel L. Jackson was in years ago. And I don't hear much about it. To me, it was a fabulous movie.
Which one?
Changing Lanes. Changing Lanes. I think it was Changing Lanes. Changing something. Put Samuel L. Jackson in a search and put changing.
Somebody put it in their family because I don't know.
Right. Exactly.
Right. Sorry.
So
I'm not a big movie buff like that.
Yeah. So that being said, we it's just different things.
TT Bruce said that's it. Changing lanes. Hi, TT Bruce, darling. How you doing?
That was me that day.
Linda.
Changing lanes that day, running around.
Changing lanes.
Yeah. So when you have days like that, you kind of know it. You kind of know when you're going to have days like that.
You can.
I mean, from early on, you start feeling it. Certain days, when things are going to go smooth. And so for me today, it was a laid back day. I got things accomplished, but it was smooth. It was like I was watching a television show. It was a smooth day. The lights are working. You're not waiting in traffic. Everything is right there and everything is smooth. So I want to keep it that way. I want another smooth day tomorrow, right? I'm going to get more done. And we're going to be on the what is the exact show? Pan-African DTV, right?
DTV, yes.
So we're going to be on there tomorrow.
Looking forward to that tomorrow at 1:00, correct? 1:00 or 2:00 our time.
Around East Coast time. I'll put it up. I'll put it up everywhere and promote it and everything. But it's not my platform. But I'm going to be on that show every Wednesday night. So we're looking forward to having these regular shows with others and with myself and you and just the rants and just the footage from the outside. We're right now at the cusp of having everything done just right. And I just want to say to you and to everybody else that what I hope to get in order will be here in 2 and 3 weeks. And that's going to make it totally awesome. And there's other things I want to get along with it. I'm going to show you a video about what I want to accomplish and do. And that would be totally awesome, dude.
Yes, it will.
It'll be above and beyond anything I expected because I read a tutorial and looked at a few videos on these pieces of equipment, and I probably won't even need the program I need now. Doing this, it's going to be so far superior. I like to push and go higher, and I'm really looking forward to that. Also on Lancescurv.com, I kind of rearrange things. So the articles
folks, go over there. Yes.
The articles that I'll be writing, which they were nice, but the older stuff, was really. I'm not going to just bring up the old stuff. I'm just going to go start writing every day once or twice. After this show, I'm going to write an article, put it up, and we'll talk about not just current events or Hollywood stuff, but I will write about those things and turn it around into a lesson or turn it around into a different way of thinking. But I always use what's happening in the world. And some people say, well, you speak so righteous, but why you got a picture of Kim Kardashian and Kanye West up there? Well, I might be swinging it around to something else to make a person think. So this is how you attract people when you're using social media. Some people just grab the popular thing and just put it out there and just hope for hits. No, I'm going to grab what's popular, but I'm going to see something from a certain angle and spin it around where it's like, wow, I never thought of it that way. That's what I do. And maybe it's not as popular, but that's what I do. And if you ever...
Why are you frozen?
Huh? I'm frozen? I hope not.
You're back. Okay, you're back.
Okay, yeah, from this side it might be that way. But Yeah. So
hey, little sister, how you doing?
Bottom line is a lot of good changes coming, and we're gonna make things happen. But Yeah, I'm gonna get down in that. I'm gonna get down in some writing.
We're talking about that. That's something that he needs to do. Clarissa said you should have your own radio station talk show. Yes,
Thank you so much for the compliment. Yes. Thank you so much.
Yes, indeed.
This is going in keeping. I never ever thought of myself as somebody worthy of this. I'm going to be this radio guy. Thanks for the compliment, and I'm going to embrace it, and I'm going to do it.
Yes.
But it was like, it's like a boxer who, before he was a boxer, he got into some fights. And everybody was saying, "Man, you're pretty good." And it's like, yeah, you know. And then he keeps doing it, and people are like, "Listen, come down here to this tournament," and he goes in and knocks everybody out. And so, it's not an ego thing with me. Like, I always want to be on radio, because there's a lot of dudes and a lot of females, more so guys, right? Our sisters kind of know like when they can do something or not. But a lot of brothers like, yeah, man, I got this radio show, man, it's slamming, and they get on there, and I don't knock anybody, but
and flop.
No, but energy, and some do very well, and I learned from a lot of them. But you know, I think that there's more that got the ego thing going on, and like they want to push it, and
well,
we got to go all in.
Well, you know, well, you know,
if you don't
have a voice.
You do
for radio.
Oh, I know you do.
I do have a radio voice, and so we're going to make it happen.
No, we're really
going to make it happen.
We're going to project these thoughts. Indeed. Yes, we are going to make it happen. I'm not going to, you know, I'm humble, and I'm going to stop with the humble projections, you know? We're gonna take it far, and we're gonna grind every single. I'm gonna grind every single day.
Kim C told me yesterday that I need to do meditation and libation videos. My voice is good for meditation and libations.
And could you imagine we get the music, a nice soft music,
get the music,
nature sounds. Like I know where to get those things, right? Hours of nature sounds that you can put up. Why not?
Yes.
And we run it, and you talk, and you get people to relax, and you know, they'll be playing it before they doze off, or you know, they meditate or whatever. That'd be
exactly. Exactly. Close your eyes. You go into a quiet place.
Well, you know what your personality reminds me of? You're that lady at school with the nurse who's going to jab you with the needle, and I'm scared of needles, but your voice is so soothing that it makes me like, oh, relax. Now, see, you don't just get the needle in and just leave me alone. You just kind of warm me up, like, oh, see, that wasn't bad.
That's what I do with my mother.
That wasn't bad.
That's what I do with my mother.
It wasn't bad. So now the next time I get scared, I'm like, it wasn't bad.
It wasn't so bad. That's exactly what I do. That's exactly what I do to her. I'm like, come on, you know, this is okay. Close your eyes.
As opposed to that hood aide or that hood nurse.
Yes.
Now you know you're gonna have to get this needle before you leave on that. Yeah, it's gonna hurt. I ain't gonna lie to you. Come on. How are you crying? Would you come here and hold him?
So even if it doesn't hurt, it hurts. Yes.
Because mentally, that's the way. For real.
Yes, indeed.
You have this soothing quality. We need more people in the world like you.
Thank you. Unless you piss me off and then you find out I'm not as nice as y'all think I am.
No, but I just can't see that. I just can't see it.
Oh,
but I know you. If you say it, I know you got that quality. So I know it's something like really rough. Because you see, my mother was like that. She didn't have to raise her voice. She could just look at you. You know, she was a soothing, loving, supportive, whatever. And she could turn around and look at you a certain way. I'm talking about grown men in the street, and like you know, and say dramatic. And I was like, wow.
Yes.
You know, and everybody would say, I hate to get on your mother's bad side. You know what I mean? But it wasn't like she was evil or anything like that. You know, it was always, you knew that you pissed her. And it had to be something really bad. It had to be a big disrespect to somebody around, because nobody disrespected her. You know, she didn't have to yell and scream, whatever. But when she would just look at you and tell you, and I have to say her diction was literally perfect. You know what I mean? From her with the singing and the opera. And when she spoke, it was like, you just sat down and wanted to listen, and you absorbed it. And when she spoke on something, and then she had the facial expressions because she was used to performing. You know what I mean? So when she was
that's where you get it from.
Nah,
you're so animated.
I'm a watered down version, but I learned some tricks of the trade just from being around her. You know what I mean?
Right.
And so when I got into bodybuilding, I was never scared of the stage. I was never scared of being in front of people. It was just that when I wasn't, or if I cut off and just wanted to recharge, because when you give off a lot, you know, if a person's performing or they're in front of a camera or whatever, and they're giving off and they're giving the energy, after it's like a person who's suffering an orgasm, right? After that, you're like, I'm spent. But it's not a drain, it's a happy thing, but you got to recharge. So for let's just make it up. For every hour I'm on a live show where you can see me, it's hours and hours and hours and hours of other things that we do. So this is like party time for me, because most of the time that I'm sitting here by my desk, I'm let me tell you something. The 3 columns on Lancescurv.com, I was resizing them. The side columns to be narrower and the middle column to be bigger to accommodate the 3, columns of video in the middle. And now it's more to the left. And I have to get my buddy in Dubai who does the real.
You're just like, I can't.
Yeah, because I'm sitting here cerebral. And these are things that if I go in the back afterward and say, because it's a cerebral gear that you're using. It's not like I'm here talking. I can talk all night long if I'm up. This is the easy part. But doing all of this stuff, and then you say, let me go lay down for a second. You're out. You're out. You can be out. And especially over here, it's just the way it is in Ghana, in Africa, or whatever. If you've been here for a while, by the time 8 o'clock comes 7:30, you're like,
time to knock it off.
Yeah, and it's so quiet. I mean, I'm surprised you haven't heard any of the bullfrogs, whatever, the crickets, whatever, but it's just so quiet.
Give them time.
Yeah, I know, right?
They're waiting.
And even now, like right now for me, it's like 11:27, right?
Right.
I take,
which is pretty good.
No, it's good. No, but even from like 9 o'clock, 8:30, 8 o'clock. Now, if I'm up, eventually, like we're up in the mountains, that's a wrap.
Right.
But up in the mountains, the studio, you know what I mean? So we won't talk too much about that. We'll just keep that under wraps. But the thing is,
exactly. Please,
roam
me roam. Hey, my friend.
But the thing is, like even now, like crime happens in Ghana, not like in America. I have to say that. It's far and few between. It's and it's like some slick stuff. Somebody's going to con you out of something. But if Lily Fire, Mr. Scurv, went to walk down to the corner store, which is about a mile or 2 down the road, I really wouldn't worry, but I would never let that happen. Anybody I know, if you're a woman, I'm not, if I'm coming home and you're going back, I'm like, I'm gonna walk with you. That's just the way I am. Right. But here in this particular little area, I don't worry about that. But I don't slip because that could be the very time it happens. So now, when it comes to me, like, I'm not saying because I'm a man, I'm Superman, somebody could stab me anywhere, they could shoot you, whatever, but that just doesn't happen here. I mean, it just, my radar, I was walking around my radar for the longest time. It's like, why am I bringing around my radar? You know what I mean? That's like a man who has a weapon. He gets up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, the restroom, and he carries his gun with him. You're home. What are you carrying this thing for? So for me, I would get up sometime. I'd go to sleep, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, whenever. If I called you and said, we're going to do a show, and I fall asleep, and I might get up at 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, and then go and take a walk around this area, down some very dark streets. Oh yeah, I would walk. Just if I wanted to, like, let me get up and get, it's a wonderful, let me tell you something right now. Outside, it's the sweetest breeze that you want to feel.
I believe you. Yeah,
it's the sweetest breeze, and the water is coming down off of the
can
mountains,
imagine.
like a little, like a stream really rushing little area over here, and you hear that water and the breeze is so nice. Oh man!
See, and that's what you need to record, so then I can do my voiceover, and we can put people to sleep.
Well, I mean, I can put people to sleep now and go monotone and read something corny. My name is
I don't mean that is. I don't mean that is for monotone. I just mean they'll be relaxed.
Right.
Next thing you know, they're out.
Well, let's get some direction here. I mean, we're going to talk some funny stuff.
Let's get some direction. We're just talking the crazy things.
Yeah. I mean, we don't have to hold it. We can get serious, whatever. I can talk about black folks and spank them. I spanked them earlier. You know what I mean? And I love my people, but come on, y'all. I don't even want to get in that state of mind. I won't tell jokes anymore. I just sit here and rant, which that's good too. But not right now.
Tim said, put my picture back up. And this is, he's very serious about that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God, please forgive me.
If I take away, let me see. But see, okay. See what it is? I made a banner with just my face. And I made a banner with just your face. And I couldn't find it or locate it on the computer, but I can now, but the one with the cutout background, I couldn't, but I can locate it. But I already had these for this show. I already had this made a couple days ago because we were going to go live with this particular topic. But if I do this, boom, you'll see that. So this part with the Twilight Zone spiral, just me and you, that's it is what it is. So we have that.
No, that's okay. We're just joking right now.
I know.
But I do like what you have right there.
Okay, it's cool. Try to customize a little bit. You know what I mean?
Yes. No, it's very nice. Which one was this?
Which one?
The spiral. Which one of those old English or American shows did that?
Twilight Zone. Twilight Zone. Have you forgotten?
Twilight Zone. Okay. No, because it looks also like one of those James Bond.
Yeah.
Is it James Bond or The Saint? Simon Templar. Yeah.
What's your name, black man? Scurv. Lancescurv.
Lancescurv.
That's gonna be fun, right?
Hey, Empress, how are you?
Empress, how are you?
Yes.
I'll definitely be up later on and chatting with people. But it's funny because I thought about my old friend Rodney. Remember him? I said his name, but anyway. But I said it before though.
Oh, damn.
Rodney. No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If he hears it, he'll be glad he called my name and didn't forget me. Remember the whole light bulb story, the 2 light bulb stories. There's some other gory stories I'm gonna tell you off the air. I may not even say those, but
let me write this down because see, I do not need to forget the things that you're supposed to tell me off the air.
Right? You gotta make a list, stories. Right? I gotta run them by you before I put them out here.
Yes, you do.
And for everybody who's here, give us a shout out on where you are. Like city, state, country. Give a shout out to the ancestors. Give a shout out to those who are on this plane and off this plane. Transition, whatever, school. So a loved one or something like that. So you can say, look, I gave you a shout on the Lancescurv show at Empress G. Like that.
Right.
Got to keep that going.
And you know what, family? Since we're talking about crazy things people do, you could, drop in there what you would like to hear, or something that you would want Lance to speak about.
Oh yeah, because, sure. That'll be fun. Get a little participation
it's not
going.
Me. It's not me talking. It's not me talking.
Now, if you drop them all in the room one time, I can't talk about all of them, but
No, I'll be like Sister Cafonia, trying to write down what everybody said and be like, people.
For real.
Where is she? I hope she's listening. Oh, dear. Let's see. Germantown, Maryland. Georgia.
Virginia. Queens, New York. Really?
Richmond,
Queens,
Virginia.
New York. If I may ask, what part of Queens? If I may ask. What part of Queens, Karen?
Karen, mother still. Karen, what part of Queens?
Me, Richmond Hill / Jamaica, right by the Van Wyck Expressway, just a block and a half below Liberty Avenue. I was on the Richmond Hill side, but I caught so much flack when we first moved out to Queens back in 1968 when I was 5 years old. It's like, no. The Mail is not Richmond Hill. It's South Richmond Hill. That was code.
Oh, wow.
For you being on the black side of Richmond Hill, in which they had a lot of white folks moving out.
Right.
So I always identified with Jamaica because on the other side of the Van Wyck Expressway, it was all black. So Jamaica, it was just by chance that it was named Jamaica Queens and a lot of Jamaicans moved over there. That's funny, right?
Oh, Mr. Haru. Here, Mars, really?
Mars? Hey, I don't doubt you, man. I don't doubt you. But yeah, Queens Village. Okay, cool.
Nice.
So I know you're near Linden Boulevard, but I'm not going to ask anymore. Right? Oh, the dollar.
Right.
Oh, the dollar van stories. Okay, yeah. God, there's a whole lot of them. There's a whole lot of them.
Oh my God.
I'm gonna start out with a scary one. It's not scary that when you hear it though, right? We were up on right by the fish market. I keep forgetting what avenue that was. A short little avenue where we'd load up by the green bus, like 9, Q9, Q6, like that. The Q40 came up. It didn't load. Yeah, it came through there too.
The Q who?
The Q40. But they're all city buses
so
now.
Q4.
Yeah, yeah. See, before it was like, you had the red bus line, you had the green bus line, you had all these separate bus lines, but they became unified under one umbrella. So now it's not the green bus line anymore, right? So the route that I really mainly did was a route that I grew up along, which was a Q9 route. And because I grew up in that neighborhood, people knew me. So when I first started, it was like, oh, we're going to ride with Lance. You know what I mean? But we had a fair order. I did have a hard time at first when the brothers who were out there, who were mostly Jamaican and some Trinidad, it was more of a Caribbean thing. It was like, I'm a new guy. How do you, what do you, and this is back in the day. Now things are regulated, but how do you, with this kind of street thing, which all the guys were good guys, but they had to act tough. Now here I am as a new guy coming on a block and lining my van up. You know how many times I had slashed tires? Because because I was a new guy. It was like, how dare you come up here and so they cut your tires, but like 3 times, like 1 tire.
What?
If you're over there by getting something to drink, or you go by the fish market or get a fish sandwich or something, and you come back, and they don't do it where they slash it and it's flat. They do it's a
slow leak.
Yeah, no, they do it with a very narrow screwdriver, and they poke the side. When you do that, it's still full. It can be full like 2 days after. You don't find out. I was put in some very dangerous situations. I'm gonna tell this story, but now I'm gonna start flowing and tell a whole bunch of stories from back in those days. That's how my mind. Once I say one, it's opened up. You know what I mean?
I know. Go ahead. I'm listening.
You have a son or a daughter that goes out for the first time and they have sexual contact and they come home and they're all like, they don't look, but you as a parent, you're like, hey, you different. You know what I mean? Or like a dog that goes out and he goes out for 3 days and comes back all hungry and messed up because what he found out there was so good, he didn't want to eat. Kind of like all scratched up because other dogs were trying to get it to one female. It's crazy. So this is how it went down, right? This is one little story.
Yes.
We would all line up, right? And there was a guy named Tony. And I'm not saying that like I'm putting his business out there. He would tell you like he was a heroin addict, but he wasn't some guy who was always nodding out. So Tony would load your van up for you. So imagine you have Sutphin Boulevard as this main street. All these people coming out of the subway, going to different buses, coming to the vans, going to the fish market, going to McDonald's. You had Archer Avenue right there, the Long Island Expressway. So you had all these people. So I was always used to, even before that, but I take to that. I love that. This is when I go down to the Medina Market here in Accra and all these people, because I did a little thing. I don't know if you saw it on Facebook. On a Lance,
I did.
Okay, yes. Lancescurv on Facebook, not the private page, Lancescurv but Lancescurv on Facebook. That's the fan page, right? So I said, let me just whip this out and go live on Facebook. So you see all the people that hustle the bus, I'm crossing the street, bumping into people, whatever. I love that. There's a side of me that loves that just as much as there's a side of me that loves to come here by my desk and write and draw and do the technical things on all things on the platforms, right? So we're lined up. And so when you come in, you just come in from dropping people off. When you leave out and go all the way down to the end of the bus route, you bring up whatever you can bring up, right? You may not even want to come to the top and sit in line and wait. I'm just going to free flow a lot of things. You can say, you know what? I'm going to run the road, y'all. And see, once you're in, after a while, when they realized my father was from the Caribbean, he was from Jamaica, and I came up in that neighborhood, and I knew some guys who were like, you don't want to mess with Lance. It's not me. I wasn't trying to act like a tough guy, but there's some guys like, that's my man right there. You look out for him. And they're like, we better, because we know what those guys will do. You'd run the road. Okay. Now you wouldn't want to run the road when it was rush hour and people were coming off of the trains from Manhattan, right? You want to kind of load up because it's going to be a lot of people coming. If it's 11 o'clock, 12 noon, you're not going to have that. You run the road. So I was thinking about running the road, but I said, let me get in line. So I got in line and people started loading up. Now, Tony was over like 9 over here, 40 over here. And that's, if you live in that area in that time in the 90s, the mid 90s, for me, it was 95, 96, 97, and 98. I drove the dollar van for like 3 years roughly, right? Then I got into the whole Lincoln Town Car thing where you wear your suit and tie and you look like 007. It's straight up exclusive. But you're in the street and you're really defenseless and you're out there. You got to live by your wits. So you better be sharp and have that gift of discernment, that third eye, that Holy Spirit. I'm not trying to get biblical, but I'm just saying what it is. And you better be a good judge of character, and you're only going to survive by your own wits. Most of the time it was never a problem. If you were fair with people, they were fair with you. But you still had kids that would jump out on you. You still had people who try to act like they're going to rob you or act tough or have an attitude because you have a nice van. They might take a blade and cut your seat up because they're having a bad day. I never really had that, but I can tell some other people's stories too. So what had happened was I was next. I was in front of the line because, you know, as the vans move off, we all jump in and we move up a little bit, right? So that being said, I'm in the front and I don't have to do anything because every time Tony would direct people to your van, which the people knew, you gave them $1. Just gave them $1. Now, some people didn't want to do that. If you had a 7-passenger van, we had the smaller vans over there. There was one guy named Shaka Zulu. That was his street name, right? He had a long 13-passenger van, which is like the ones that were on Parsons Boulevard. But he liked to, he was known, and I think he died. He was a young guy, man, slim guy, in shape,
really
good skin. I mean, the guy could have been a model. Nice guy, right? Really nice guy. Got along with people, whatever. But I heard he died. He just died. So just a couple of years after I finished, driving on the van out there in the street. So what had happened? Someone had called to me, and they had an emergency of some sort, that they were up there, and I had to not take my turn. That's what I remember, not taking my turn. So I had to tell the people, I had like 4 or 5 people on there that, I said, listen, go with the van behind me because I got to deal with this situation. It was like a close friend. Somebody got in a bad accident. I had to find out because I was going to take this person to the hospital where the person was, a family member was. So it kind of shot my day as far as making money. I was making a lot of money out there for that time. You know what I mean? So anyway, the other brother, he was from Nigeria. I forgot what his name was. I know John. His name was John. And he took the load down that I had, and 2 other guys got on with him. And he got to the end of the route. Now, when you get to the end of the route right there on Lincoln Street and Rockaway Boulevard, if it's slow and you will do it, and people live like 3 and 4 blocks below, past the end stop, they'll be like, listen, I'll give you an extra $2 or $3 just to take me. If it's raining, they'll be like, I'll give you an extra $10. I don't want to carry all these things and
just drive me home.
Take me to my door.
That.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
So with most of the drivers, everybody knew us. So, right? Well, your Empress LG, of course not, right? But most of the drivers, it was like, we knew where everybody lived. We see people in the street, we knew. But we were trusted by the people because it wasn't that kind of van route where it was forever and ever and ever, and we didn't know people. We didn't know everybody, but repetitiously we knew. And we had our CB radios. We'd communicate with each other. And so when you're in, it was like one big happy family. And I got to say, the bodybuilding phase of my life was some of the best days of my life. But this driving in the street and what you saw in the stories, just like driving the bus, just like working in the jail, for me, it was always, I was around a lot of people. So me being a sponge, I didn't know I was going to be doing live streams. I didn't know about live streams. I didn't know about podcasting. I didn't know about writing articles or sharing your stories. But I was accumulating so many stories, happy, sad, different stuff. So mind you, I'm on my way to take this young lady to the hospital. She was close to me. It wasn't any funny business. Just a person I knew that I cared for. And I had my CB radio still on. And I hear John, this is after about maybe 40 minutes. The traffic wasn't that bad. I hear John, and everybody heard him kind of trying to scream that, they got me. They got me.
Man.
And it's like, who got you? Where are you? The first thing is like, where are you? Right? And my reception on the CB radio, because I didn't have any boosters on it, I was further away, but I was still getting the signal. So everybody was like, wait. I was like, yo, y'all need to be quiet. Let him talk. Because we know there's somebody near him. What had happened was the 2 guys that jumped in his van, rode down with him to the end, rode down with him when the other people paid a little extra and said, I want to go further. I'm going to give you $20. He was like, okay, no problem. Because that takes care of like almost 3 loads that you would have to go up and down for. So he did. And so here comes the gun. Right. And they said, take off your shoes. And he's like looking at the gun, boy. He took the shoes off. He said, open your door, throw the shoes out, lock your door again, and give us everything. Because see, a lot of the people who rob vans, they would time it. You're not going to rob a van in the morning time when a guy comes out with maybe $60, $70 of singles or tens, a mixture. You start out your day with a little, you don't start your day with no money. Because if somebody hands you a 10, you're screwed. A 20, you're screwed. 5, you might be screwed, right? So I just thought of this retarded guy to tell you about. So you stirring me up. So this might be an 8-hour show. I don't know, right? You're ready for the ride, right? So they took his money. Now, mind you, this was like the early afternoon. Some guys, if they lived close by, they would go home. They would go home and take that bulk of money that they had and come back out with another 50 and change. If they made $250 by that time, from the morning rush going into the noontime, they say, things would get slow. Let me go home. Some would lay down. So these guys knew, and they probably were watching that he never left the road because some guys just stay out there all day. You know what I mean? Some will park their van right there and go to sleep for 2 hours instead of going and taking a 45-minute ride, sleep for 2 hours and miss that hour and a half where they could have stayed there. And the other people look out for us. We were all looking out for each other. But they shot him in the stomach several times after taking his money, which made no sense. Yeah. Shot him in the stomach and he lived, but he never came back out there again because that was traumatic. But, you know, this is the thing. What happens if that young lady didn't have that emergency, right? That would have been me. Now, maybe they half knew me or knew
that would have been you.
Yeah. Chances are, if I didn't leave there. So you never know what delay or when you kind of like set off of your routine, what that may mean. But maybe they would have maybe they picked on him. Maybe they knew that on every corner, the people that were hustling, the people that I grew up in that neighborhood. So maybe they kind of knew that, you know? I heard a little beep. Are you still with me?
Maybe not. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So that was like,
I'm back.
Yeah. We visited him in the hospital. We got some little money up and stuff like that. And in actuality, you know, after they dealt with the police and everything, his van, and this is one good thing about the unity that we had out there. If, like, say, for example, a brother had to go back home to Jamaica, he might have had some reason to go back, maybe a funeral, maybe, you know, he wanted to go and hang out, whatever. His van was working for him because there was always one of the guys that it was like a rotation. Like there was always a guy who wasn't driving or his van was in the shop. So it's like, well, listen, take Lance's van. He's going to Jamaica for 2 weeks and you just give it to him. And he will set aside a certain amount of money for you. Like he would keep the bulk or he would, whatever you worked out. But he's making money. You know this guy is safe because we had a crew of people and we had the names on the van. And mine, I'll say it for his history reasons. If anybody's going to eventually hear this, I was Sir Lance. I was Sir Lance in Jamaica, Queens with my dollar van, a Chevy Astro. They say green, but it wasn't like a green. It was like metallic and was mixed to me with a little bluish thing. At nighttime it looked different.
Yeah, I know the color.
Yeah. And they had the nice Dutch doors, the tinted windows, the chrome rims, the antenna with a little ribbon on it, and I had the air horn. Get up on somebody, and they're like, whoa, you know? And a nice little sound system inside. I always kept candy inside. I was always playing with some Enigma music or some surreal stuff or Farrakhan. That's all I played. Right. So folks be like, we want to ride with him. So because I kept candy in a plastic bowl that had the double-sided stickies on there, like peppermints and stuff like that, they used to call me, to call me the Candy Man. Then I put that on the front of the van, the Candy Man. Because when we ride with him, we get candy. Man. But the thing is, at the end of each day, you had to wash your vehicle because you had so many butts up inside of there. You know, people drop things and things happen. But, you know, it was no problem. You had to gas up pretty much every day. Fill your tank back up because you're running up and down all day long. But it's a zone. It's a zone. I remember on 109th Avenue and 135th Street, like we would come down on the Van Wyck, but go up eventually on 135th Street. There was this guy that nobody wanted to ride. And you know why? It was a white guy. He was, I'm going to say retarded, but that's not, it's developmentally delayed. We understand that, but I'm not saying it in a venomous way, right? Whenever he would come in the morning time, you know what he would do? He'd pay you $1, but he would take a handful of pennies, 100 pennies in both hands, and throw it at you before he got on. It's like, yo,
are you serious?
He throw it at you, and he wasn't throwing at you like I'm trying to run these pennies through your head. he would have his hands. And if you didn't know, like some of the guys who were like bandits, we called them bandits, right? Because they didn't belong on the line. They didn't have any paperwork. They didn't have no TLC paperwork. They didn't have the tax stamp. They didn't have the proper insurance, which we weren't supposed to be doing that either on a bus stop.
Right.
Technically, when you see TLC plates, at least back in the day, I don't know if they changed anything, but if you saw TLC plates, it meant that you worked through a cab stand. The person had to call them up on the phone. Okay, ma'am. Okay, sir. I'm going to dispatch a cab to you. Oh, well, actually, a for-hire vehicle. You didn't have to be yellow. That was a whole different classification. Yellow taxis can pick up and drop off anywhere, right? Because they have that medallion and they pay enough money. But when you're a for-hire vehicle, you know, you had to have at least 5 seats. You had to have this. You had to have that. It could be an older vehicle, maybe up to a point, but it had to be a certain standard. But so now you couldn't make money like that. You couldn't make money like that. Sitting around waiting for the people to call you to do a cab fare for like $5 or $6.
Exactly.
You might get lucky and get something $20. You might be a favorite driver, and some older woman who wants to go to a medical appointment, they'll request you, and that's it. You might, and then you had to give money to the base. So if you made all day long $100 or $80, whatever, and you had to, I'm not gonna say split it, but maybe you had to give 20. I don't know. Different bases work different ways. So this is what you did. You went to a base. You had to be registered with a base. You'd slip them a couple $100 because they ain't gonna see you no more. But they knew what you were going to go out there and do. Just run the road, pick up people on bus stops, or technically, if you saw an undercover vehicle like a TLC vehicle or sheriff or the police undercover, DOT, Department of Traffic, they were the worst, right? And they knew what you were doing, but if you picked up or dropped off on the bus stop,
the bus line.
They're gonna come and get you. You had to go beyond the bus line, and you can pick up people and they wouldn't even bother you, although they can bust your chops, because really and truly you had to have a clipboard with every trip you did from the stand, the cab stand. Who does that? We're hustling in the streets. We're trying to get a couple $100 by the time the end of the day. Now on Parsons Boulevard, they had the longer vans. They were longer routes. During you leaving a Parsons in Jamaica, or Parsons and Archer, by the time you got down to Nagasaki or way down by the 113 route or whatever, by 5 towns, that 13 seats, you'd have made $50 probably, because some people are getting off, some people are getting on.
More people are getting on, yeah.
But the routes that we did, it was shorter trips, but our vans were shorter. But it didn't matter because we did a lot of cab fares also. But the people
that's really something, eh?
Yeah. No, it's a whole different world. And you get you're almost like a celebrity in the neighborhood, because when people want to get home, they want to see you. You know what I mean? And then you get to talk to them. They tell you a little bit of their story. The whole neighborhood invites you to cookouts and barbecues because you're like family to them. You know, you take their family members home. You know, you see them and you see they have young girls that are up there, like they're on the bus stop, and they say, like, listen, I know you, you know, call your mama, because I had a bootleg, you know, cell phone. I'm not going to talk about that too much, right? Statute of limitations, right?
So it's already run out.
Exactly, right? I said, listen, call your mother, let her know you come with me, I'm going to drop you to your door. Oh, thank you, thank you, dollar van driver. Like that. Right. So you felt like a fixture in the neighborhood. Or sometimes people would, you know, they see your van out there, you drive, and they stop you. They know you. You go in people's houses, their backyards, or Lance, you know, you empty? I'm like, yeah, I don't have anybody. I'm going to take lunch, whatever. Could you help me move this heavy, you know, whatever? It was just fun. So it was always rapid fire. But of course, just like with anything, when certain women that see you in the street, they look at you like you're this renegade, you're this warrior, you're this man on the go, you know, you're out there. That's a turn on. Like, you wake up and you have the little money you have for change, but you know you're going to get money. See, that's the thing. Right. That determination and that knowing you're going out there to conquer the world. I'm going to go out there, I'm making some money. This is not a job where you can sit down, like when I drive the bus. When they told me in training, like, well, when you're driving the bus, this is down in Florida now, when you're driving the bus, it could be a very stressful situation. I'm like, I don't have to fill this bus up. Whoever comes on, but you're going to pay me so much an hour? And if it's one person on the bus, I still get paid, although the other bus routes might be making up for it in a busier area, right? But I'm like, if you drove a dollar van in New York City, you know stress. And if you can handle that stress, if you can balance it out, it's a piece of cake, you know, and it adds on to your personality. But there were women who were like, wow, like you're not a guy who is nailed down to this job and you go out there and get yours. You're not just, I'm not knocking jobs because look, I have had jobs. I worked in the jail and doing the bus and other types of jobs, right? But
you did your 9 to 5.
Oh yeah. But I was always thinking beyond and outside the box. I was always looking beyond that. Like, okay, when you're on a job, it's like this. You're in position already. From that position, what advantage can I get? We're not talking about going in the store and you work in the store and you stealing. I'm saying what connections can I make? So if I don't have this job, it's an advantage for me, right? And I've been jobs I've hustled on. And I'll say that so it doesn't look bad. And you're like, what are you talking about? When I worked at Home Depot, what was it? It opened up January 4th or January 1st or 4th in 1994.
Okay.
1990. I think it's 1994, if I'm not mistaken. Right, 1994. And I worked in the floor and wall department, right? Since my father gave me a lot of knowledge in the workings of flooring, and that's what he did, I grew up in that, right? Didn't know everything, but that's where they put me. Plus, they had me in some strong buck, but they realized that I had a little more intelligence than a lot, even some of the white guys there, right? But that's where they had me. But you have to use your mind. You're cutting carpet, you're selling tile, you're selling mortar, you're selling grout, you're selling the grout seal, you're selling all these different types of diamond saws, whatever. So you better know what you're talking about because people are going to ask you. They're not going to read the label and come with an intelligent question because when I go anywhere, I don't want to ask. I feel dumb asking a repetitious question that I knew this person had 50 people asking them already. So I'm going to read. It's going to be a very intelligent, unique question. So, you know, you have people asking questions and different things like that. So when they delivered tiles or anything like something that you can't walk out of the store with, but it was something you had to have delivered, it wasn't where like, okay, we can deliver it right now. What's your address, right? They ran off the guys that were out there with vans parked in the parking lot, walking up and down the aisles of Home Depot, kind of hanging around the floor and wall department. And they were like, you know, it was almost like drug dealer language, right? And you know that, right? And say, hey, man, what's up? You got any orders coming up? You know, recommend them to me, man, and I'll give you a cut. But I'm like, wait a second. I wasn't blowing their hustle, but when management ran them off and had security run them off and take pictures, or sometimes there'd be an officer there, I'm like, that's a lot of money that Home Depot is not making. And the reason why I say that, it didn't deliver right on the spot. It was like 2 or 3 days usually, and sometimes depending on the schedule of when they were doing deliveries, it was also only curbside delivery. Bing! In my head, you want it now. You pay for something, you want it now, right? I don't know anybody. I don't know anybody that goes to a brothel and I'm paying for these services, but I'll be back in 3 days. No, you want it now, right?
You want it right now, exactly.
So when it came time for you buying your stuff, now here I am in the aisles of Home Depot, and I can tell it now. I don't care who knows it, right? Because there are a lot of crooks that way now.
Card.
Huh? Say it again. Say it again.
Is it handing out your card?
No, not even that. It was all verbal because you never know who was like a mystery shopper that like, yeah, we're gonna get you. See, you handed me this card.
That's right. That's
you had some of those too.
That's right.
So these guys would be in my aisle where you had all of these tiles, you know, 12 by 12 and 18 by 18 and, you know, 12 by 6 to make little designs, 6 by 6 and just different size. I mean, they had them up high. And sometimes that the thing that we raise up and get them, they'll be out of power. So we'd have to go and get a tall behind ladder and manually bring them tiles down. So I was younger. And of course, I stopped bodybuilding when I was in 85, but I still had that going on with strength. And I still had to kind of look like that in my clothes, right? Because they were like, they used to call me steroids. Some of the jealous white guys behind my back. Yeah. But I ain't trained in 9 years. But I was strong, but the strength comes from the mind, and they felt my personality. They knew like, this is a guy you don't mess with. I'm not walking around tough. I'm a loving guy. I like to laugh. But when you know, little insecure white guys with penis issues, when they size you up, it's like, I can't take that dude. You know, take 3 or 4 of us. Not even know he might beat us up. They always think that, like in the future, can we take this guy? So even now at my age, they're like, people see my energy. It's not like I don't even want to look at my body in the mirror now because I'm so jacked up looking, right? But it's not about that. The strength comes from the mind. You know what I mean? I mean, we've seen that old guy who might have been like 75 years old, and he might have been a football player or a boxer or something, a powerlifter, a martial artist. But you're looking at him like, this dude's 75, but he ain't what he used to be, but I ain't going to try him. It's that kind of energy. And even my father had that energy. So, you know, because you know it might be short, but it might be intense. So anyway, these guys would be in the aisle and you would tell them, right? And this was my hustle. I would tell them on purpose, and they would assume, like, if they didn't know, we want to have this delivered. I said, you sure you want to have this delivered? Because I'm going to tell you from now, honestly, they're not going to deliver it to you in your house. And they're like, why? Because they might have somebody go in there and knock over a lamp or knock over something, and Home Depot doesn't want to be liable for that, right?
Right.
It's okay. I'll meet them at the door. Well, you got to find out when it's going to get delivered. What are you talking about? I buy it. You have it delivered. I said, no, it doesn't work like that here. You know, you have to pay for it, and they'll let you know when they're going to deliver it. And they said, well, I got a job. I got a task going to do. This is Friday. I want to start doing my tile work or whatever tomorrow.
Right.
I said, listen, brother, that's the way it is. I feel you. It's not me. If I had a kind of way of helping you out, I would. You know, and so you're not going to catch me soliciting. I mean, I felt like I was selling drugs or something, or a chick who's selling her body, right? So they say, well, do you know anybody? I say, I know somebody. I said, as a matter of fact, I'm about to go to lunch right now, and I have a big pickup truck outside, and I have 2 hours to kill because we accumulated, and I would purposely accumulate time, like overtime, because they made us cut it. And I used to hate that, so I said, I'm gonna use that for my advantage. So when I would punch out, I tell the supervisor, listen, I got a whole hour and a half of time to cut, and he'll be like, take 2.5 hours is slow right now. Take 2.5 hours for lunch. I'm like, good. So I tell the guy, listen, that pickup truck, you go out there and you load it up. See, I'm not loading up on my job. You load it up. Right. And I would always try to park a little closer or run out there, a close stop, and whatever, he's loading it up, right? It was an old 1977 Ford pickup that I bought for $100, but it had horsepower. The body was a little rusted here and there. It was strong. And I used it for yard work, right? But I learned to bring it there. So he'd load it up. I'd come out, I'd give him the wink, you know, I'd find out where he's going, and I'd bring the stuff in for you. If you weren't able to do so, I had like 2 hours to cut and an hour lunch one time, and I drove a load of tile all the way to Manhattan on the east side, right by Sutton Place. And I unloaded each, you know, they didn't have me. At first, they're like, you can't bring this through the front. You have to go through the service entrance. But the person was so influential and affluent, they're like, we want it brought straight in. This man's got to get back to his job, and he helped us out. So they bought some very expensive tile, and I'm not sure. It was special order tile that they didn't have in stock, but somebody had bought it and they never picked it up or whatever. So whatever. It was some kind of weird thing like that. They bought it. It was a whole lot. And it was more than what they needed for their job as far as square footage is concerned. So they were so glad and happy. And it was about maybe, I'd say from what the price was, whatever, they're not going to tell me that, but it was about almost $3,000 worth of tile. Now, it wasn't like it was that much, but it was a good amount, but it was expensive tile, unique tile. It was special order tile. So I brought it there. He allowed me to go bring it, you know, 2 at a time, because each one was heavy. Most people would have had to hold it up by their chest or something like that. But, you know, you had that strong, tight little plastic nylon thing. I grabbed it, had my gloves, and just walked it in. And over there in Sutton Place, they weren't tight with, you know, there's this, because they were neighborly. So there weren't cops running up and down over there. It was the east side, not too far from where I went to high school, at the High School of Art and Design. So it's like its own world over there. People that drive up and down 2nd Avenue don't even know about Sutton Place, most of them. You go there and say, man, this is like country over here. It's so quiet.
It's a little enclave,
Yes. So I brought this stuff in, brought it inside the place. This person might have paid, like I said, about $3,000 for the tile. You could tell where they lived and how the inside looked. At money was not any issue at all.
Mm-hmm.
You know that man flipped me an extra $1,000. Because Queens was like the blue collar working man's place, right? And he saw me. He loaded it up because I could not load it up and get in trouble or somebody see what are you doing in your uniform and loading up, you know? But he had somebody help him, right? And he had his wife with him, but she was all over the store, and so they whispered. They gave me $1,000 because I was only going to charge X amount. I was like, give me $250 or something like that. Oh, they gave me $250, and they let me start to walk away. They said, "Sir, young man, here." So I had $1,200. I said, "Listen, I need to do this. I did this every day, right?" So I got stuck in traffic, and I made it back in time. But I was sweating, and I was pulling those things up. So I went back to work, and it was like you felt kind of like I did something wrong. Like when I listened to a soft white underbelly, and they talk to drug dealers or prostitutes, and the guy always asks, "How did you feel the first time you turned a trick? Like, what was the first time you sold drugs, or the first time you robbed somebody?" That's like you never forget that one. So it's like after you're done, you're looking over your shoulder. Now, this wasn't something necessarily bad, but I broke the rules of the job. It benefited me, and I'm like that. So I'm not gonna it wasn't something illegal where we're gonna lock you up for so and so. And I wasn't really soliciting. I told the guy, I said, "Listen, I have a truck outside, and I know someone who can get you delivered right now." And I looked at it. I know somebody real close. I knew him all my life. I made a joke out of it. I said, "He can deliver this for you, but you have to load the truck up. You have to wait for him to come out. Just sit there, and he will come with you." He says, I know who that guy is. I said, "Yeah, you're looking at him right now." So he shook my hand, boom. And that's the way it happened. And my thing is, like, don't come back blowing me up. "Where's Lance? He delivered something for me." But I also knew.
Where's Lamps?
Lamps, right? Lamps. I gotta tell that one for this one, right? People are like, he's telling these serious stories, but this is nothing crazy about it, right? So that's the way it worked. And it was crazy. I had one guy, and I will get to the crazy stuff, but I had one guy, and then back to the dollar van stuff. I had one guy that I'll never forget it. He didn't look like, what does a pastor look like, right? But this was a guy, I'd say in his late 50s, and in the middle of the week, like on a Wednesday, he had his trench coat. It was a little cool outside, had a tie, but it wasn't like a corporate thing. I said, this guy must be like a pastor or something, right? But he was with some other guy. And it's funny how you can say things without saying them all the way, right? Like when I say 2, 4, 6, 8, you think 10, right? So I think I was cutting some linoleum. Then another time I saw him, he was more warmed up to me. He was cutting some carpet, right? So I said, "Well, how much carpet you want?" He was telling me the measurements and everything, and if we can get this out of that. I asked him if he wanted stuff delivered. He said, "No, I got a truck outside." Then he said he asked for something else, and he went and he came back, and I had it rolled up. And I asked him if he's doing like projects in his house. He said, no, it's a friend of mine. I said, "Okay, you're doing stuff for them." I'm thinking maybe it's an elderly person or something like that. And he turned around and he said to me, "Oh, this is a friend of mine, and I really don't stay much time. I really don't stay long over there. I just stay over there for a couple of hours." And the way he said it, I was like,
okay.
And I knew he was a pastor because he told me and whatnot. He said, "I only stay there for a couple of hours. We only keep company for a couple of hours." I was like, look how he said that. Then the laugh came, and I'm like, I didn't know his name, but I say every time I see him, couple of hours. You're right, couple of hours.
Couple of hours.
A couple of hours. Oof. The arrangements that these people have, right?
I know.
Look, I've seen it. I've seen life. Listen, I've seen so much, y'all, and that's why I know this is nice to have. I'm thanking everybody for being here, right? It's not even like, I have this platform.
I should have taken notes the other night. I should have taken notes.
When we were talking? What was I saying? What was I saying?
Oh, nothing. Can't repeat. Cannot repeat.
Cannot
repeat.
I was talking all kind of crazy stuff. I mean,
you were talking out of your head.
Oh! Now I know, right? Because I'm always talking crazy, but yeah,
talking out of your head.
And you loved it. You loved it. A couple hours, right? But you loved it.
No comment.
It went beyond normalcy. See the little Twilight Zone little spinning thing? Trust me, I can have my own Twilight Zone. It wouldn't be the same as Rod Sterling's, but it'd be something a little different. Why not?
The psychiatrist chair.
Yeah. Look, I owe everybody who's on this show some money because this is very therapeutic for me. Seriously. The
psychiatrist.
Like I say, I always ask myself, like, before I used to say, like, okay, I'm not some rich guy. I'm not some famous guy. Never tried any of that. But the amount of jammed up experiences, and I know it's because I can download stuff really fast, meaning that many people can look and see things.
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
TT Brew, I just have to answer this. My dear sister, you and I are sailing in the same boat. Okay? Let me just tell you
That's funny because she always says that.
We are sailing in the same boat. I don't even know what life is. Okay? I've been in a box. Okay? When I listen to Lance's stories, I'm like, damn it, I've been living in a box. But the lid closed. It wasn't even open to see sunlight. The lid was closed.
The lid was closed, right?
Okay.
That's crazy.
Oh my God. So don't feel bad.
It's just like the person who's always there at the right.
It's right there. Look at the top. Look right over Lance's head. Look right over his head. You'll see his cash
as big as my head is, right?
Right. I should drop it in the chat.
Thank you so much, D. Simmons. Thank you. Thank you so much. It really helps. You know what I mean? With the things we got going on. And even still, like I always say, I got all this equipment laying around. Look at this. I got this little mic. I got 2 of these. I always keep this on me. Who do you know keeps mics like this on them? You know what I mean? Here's my old digital recorder. I'm going to soon get a new one, but I was having problems with this one, right? Like, who walks around with stuff like this? I want to capture it as it happens. Reason being that I had recorded like 2 hours of a fabulous rant on this. Put it in my computer and didn't hear anything. So I'm thinking that, remember what happened before when I recorded something and it didn't come out? I think I had the wrong card because I have a lot of cards, floating around here. Cards meaning like this.
Right.
This goes in, or if they're real tiny, they have like a little adapter. These are real tiny. And you can get a card. Right. You can get a card that costs like this, 500. Not this one. This is a cheapie, right? Excuse me. You can get one like this for $500. Now, why would you want to do that? I mean, it has more space on it. You have video, 4K, different file sizes. They all look alike, but they all lean toward a certain application. You know what I mean? So
right.
Yeah.
Right.
That's kind of, where was I in my little storytelling right now, right?
In your little storytelling, I kind of cut you off because I said I should have taken notes on it. What is today? Today's Tuesday, right? It was Sunday. Sunday night.
The time is
we
flying by.
We were supposed to do it. I know. We were supposed to go live.
Yeah. We haven't got those technicalities out yet, but I tell you one thing. We'll work on it for this weekend, but when that equipment comes, it's on and popping.
Yeah,
it's on and popping. Yes. As a matter of fact, I will need a studio, not because of the space, but I want to bring people in on that too and have it like that. I'm telling you, it's going to be a hangout. It's going to be a hangout. This is the full hangout will be, before summer comes and spring ends, whatever. I can have things set and multiple cameras and around the table, and we're going to blow Breakfast Club away. I'm not competing with them. I'm just saying that kind of thing. And where you can call and participate all the way through.
And I'm going to get my desk all nicely done up.
Yeah, and I gotta get you some.
I'll show my hair.
Right. Oh no, you're gonna show yourself. You're gonna show your face. That's gonna be the dope part.
I'm gonna show my hair.
Well, if I show my hair, this video won't last too long.
They're gonna put
got me dropping my drink, right? Yeah, but like I was saying before, this life. I think it's not just me like having all these stories. I think that I was always one to observe and just download it more than most people. Like most people go about life. Like, okay, I'm not saying you. I'm just using you as an example. You walk down the street.
Okay.
You might not absorb as much as me when I was a child and coming into adulthood.
I know I didn't.
Everything was slow motion for me where I see everything. I'm not looking, I'm seeing it. I didn't have to look. Looking is something different. I remember an old girlfriend of mine, there was another woman walking in front and she had a fabulous shape and the guys are going crazy, but she was looking at me. She says, "Oh, I see you looking at that woman's backside." I said, "No, I didn't. I didn't look. I saw it." You get off the hook. I saw it, but I wasn't looking. Looking is an aggressive act.
Right.
Man, I'm looking. No, my eyes are here and I saw it. Right. So
you couldn't help it.
You couldn't help it.
Couldn't help it.
Yeah, you couldn't help it. And she was like,
right.
Good one. Good one. You saw it. You turn your head. Look at the reflection of the mirror in the mall. There's all kind of tricks that guys do. You know, they see it and they act like it's not there, and they may look in the window of a car that's reflective and look all they want. And I
know
they do these tricks.
I saw nothing. I'm walking down the street. The only thing on my mind is where I'm going. I'm not even seeing anything else. Isn't that terrible?
No, but
I missed a lot.
Let me tell you something. One of the craziest things I saw in Orlando, Florida. Oh man, I caught a glimpse of it, and it was like walking in on the door. Oh yeah. Well, I told you about Plato's Retreat when I went there.
Oh my God.
Oh man, I got to tell that story with the man dancing. I got to tell that one tonight. I'm going to tell it next. Let me just tell this one. I was doing a 25 route from downtown, and the 25 went down Washington Street. You turned on John Young Parkway. You turned left. And you went up Ferguson, and you turned left, and you went up Mercy Drive all the way up to Shader Road. And you came back down to John Young and back down by the Walmart, and at the base. That's the one where the two people were on the bus. That the bus was packed, and there were two people left, and I turned and saw them. And they're gonna go by the last stop. And I'm thinking they're gonna go boom and pull the string. This is 4:00 in the afternoon. I look back and the bus was empty. So call me crazy if you want to now. I told you about that, right? There was a white man and a black woman. And the black woman looked like somebody who was pretty close to me. She's an older woman, you know. And I couldn't believe it. That spooked me out. You know, I called Mrs. Scurv. She was at a job, and I told her, and she was like, "Just calm down." You know? She didn't think I was nuts. But no, but I tell it. I tell those things when they happen to me. But okay. Plato's Retreat. How many people here know?
I do remember you kind of telling that story. You know.
Yeah.
That is freaky.
Yeah, that was funny, but it owns a few of my brain cells. You know, when you observe something, and even at the time you look at it, you're like, I ain't never gonna forget this. That's the way it was for me. So not that I'm looking at this man like that, but it was just a whole overall thing. And I will tell you, okay, coming clean now, right?
Yes, please follow Lance.
Okay, this is it. Like growing up in New York City, I was always one to explore. I didn't want anything hidden away from me. And it wasn't ever a drug thing, wasn't ever a crime thing, wasn't ever a gang thing, wasn't ever a thing where you want to go in these bad neighborhoods. I traveled, I'd go through all kind of bad neighborhood, what they call a bad neighborhood. I was always relaxed. Nothing ever happened to me. I just felt protected. I just felt like I can handle my own. It was never, I'm too scared. And when I look back, it was like, I went places and did things that like I wouldn't think of doing now. I mean, like just the risk that I took, hopping on the trains, 11, 12 at midnight, going out somewhere to a rough neighborhood where they're known to mug people. And I'm thinking, because I did bodybuilding also, not that I thought I could stop a bullet or a knife, but you have such a sense of, anybody come at me, they better be ready, because I had a boxer's mind. I'm not going to say that I did active that. I did it a little bit, but that was my mind, and I was in shape. So if I threw, you felt like Superman, but you weren't trying to throw off that you were. So I went around a lot of places. So whenever it came down to the underworld, and because, like I said, back in those days, I used to dance. Now we all dance, but not everybody was dancing like that. Okay. Yeah, I used to do that because I had a good body, and maybe I should post a picture up. I think I have it up here somewhere, right? For those who don't know, the same funky picture that I always put up. We'll put it up right now. Come on now.
Lance is one picture.
Yeah. We didn't have Facebook back in the day. We didn't have, anything. So that was me walking around, but you didn't know because I had my clothes on, right? So I felt like Superman, right? So, okay, I would go to these places, right? Plato's Retreat. Let me just put this other one back up to kind of give it a little banner around, right? Let's see if it stays. Okay, no, it left. Okay, the same old funky picture. I had a lot of pictures, but girls that come around, can I have that one? Oh yeah, sure, no problem. Not knowing you're not going to always look like this forever. You know what I mean? So my one funky picture, right? Everybody, all the new people, the folks who've been here, okay, pull out the picture. You know what I mean? You living in the past, or faded glory, whatever. But that's what it was, and that was 1982 in October. So I always want to explore these places. The Village Voice, those back pages in the Village Voice, they had these clubs. What goes on at these clubs? We're not talking about just dance clubs. What's a swingers club? Really? That's what they go up in there and do? And we didn't have the internet back then, so you had to really dig for information. It wasn't like you can sit down in the comfort of your own home and I'm gonna talk it. Yeah, Jack Griffin, right? Jack Griffin. Like I said, he knows my conundrums.
Oh, Jack.
Right? Jack, when I write the book, I want you to talk about it, but I'm not going to talk about it in a lewd way, but, to entertain the masses that are out here, right? Jack Griffin, he's watching, right? Oh, and he said, that's taboo. I ain't going to tell taboo yet. Oh, man. I ain't going to tell
taboo. Did I even hear about that?
No,
damn.
Even you ain't hear about it.
Write that down.
Well, I mean, you never heard about the name, but you heard about the situation of those parties they used to throw. Oh, man.
Okay.
Jack Griffin, Anyway, but I'm going to make it to Pete. I'm not going to get super lewd with this, right? But I'm going to just make it an adventure, right? I think I told you, but it's that one situation. And I'll tell you what it was. It was a classic, New York City, and Jack Griffin can attest to this. New York City was grimy in the 70s and early 80s, and you could say maybe coming to the 90s, whatever. If you look at Taxi Driver, right?
Yeah.
Robert De Niro, and where he's driving up and down, I think they colorized it, but I think it was black and white at the time. That was New York City. That was 42nd Times Square, the gritty. Yes. It even in my memories looked black and white. You know what I mean? And that was a heck of a place to explore. So me doing what I do, the bodybuilding and getting around the girlfriends and exploring and wanting to go around, it led you into certain situations and you're curious about certain things. So you'd find out about these different places. And I remember I'm going to tell myself.
Oh my God.
It was, 40 Deuce. You remember?
40 Deuce.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Wow.
Yes. Jack Griffin was very innocent, right? But sometimes we'd be side by side with other people. That's all I'll say.
At least he didn't live in a box like me.
Yeah, right. Exactly. I was the one who took it too far. Like, you went up in there and you did this, you did that. Like, this guy's crazy, right? So with that griminess that was there and my willingness to explore, I always had to see what was going on. So Plato's Retreat was one of many swing clubs, and swing clubs are where people go to explore their erotic fantasies or scenarios, and from this side of the scale to the other. I said, man, I got to see this. I got to see this. Not that I haven't had experiences at that point. At 22, I was already out there, right? But when you're young still and you want to see these things, I already been exploring, but I said, this place is classic. I got to go there. This is the biggest place in New York City to see craziness like that, because when many people would travel and come to New York City, you had the World Trade Center, you had the Statue of Liberty, you had the Empire State Building, you had this, you had that, you had all the things, Times Square, 34th Street, Greenwich Village. And in New York City, I know it's different now because of COVID.
I love the village. That was my
back in the day, but I always had to have a young lady with me because, being built like that at that time, you'd be like the Pied Piper. Hey, how you doing? No, I don't. No. So anyway, it was like, I said, okay, let me go there, but you couldn't go in by yourself. You had to have a young lady with you. So there was no problem with that. So I had somebody to escort me in, and you're right? They're saying, look at her, serious pose. I'm slowing it down, but I'm slowing it down too much. She want to hear it, right?
You're wasting time.
I should have said the crazy things that Lance did instead of the crazy things that people do, right? But anyway,
right? Because you got the wrong person on here with you.
I know, right?
I ain't done nothing crazy.
You never know, being a friend of mine, right? No, I'm retired from but the thing is like,
you're retired from the crazy stuff, but I'm too old now.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm an elder crazy who could escort you and tell you all the old war stories, right? So, okay, serious pose, we're going to get down to it, right?
Yes.
Got this young lady. I remember her name was Hope. And she was like 20 years old. I was like 22 or whatever. Knew her from Brooklyn. Can't remember where, but she was cool. She was down with it. Like, just let's go there. I said, okay, cool. I paid the money. I think it was up there. It was like $90 something. But it was like, I didn't have to, but I wanted to. And this is back in 1985, right?
That's a lot. Yeah.
No, but it was one of those things that bothered me. I wanted to go in. I saw pictures of it and whatever. I said, I got to go in this place. So I'll tell a little bit of the other parts, how it's laid out and what it was all about. It's closed now because I went in July of 85, but in December of 85, I believe it was December, our former gay mayor undercover, Ed Koch, had it closed down because of the AIDS scare, because they were saying people, swapping fluids and everything. It's going to help the spread of AIDS and stuff. We need to close these places down. But he picked on the biggest one. It was a political move. Like, I'm going to shut you down, but let trapeze and all the other places that were swing clubs, they left them open. All the gay clubs, which I have nothing to do with, never had no interest in going in them places, but they were all left open, the bathhouses and everything, right? So I go there. I pretty much knew what to expect. But like I said, they had this little awning. And for the place to be so big, like, I'd say like 1/3 of a super Target, maybe like 1/2 of a super Target, because they had those places in the back that were like, it was huge back there. So there was a little door there and you see this long line, but they never had to wait. But after a while it would pile up. And the people didn't match. It wasn't like, okay, this is some black club or this is whatever. You saw, I just looked, I just looked at my tablet that I have up on a stand, and I looked myself dead in the eye and thought something like a ghost was standing. Like, I looked like... Or you're somewhere doing something, washing dishes, and somebody walks into the kitchen and you turn and they're right there. It's like, whoa, you snuck up on me. The reflection, maybe you saw it, run it back.
Hi, Hassan.
I kind of like looked like, but inside it felt like boom. Anyway, serious Pony's gonna beat me up. Let's get back to the story. So she's
gonna be calling you in a few minutes.
I know,
you're gonna see your phone ringing.
And she'll have a mad expression on there, right? So this awning was there and it said Plato's Retreat, real small. Like, it never, the outside never gave an indication onto what was going on the inside. And it was this little door that wasn't as high as you think it should be. It was like this little door.
Trap door.
Yeah, at the side of a warehouse. And it has Plato's Retreat. Anybody walking by would not know what was going on inside that place. They would not know.
Right.
So make a long story short, make a long story longer. You walk in, you pay your money, and all of a sudden you see these pinball machines and arcade machines. And that's what you first saw when you walked in. And I saw this lady.
Deceptive. Yeah,
but very deceptive until I was blasted into reality. I saw this lady that she might have been like 5'4", 300 pounds, cellulite for days, a thong on and some high heels, playing the pinball. Oh my gosh. And so, cellulite white lady, I looked at, I was like, oh man.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And she was she didn't care. After she finished, because there was still another door to go through, she turned around and she didn't have no top on. And I mean, her knees and her nipples were like next to each other, if you know what I mean, right?
Oh.
So Yeah. You know, you ever see an octopus and like you see the arm, you know, just the tentacles and everything? Everything was just hanging. It was like she turned around. I saw arms. I saw, look, if she was a boxer, she can hit me with a 4-punch combination. Boom, 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 boom. Like, where'd the other two blows come from? There's milk all over me. No, you know what I mean? So I'm about to take off. You know what I mean? I got a crack gland or some drug gland. I mean, I just started getting crazy. I started getting high. But anyway, so the music was banging before we got in. So when we got in and checked coats and different stuff. Oh my
God!
You know, checked like her bag or whatever. It was July. It wasn't any coats. But a little jacket. I put it in there. So they had a little area. I'm not going to get super lewd because as adults we can read between the lines, right? But I'm still going to take you on an adventure.
Please.
So you had the choice of robing up. Leave your clothes. Here's a key for the locker, and you can put on your robe, right? Why are you going to go into a club and put on your robe? You know why. You know what kind of. This is a swingers club, y'all. So all these people look regular, right? And now
did you robe up?
All these people look regular, right?
Did you robe up?
Yeah, I didn't want to feel out of place. I didn't want to be the oddball. I didn't want to be walking around and when what the Romans do.
You conveniently left that out of the story.
I was trying to get past that part, but you had to ask me and blow me up.
You conveniently left that out.
I mean, you know.
Okay, so you robed up.
Yeah.
We can continue.
And my companion robed up also. You know, it was part of the whole ambiance, the whole experience. You know what I mean? Why rob yourself of really getting the trenches? And you know, look, I can't see the Angela. She got me. She's laughing, right? And like when we had the show the other time. I said, I'm gonna make you laugh. You're gonna have fun. You know what I mean? And I got the camera. I can't hide or nothing. You know what I mean? Let me just wipe my face and hide my face.
Hey guys, whoever's thinking of leaving, stick around. You know, all the ones that left already, they lost out. So stick around.
They'll come back. You know what I mean? We're gonna have some fun. We're gonna take you on a trip. So we get inside and like a full-size swimming pool. Square, rectangular. There was one to the side. There was another one behind that. And I think there was a third one. Like I said, this is some old supermarket size place. Then they had these, I can't say cubicles, but you kind of stepped up and it was like a little, not a room, but it was like a king size mattress, but a king size and a half, right? And so that's all it was. You had to get there and crawl. Right. And they had a video playing on the screen. And it was the nature channel, but it was humans. OK, let's just put it that way. OK. And the lights were low, but low enough. You had colored lights and strobe lights all over the place. And so some people's robes are just like, da-da. And I'm like, oh, man, you know. So they had an area on the other side of the pool for showers. It was like this group shower room. You had these jets coming out from high. And so you saw these people, and they were from all over the world. You know, I'll tell you about that lady, that old white lady, and she saw me, and so I said, "Well, listen, let me just grab a quick shower." You know, I wasn't ashamed of my body. I'm still not, even though I say I am.
Kevin.
Yeah. Oh, Kevin. We got Jack Griffin and Kevin.
Oh God.
What did he say? I'm here spying. He might win, he might not. But you know I'm telling the truth, Kevin, right? Let me just say, Jack Griffin and Kevin, we go back to the middle 70s.
Oh,
Jack Griffin in the room. And see, they're there.
See?
So I'm not lying. So I'm going to tell some stories now because y'all I'm boosted up. Not that you were there, but I would call up. So Kevin would be like, so what happened? And so we would be up like a whole, and I'm going to blow Kevin up, right? And what happened? And this is the thing, how he got me. And what did you do? He's just like, you know, and so I would try to tell the story and blame everybody else. Okay, so what did you do? And you did what? No, go back. And he would wear like a little Kango, and you could see his eyes looking, and his eyes are piercing. And it's like, no, he wouldn't let me get by with anything. For real. This one right here, my brother, Kevin Clark. Jack Griffin, he was a little nicer. He'd laugh and be to the side, whatever. But we like I'm saying, this is real stuff, you know. So anyway, and
all right,
okay, I'm gonna tell you, Ella, you want to talk. Yes. You want to talk to them and kind of probe them about me. Like there's things that I haven't.
I do want to talk to them. For real. If y'all are interested in talking to Empress LG,
if you get on the phone with Kevin, he gonna tell all my dirt. He knows it. Okay. Let me back up a little bit. Remember I told you that about the story when we were walking. Okay, Kevin. Give a little hint when we were walking down the street and that girl called me and I broke out running. That's true, right? Remember I told you about that, Ella?
Yeah.
I tore out.
Hold on.
Yeah.
No.
What?
Go back to the story.
Okay.
Poem needs to hear the story.
Yes. I'm trying to get around the part where I took my robe off, right?
Stay in the lane.
I'm in the shower. Stay in your lane. That's the inside joke of me and Kevin. Stay in your lane. So, anyway, I'm in there walking into the shower. It was both sexes, right? And maybe a couple other sexes I didn't know about. But there was a German lady who didn't speak that much English. And she was maybe 65 years old or something like that. But you could tell she kept herself up. So she turned around in the shower and it's like a big room. There's all these other people in there showering and coming in and showering. And she says, "Oh, I want to suck you." And I'm like, how do you want? You don't know me, ma'am. You just saw me. I might have sores under my balls or something like that. I mean, you just bust out like I'm a piece.
God, help me.
Okay, you go in a supermarket, right? You go into the vegetable. Oh, I want 3 of those tomatoes. You want to suck me. It's like buying tomatoes or something. I mean, I was unshockable at that point, but she's like somebody's school teacher. So I'm thinking like my school teachers from elementary school, PS 121, so I'm getting rewired. This is not supposed to happen. I got scared. This was an aggressive act. I felt more naked because she was confident. She had a bad body. I don't mean bad, good, but it wasn't bad. You could tell she was trying to keep herself up, but it wasn't like somebody going, "Oh, wow. Not only am I seeing you, I'm looking at you, So, and I tried to brush it off yeah, okay. I don't want to walk right up in there and then have some old white lady.
Too.
Yeah, right? Yeah, we still passed that part the last time I told the story.
Kevin said, "Well, Lance, did you let her?" I want to know the answer.
See how he does? He always does. Yeah, he always gets me that way. And what did you do? And what sound did you make? I'll say, "Oh, she made this." No, but what sound did you make? You can't get away. It was interrogation. I might as well have the cuffs behind me, the police headquarters, and the lamp over me, and he's over me, and so and so and so. See, Jack Griffin would be the nice one, but Kevin would be the one that was good cop, bad cop. But Jack Griffin stayed up on the floor. Yeah,
stayed up on the floor, and you don't want to get up.
Yeah, see,
so get up off of the floor.
Right. No, and see, I know Angie loves schedule and how hard she works, so I want her to laugh, and I'm just doing this for y'all. Seriously, I want to make y'all laugh, and this is true stuff.
On there.
Yeah. See him? You still didn't answer, did you? See, let me tell a little bit more of the story, right? And you know the answer, but see, I'm good cop.
Oh my God!
Did I suffer from an orgasm? Yeah, at some point I did, but I was going to talk about the dance floor, right? But I'll tell all those other things in a decent way. I'm not here to be rude. We're adults. We want to laugh, So anyway, nothing happened at that point. I'll leave it at that right now. Nothing happened, and we're walking around. And I'll tell you when things kind of happen, but I want to give you the layout of the place. The dance floor.
Give us the layout.
The dance floor was a straight up legit dance floor. It wasn't some old dusty a swingers club, a kind of wood on the floor with splinters. And if you walk barefoot, I got a splinter in my foot. They said for so many years that Plato's was open, Plato's Retreat had, she chased me around, right?
Serious boy.
Everywhere I went, she was, "Are you ready? Are you ready?" And I'm like, "Oh man,
lying."
So, and her husband was there, and he was always behind her. Yeah, he wanted her to do this, right? But
oh my God,
I'll tell all with the lady, right? I'll tell her with the lady.
Yes.
So damn, how can I get out of this, right? But anyway.
No, you can't. Just keep going.
I got the camera in front of me. I don't open my mouth too much. Everybody's laughing. We're gonna do it, right?
Mm-hmm. Keep going.
The dance floor was rated by most I can't say discotheque rating committees, but for the most part, it was accepted that the dance floor in Plato's Retreat was like the top 10 sound system dance floor. Now, it wasn't as big as a whole club. You got Roseland, you had Xenon, you had what's the other one? There's all these different big clubs that they had in the city at that time. So that dance floor was a lot smaller, but it was still sizable, it was still big, but the music was banging. So you walk past and you walk into this other area where, say, for example, you take a piece of plywood, which is 4 feet by 8 feet, and you put it up on the 4 foot side. So now you have it 8 feet tall. They had made these cubicles in the back. So mind you, it was like, again, a supermarket, a Target, they have Walmart, they have these high ceilings. So it was like a maze back there where you had lights that would dim way up, and it would light the cubicles that were made out of plywood that had a plywood door and a hook, right? Or like a little thing you could hook on. But because the plywood was a little warped, right? It was a little warped. So if you walk by a door that had it hooked, you had dudes in there peeking, and these were private rooms, but they weren't rooms. It was just a cubicle that had mats and covers, and you don't want to go in there after somebody left, okay?
Right.
There's all kind of fluids in there, but they had people who were attendants that, little Mexican guys that,
that was their job to go and clean up.
Yeah, and they were looking too. They just walk around like, wow, we love this job. If they're sick, we ain't calling in sick on this job. We want to see what's going on here. So, mind you, it was so quiet. My windows are wide open. The people next door, they must be like, this guy's a wild guy, So, he is sinful. He needs to go to church with us, So anyway, it's these mazes and it's never ending. And you get to an intersection. It's like, do I go this way or do I go that way? You see people naked walking out of there. You go and you look at these places, or you see these guys peeking in, and they're fondling themselves to the point of suffering, right? And they're looking and looking. Some people left their doors open. Some people were in there and they left the doors open. They're getting busy, 2 and 3 at a time. Women with women, 2 women and 1 man, whatever. I scared myself again. I got to turn this daggone thing around because I'm talking about something I should be talking about, blasting it out. Because I can see now the anal retentive subscribers. I feel such a decent young man. He's a freak. We don't want to subscribe. You know what I mean? Ellie, let's get rid of him. I like that. I want to hear the stories. So anyway, we went all these cubicles and all these different things. And there are other people that I know have been back there. I won't say, but been back there, same thing. So I'm speaking the truth. But now let's fast forward, because we saw people doing all type of physical calisthenics and whatever, and it was funny when you see when you see certain white folks like this, right? And they get weird when they get horny. They start, especially the older ones, right? Old white men, you don't want to observe this type thing. They start making all kind of noises and looking at you all funny and whatnot. Yeah. Look, I'll say it like this. I'll make a joke. I'm not going to get lewd. I can get lewd, but I won't. This woman was performing an act on this old white man. It was like he got hit by a truck or something. He was back there all stiff and he's looking at me and it's like he's holding his breath, like he's choking, and she's going to town. But his organ was so small that when she was performing the act, you ain't see the head move. This is what you saw. Because it was so small. You ain't seen no.
You know what?
I'm like, is this suspended animation? Is he in pain? Because he's sitting here like a little kid in their diapers straining to make something come out. And his hands and his toes were spread like fins, like scuba gear. If he was on the beach with his feet and his toes spread that much, he'd have to walk backwards.
Oh, God.
And she was just like,
no, I'll ask him, Kevin. I wrote it down.
What was it?
They want to know about Irma Bombeck. But you have to finish this. You have to finish
no.
this.
Oh, this particular story or the Irma Bombeck?
No, this.
Oh, no,
okay, which one is more funny?
No, well, these stories are more funny, but the funny thing is that the Irma Bombeck story, if I really get into it, is really funny, right? I can't see what's being typed. I have to kind of look because the screen is back, but I'm seeing all the smiley faces. So we having a good time.
You're
That's
good,
the main
man.
thing.
You're good. Yeah, you're good.
Yeah. Oh, I would love it if Kevin would call in on WhatsApp. If there was a way to connect it, I would love that. But one day I'll have him tell my stories of things that I pretty much won't tell, Anyway, Angie's cracking up and I love that. I just love when she laughs, right? Anyway, so yeah. So now I'm walking back out toward the dance floor. And this is the one that always like sticks in my head, right? This is like not a nasty story, but there was a couple, evidently from what I observed, because I had good skills of discernment. This younger blonde, and she wasn't young either. She was a little older than me, but she kept herself in shape. I knew she was an escort. I knew this old white man left his wife at home. If he was a person who was like a CEO or some corporate dude, he was definitely a corporate dude. I peeped his suit. I knew this what he was. And he came there right after and brought this woman because she wasn't really attached to him. Homeboy had his wedding band on. She didn't have any wedding band on. And she was there to make him feel like $1 million, to be on his side, to be the trophy. And escort me in here so I can mess with you and I can mess with other women if the possibility happened. But this guy was a step above a Neanderthal. He had dog DNA. The hair that he had on his back. I mean, but he was real tall, like 6'4", but he was kind of hunched. He had to be like up on 70, but he was still like active in something. And you could tell, he had a watch on or whatever. And I saw you could tell. So when I walked out there, he was just getting up on the dance floor and it was only him because it was still relatively early. So that's why I told you that song. And even Kevin and Stanley know this little story about the song Simple Minds. Don't you forget about me. Don't you forget about me. As you walk on by, will you call my name? Then they hit the drums. I said, la, 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 la. I had to, I was transfixed. I was frozen like a deer in the headlight. I'm not trying to watch no little white man dance, with his little thing, poking out. Right. Look. And I'm not you're seeing things. I'm not looking at this man, right? Not like that. But the man's organ was so small. If she was going to get busy with him later on, if she used a condom, she wouldn't have to roll it out. Oh, stop. She can take the condom as it comes out and just toss it like a horseshoe. And whichever way it lands, toss it like a frisbee. Was no rolling out nothing on nothing. No. He would have looked like that little kid whose parents bought the suit like too big so that he can grow into it. We got to take this part in. Nah. Well, maybe he would have grown into it. I don't know. Look. He was so small that she would have had to roll it out if she put it out on one of his testicles. His testicles were longer than his penis. Let me just say it that way. We're adults here, so we're going to talk. Oh, my God. Oh, my gosh. But anyway. Angie's having a good time, so I'm not going to reel you in. I know. Don't reel me in. When she stops laughing. I know. So anyway, don't you forget, he ain't had an ounce of rhythm. But I was reading him, right? And to me, it was like, this is what I got from the way he was free now. He was dancing. He had the blonde. He wasn't in the corporate arena no more. And he was naked. He was free and liberated, even though his waistline had to be like about 70 inches around, right? And he was hairy. And now he had a chance. It was like the guy who straight from high school, was never athletic, never had the girls, went straight to college, got married because it was an obligation that you have to get married to be in his corporate position and get this good job. And he never had a chance to live life wild like I did, right? Not that I was a wild guy. I was always a decent guy. I was never some disrespectful whatever, but I seen too much, right? So he was a total antithesis of what I was, right? And I mean, I had years of other things that were happening past that point. That wasn't a high point for me, right? So he's dancing and I could see it come out more. So by the time the song got to the part with the drums, I said, no. And this guy was going off to the point where if he balled
he was
his
in
fist,
a frenzy.
I would have had to duck or do something because he would have knocked me out. And I'm like, I'm glad that, like, this guy was so repressed.
Oh, my God.
And he was in his glory. Like, to the point where he could have went home and passed away that night. You know what I mean? Because he finally made it. Oh! Yes. Meanwhile, the white guy's in the back like this. And the girl is like, I'm like, what is she doing? It looks like something frozen in suspended animation. And so she lifted up and she was done. It was no wasn't nothing blowing in that room. There was no movement in that room, and he was getting it to you.
Why?
All of this
Why?
was straining, like he was constipated.
Why?
Yeah.
Why? Why?
Okay. Irma Bombeck. See, I almost tricked you. I was gonna come back with something else. Every freaking way I turned, I saw Irma Bombeck, and behind her, she always eclipsed her husband. Like he was like anticipation, like this is some kind of game or something. And everywhere I went.
What?
Yeah. I even went in the back. Me and the young lady who escorted, she was there now, So I'm going in the back. I was like, let's look at it. It was fun for me. It was like, let's peek at this, let's peek at that. That's the kind of way I approached it. I was not on some mission where, I gotta get laid. Oh, I'm desperate. It was always like some funny stuff. Whenever we hang out, we're gonna laugh, we see stuff. And it was like we were a magnet for that, Jack Griffin.
No, are you serious? Somebody wants to know, are you serious about Irma Bombeck?
Yeah.
It was her?
No. That's the name we used for her because she resembled her. Yeah, Irma Bombeck.
Okay.
No, it wasn't. I'll tell you one thing, and I'll blow his name up. I was in the second largest swingers club in New York City at the time called Le Trapeze. And I'll say it now, I don't care. I'm in Africa. I'm far, years went by. He might not even be alive. I saw Senator Alphonse D'Amato in there with two women. At least take your glasses off, brother.
Oh, wow.
Senator
Are you kidding?
Didn't I tell you, Kevin? First thing.
What?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, we had a lot of fun. Oh, man, it was beyond. Look, I could be driving down the street, walking down the street, and I just bust out laughing. Those were the golden days. With the backdrop of New York City and the energy of New York City. And as crazy as we all were, now I was the craziest, right? And Kevin would egg me on to do certain things. Like I was like the Mikey of the group. Like, nobody will eat it. Mikey will do it.
Yeah,
so he would
Mikey will eat it.
He'd kind of push me into things and ask me, so what did you do? What sound did you make? What sound did she make? Well, back up a little bit. No, you didn't.
I need to know.
Exactly.
I need to know.
You did that? How did you do it?
I need to know.
You didn't do it right. Go back and do it again to her.
Straddle her from behind.
Straddle her from behind. Oh, no, too high. Hal Rubin.
Oh, gosh.
I got a song for everybody. Like, okay. With Hal
I'm
Rubin,
not encouraging you.
No, you are. We're gonna have it. We're gonna get that. Look. I was tired earlier, but I'm good now, and I'm a little sweaty because I can't keep all the fans on, and that fan is about to get ghetto because it's like after a while it starts knocking.
It's just waiting. It's just waiting.
Yeah.
Right moment.
yeah. And then he go back and like question you on everything. And he wanted every detail, and I would tell it. You know what I mean? So he'd get all the information out of me, like in my conquest. I'd go back the next day, and I'd sit over my. It was almost like I was airing out. If I hung out Saturday night with somebody, or Friday, the next day.
I would hate to be that poor girl.
Huh? Oh,
I said I'd hate. They come around Kevin, and it's like, I know.
For real. Oh, but I mean, we all had people. We all had people that we tell things. Well, Kevin was the number one person that not only did I tell, but he extracted more than I even remembered to tell.
Oh my God!
He'd take me places from the episode or the conquest that I forgot that it's hard to get me embarrassed. And I wasn't embarrassed, but he'd take you in that place where you're like, oh man, you tell on yourself. And he had a way of doing it. Or he has a way of doing it. Even over the phone, I'm on a different continent. remember that time when so-and-so and so-and-so? We might bring so you never finished that story with me. So now I'm with the young lady named Hope, who escorted me in there. And yes, at that age, a couple of things happened in one of them rooms. Yes, you know.
Yes.
I got away from Irma Bombeck at that point, right? But when I came out the door, she was right there. And she was like, wow, I wish that was me. When she was, because the door of the wooden door didn't close all the way. And she was one of the people there sitting there peeking. And I'm like, there's all these men running around in here with their own woman and they'll do stuff. So she's like, listen, I meant what I said when I asked you and I told you I wanted to suck you. That's all I want to do. Just a little bit. But I don't want to insult anybody because I know you have somebody with you. And I said, yeah, you know, we're very close. She said, no, we're not. We just came in here together. We did what we did. I'm like, oh, she threw me under the bus. And so Irma Bombeck was like, oh, okay. I was about to lie to get out of it. Like, you know, play like you're angry, play like you're, you know, jealous, play like you're clingy, whatever. And so
my girl said, no way.
And she was like, huh, what he did to me, you'd love to. I'm like, don't incriminate me even more. This is all she said she wanted to do. So the husband was always in the shadows. I'm like, this creepy dude, right? Imagine having them as neighbors. All of a sudden, every night they come in, come on, honey. So she threw me under the bus. She says, Lance, I would love to see that. I said, is Irma Bomb? I didn't call her Irma Bomb back at the time. I said, is she paying you off or something? So I was like, I said, I'll come back there with you to the girl. I went back in the room and Irma Bombeck. It was a weird scenario. Yes, I let it happen for like 3 minutes. And how my stomach was, I said, I took this X-Lax with her and I had to get up. And she wasn't into that. And like I said, it wasn't even like Irma Bombeck had the honor of it was just like flop, flop, flop. You know what I mean?
Oh my God.
I did not go to the bathroom. I ran straight to the shower and I was chicka, 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 a chicka, 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 a chicka, a chicka, a chicka. Took the towel, a chicka, 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 grabbed up under, lifted up, a chicka, 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 way up under, chicka, 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 each individual one to the side, looked down, grabbed the whole thing, I chicka, chicka sideways like I was brushing my teeth, held everything and hit the back. She didn't even go to the back, but I always keep, everything clean. And I was like, I got another white rag from the guy who was like the guy who, gives you these things, right? I said, give me 2 more. I was scrubbing. It was like I was playing an instrument. You even see the folks in church, in the Pentecostal church in the South, when they're playing the, what's the thing? The thing to wash clothes, the, whatchamacallit? And they go, ricka-tick,
I know. Yeah,
and they have a spoon, right? And then ricka-tick. Well, I was washing dick, dick. Homeboy is like, yo, what's up? It wasn't that bad. You know what I mean? Why you treat me this way? I was all numb.
Oh gosh, you're terrible.
Soaked up and
you are terrible.
Irma Bombeck.
You are terrible. Oh gosh.
Irma Bombeck. Look, I ain't gonna lie. Like I said, I at least I wasn't that guy. As you walk on by, he was just glad to be in the joint. And he probably took the escort home or went to one of the little rooms and just probably kindly fell asleep. Must have, because I saw her out with her robe on and she whipped out a book and was sitting there reading it because she wasn't really into what was going on there. That was mainly him. That's why I knew she was an escort. Right. He might have went there at this moment and just, I'm here. Like when you're on vacation for a long time or you're finally retired. Like,
right. Nobody knows him. He probably came from somewhere else.
That's the thing. Plato's Retreat had such an international clientele. I'm not saying let's fly out to New York and go to Plato's Retreat every week. No, but like I said earlier, the World Trade Center, Times Square, Empire State Building, Statue of Liberty, the Circle Line, whatever else New York means to people back in the day and still today, like that's the thing. Excuse me. That's the thing you do. But on the flip side, there's an underbelly that you want to go to that many people are like, I heard about this place. Even if they weren't into it, they would go because you saw a lot of people who were there who were like, they were robed up they paid their money And they were out of there at the hour because we saw it. We saw what goes on here. We're not into this. You know what I mean? So that's what it was. So you're seeing all these people doing all these different things and they're walking around. And one thing I will say about a swingers club is that there's no tension. I mean, okay, there's sexual tension, right? But there's not really sexual tension because the people who are living this, they do all these different, it's normalcy for them. So for me to see so much at such a young age, and I've been places even years before that, Kevin and Jack Griffin can tell you, like, I wasn't numb to it, but it was like, I wasn't a thrill seeker, but I always like, I want to go. And should I tell them about Club O with Hillary Clinton? That wasn't a real Hillary Clinton. Remember? And the guy who was in a little stretchy thing. Should I tell you about that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
This was bizarre. I need to change this thing to the crazy things Lance have seen. You know? Let me take a peek. Okay, a few lines up. What did he say? Oh, okay. What did he say? I'm just looking.
Who? Kevin?
He's the fact checker because he'll say, oh, you're wrong. Like, I'll tell a story that I forgot and I may say something thinking it was the way it was. No. But he'll let you tell it and then correct you. So anyway, oh God, well, okay. Was it? No. It was Club O. It was right across the street from Danceteria. Danceteria was a dance club on the 21st Street between 5th and 6th. And I think the Limelight was down the block, maybe a block or two up or down. And if you remember the Limelight, that was a club that used to be a cathedral. And they never changed it. Don't ask
me about none of those things.
Oh, you don't? Okay, right. You know, yeah, it was a cathedral that was converted into a club. And there was a lot of uproar from people who were very religious or Christianity or Catholics, like that's sacrilegious because they were into the whole brick and mortar worship. And they still had like some of the statues of different saints and stuff here and there. Look up Club Limelight in New York City. You'll get some article, New York Times, whatever, or New Yorker Magazine kind of article, you know. Yeah. Paddles. It was Paddles that we went to. Remember, Kevin? Paddles. I'll tell about Paddles. That guy was massaging a woman's feet. But Club O was high up. There were a lot of clubs that were like 15, 20 stories up.
Right.
There might have been a little ad in the back of the Village Voice with an address. Tiny something you wouldn't see. And this was an S&M club. Now, I wasn't into that per se, you know. We're going down a rabbit hole here, y'all. But
I'm following.
See, everybody feels like that cop, that detective, like, you're not telling us everything. Tell us everything. And they take the cigarette and burn it on my like, oh, okay, I'll tell it. You know, I'm in there hungry. I ain't eaten 3 days, you know. So anyway, you had to take this elevator. It was like a service elevator to go up to I'm not sure it was the 20th floor, the 15th floor, but it was right across from Danceteria. And remember, Kevin, Charlie Thomas, the bodybuilder, he used to work there. Yeah, rubbing the feet. So I used to be able to go to a lot of these clubs and a lot of these peep shows and sex shops where a lot of bodybuilders who didn't have regular jobs, but because they were big and strong, and some of them just had all kind of backgrounds, whether they were locked up or had you know. So this afforded me in Times Square in the late 70s and early 80s, not just to pass through some place like a spectator or some curious person. I can go up in the peep show and hang up in there for like hours and meet all the girls who are working in there because these guys know them. You know what I mean? So I wasn't that guy who was like, had to pull up my trench coat and just look and just run inside a place. It was like you're hanging out with your friends. So the same day lady was on the Bog Show. Oh, right? You got a good memory. Gosh. Yeah. So I go up in this place, come up in the elevator, and they got the gates, you know, and there was a guy working it. And so he said, have fun. He wasn't part of it, but he kind of knew by the people that were in and out, like some strange things are going on in there, right? So I go in. It looks normal in the front cubicle. Looked real normal. I'm like, wow, I feel like a creep up in here. I'm expecting something crazy. So when the other door opened up, it opened up. Now the ceiling wasn't as high as Plato's Retreat, but it was a loft pretty high. And it was pretty high. It was painted black. what did I see? I saw dominatrixes, right? Like the high heels, the leather thigh highs, and these they weren't bras that covered everything. These are like little cups that had everything, and everything up top was hanging out like Jello pudding, almost ready to spill out. So it wasn't like they were there working, but because it was a sadomasochistic type of situation, and for those who don't know, S&M, it's a little different than B&D, bondage and domination. Sadomasochism, if you're sadistic, you like inflicting pain, right? If you're masochistic, you like to receive pain. Now, not pain like I'm gonna come over there and knock your head off or just beat you up, but enough. Everybody has their levels of what they like. And pain, not like, oh, I bumped my leg on the coffee table in the middle of the night, I'm getting off from that, I'm suffering right now, right? No, not like that. But in a slightly twisted sexual scenario where, you're doing things to them. So I kind of walked through, I always try to find the shadows when I was in these places, right? I want to kind of park up and be like, let me see. Because I was like an investigative reporter, which I guess I was, but it took like about 30, 40 years for me to report like I'm reporting now. I never knew as I accumulated these stories in life that I'd be spitting it back en masse to many people I know by face, by connection, by phone, and some who are like Lance, I was in third grade with you. I didn't know you turned out to be such a weirdo, So anyway, people are quiet next door. Usually they get up and make a little noise or something like that. Man, this guy's a freak. So anyway, I'm in there and I grab a corner and I see this dude. Now, remember on the Addams Family where, what's his name? Gomez. What's his name? Gomez? What's his name?
Festus.
Not Uncle Fester, but the husband. What was his name? Well, anyway, he had a little mustache, whatever. So, like he had that thing that stretched him, right? Where his it was a piece of wood, like a plank.
It was Gomez.
Gomez, right. So you know how the seesaws were, right? They go but so far, right? Well, imagine going on a seesaw that's like really wide, and you tie your hands over your head, and your feet by the ankles are bound. You can't move. And so this thing
can't imagine.
It wasn't just like a seesaw. It went further back. It could almost go upside down, but it was just like that. So this guy was at like 45 degrees with his head down. So
oh my God.
The one who was his he was worshiping, it brought it down a little bit, and then she turned her back, and all of a sudden, I see smoke. Now this guy's naked. He's a Jewish dude because he had a little beanie on, and he's another little small weenie because you saw nothing but hair and something just poking through. Like he was another one that you can take the condom out and just toss it like a horseshoe, right? So anyway, but yet still he was probably somebody's boss making millions of dollars, right?
Hey, Empress.
Empress, right?
Yeah.
Pulling it out from the archives. So anyway, she turns around and she got a candle. And like a little candle holder kind of cup looking thing under it. And the candle was lit up and wax was coming down the candle. And she's approaching Gomez, the Jew dude who's naked, who's tied up on this little plank, what he's bound to. And she held the candle up in the wax, because it took a little while to do this now, because she stood there for a while. The wax and what was in the candle, she turned it on him, on his testicles. She flooded his nuts with wax. And there was something else in there, because usually when wax hits skin, it's warm by the time it comes down. But this thing had something in it. The wax was mixed with something that kept the flames going for about 3 seconds after, where it was actually burning him, but not burning his skin because the wax protected it, but he felt the heat. So all I could remember is her turning this over and smiling, and he's looking up. He shrieked a death shriek. And all of this wax was going over his private parts. And when it cooled off, when it cooled off, it was like a shell. It was like, here's a bowl of your balls. Oh my gosh. This is plastic, right? That was wax. You saw his little thing. It looked like 3 little balls, right? I couldn't tell which one was what. You know what I mean? So I'm sitting here like,
what the hell am I looking at?
I was sitting there so still. It was emulating a lady in Plato's Retreat who didn't have to move her head because the guy's penis was so small when she was giving him the head. because she was like, I thought somebody hit the pause button.
I'll tell you, I'm watching these images like 5 seconds after you say it in my ears, you know.
Right.
So
Okay. Angie Love is cracking up. Right. But see, I'm glad you all know that I'm a decent, respectful young man, right? I can tell these crazy stories and open up. And I really appreciate that. Because if you can think about it and laugh too, so be it. Don't you forget about me as you walk on by. See, I'm messed up because every time I hear that, look, how can I tell people every time I hear that song, I think of an almost 70-year-old naked white man dancing. They be like, you need help. I got to tell the whole story. Because when I hear the song, I start cracking up. And I look around like, who can I tell the story to? Because I'm all messed up. You know? Even Kevin and Jack, they know. And that song, yeah, we heard your song. Which one? Simple Minds. Don't you forget about me.
Oh my gosh.
Crazy. So anyway.
You got everybody in the chat. You got 76 people and whoever else ain't even in the chat messed up right now. Because who didn't know Simple Minds, Don't You Forget About Me? They're going to look it up. And those of us who knew it will never be the same.
You'll never be the same. Because I'm jacked up. I don't even know what normal is. I'm telling you, I don't know what normal is. Behind the dollar van and working in jails and prisons and driving the bus. I could tell you some bus stories. But anyway, so okay, back in the place here, right?
Yes.
There's like a little jacuzzi area, and you can get in there from the other side because this place was pretty big. It wasn't so tall, and it wasn't as big as Plato's Retreat, but it did have little nooks and crannies, right? I will tell you this disgusting part before I tell you the other funny parts that were kind of disgusting also. About the futons, about the couches that are like futons, right? You know, futons that are just like sit right down like a couch, and you could open it up, and it's like a little bed. Well, they had them all on the side of this one room, and it was really dark. And they had this purplish, I'll never forget this kind of purplish light. Like, what do I see in here? Like some electronics have this bluish purplish looking light that when it's lit up, you know it's on. But it lit up the room a little bit. And I'm walking past this room and I see a butt, a naked butt. But that's all I saw. So between the cushions, there was this man who took off one leg of his pants and hiked his leg up on the futon, and then he had his knee on the ground and shoved his head kind of down. He had to be uncomfortable to get into that position.
I'm going to be sick.
Yeah, because I told you about it. You know what's coming. Oh, man. Yeah, you know what's coming, all right. So in these clubs, they usually do not allow man-on-man contact. It's women on women, men with one woman, with two women, with three. All you want to do, you know, that's the way it's laid out. Now, I would see little buggers that would do little things like off the beaten path, but you really don't do that stuff there because you get thrown out. And some guys, but that's discrimination. Well, this is not what goes on in this club. But anyway, I knew it was a man because I saw what was hanging. But he was arched in a way where you saw, his planet Uranus. We'll say it that way, Uranus, right? This guy got mad at me in a restaurant one time. I was sitting there with this woman. We were eating.
Have a good night, Kim C.
Kim C.
Yes,
you can come back. You know what's going to be going on here. Rest well. Thank you. I hope I didn't freak you out too much, right? But you're probably going to get up the street and hear, or you're going to look at YouTube. It's going to pop up. Don't you forget about me. I'm going to mess all of y'all up tonight, right? So anyway, he's in this position. I'm not standing there looking at him. I just walked off like he might be drunk or high on some drug or whatever have you. But when I walked around maybe an hour later, I'm watching things and everything. I walked by the room an hour later. There was a guy getting up off of him, pulling his pants up.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's what I said. And the guy just looked like so toxic, just pulled his pants up, he had a gut.
Oh my gosh.
A wedding band on. And I was like, no, I'm not seeing this. So from the distance that I was like maybe about 10 feet away. And so I'm seeing this guy that got up off of him his potential next generation oozing down from the orifice of this man who never got up to see who did that with him. And as I passed by, I stayed there a couple hours. I was tripping out just watching people. You don't have to get high and use drugs. You can get around some of these people and these weird spirits, which, you know, that's what it was too. It's a spiritual thing. It's you feel weird after that because it's like, what latched on to me? You know what I mean? I hope nothing. Let me brush this stuff off. I'm telling you some real hardcore undercover things that people live.
New York City underbelly.
Back in that day. That's why I'm going to definitely document it because it's so. As I talk about this, I'm seeing so many different things I could say. Now, behind that, there were the two white men in that jacuzzi, and this tall woman looked like Grace Jones. It wasn't her. Same short haircut, and she had the thigh highs on, leather. And she got in there and there was a swing inside the thing. They couldn't move too far. She sat in it and the white men were sitting there. All you saw was one hand and they were kissing each of the boot. So the other hand was, you know what he was doing. When you see a dude with a shoulder, you know, and you see it going like this, you know what's happening, right? And they were just kissing it. She was down there looking at him and cursing at him. You're my slaves and so on and so on and so on. Yeah, we love it. Oh, we love it. Oh. I wouldn't want to be in that water. Whoever finished first, they better hurry up. The next one better get out. Because all kind of things will be swimming around, getting on your leg and all this stuff. Ugh. But anyway, it made me think, well, right after, I was in the same position, right? Because I looked over to the side. There wasn't a stage there, but it was like a makeshift platform, which was like about maybe 1.5 feet tall. And it was cruddy looking. It was like an old elementary school, you know, kind of whatever. And it's like, okay, this is dated. This has been around for 40 years. So there was a woman who resembled Hillary Clinton, right? In a way, a younger, not the old one, not the young one, but the one in the middle. When that was married to President Clinton when he was around with Monica Lewinsky in the Oral Office. Okay. So this man had walked his wife over to this chair. It was a hard chair, hard wooden chair, but the slats on the back, like the part you lean back on, was ripped off. He didn't do it. It was just like that. So it's just two prongs up like that, right? So he blindfolded her. She had like some kind of bra on, and he pulled it down. She's blindfolded. He took some rags and bound her, tied up behind her back, and lowered her down, face down on this hard behind chair. She's on her knees and lifted her skirt up. And she had these little panties that had buttons that you can bing, you know, the always ever ready type thing. You know, I got a dress on, it's no problem. We can get busy. So he took it and shoved it up where it wasn't in sight. So this was her husband, right? And I saw them when they walked in, they kind of, they gave a kiss to each other, right? So it was a whole different scenario now because it was like, okay, fellas. And he said it loud, like, I expected to hear some kind of vaudeville act music, like it's a circus. That's what I'm expecting to hear, right? Because all he didn't say was hurry, step right up. Because he basically said, okay, fellas, this is your lucky night. And this man was so degrading, but that was part of the get off for him. Like,
Right.
Who wants to FUCK my whore? My whore loves it. Come one, come all. Join up. Come on. And dudes were like looking like, oh, for real? Korean dudes. 2 Korean dudes were in there. I know they were Korean. A couple of black guys were in there and a whole lot of white guys, all different shapes and sizes and all kind of weird looking bodies, whatever. I remember there was one guy, he was there and he just looked crazy, like he was a crazy, drugged out truck driver. He was walking around boots and lumberjack. Just look on his face, right? Just looking. But down his teeth were just like, he's staring. And his eyes almost look like these swirls behind me. So I'm like, he's over there, I'm over there. I don't just gotta whip out a gun or whip out a crusty penis. I didn't want to see either one. And I didn't want to get shot by either one, right? So he lined these people up. And he was going around like it was an exhibit. He got this little stick, like a pointing stick, like a small pool stick. He's like, and he's pointing and he's slapping on the backside. And it said, I want you
These
all.
people are a wreck.
So when I go in on white folks, trust me, I know.
Oh my gosh.
And we're going to get a lot of thumbs down because he's telling the truth about me. I remember him. He had hair back then.
Oh my gosh.
And this was in March of March of 1983. I remember it was March.
Oh yeah.
And I think Kevin, I said, Kevin, come on with me, Kevin. He's like, I got to do something in the morning, man. Right? So he didn't go. But I tried to get. See, I was always the one always going. But occasionally,
you're the one.
Yeah,
You're the one.
I was like, I'll go by myself, whatever. I'm going out there, right? But the next day, what did you do? How did you do it? You know what I mean? What sounds did you make? You know, how do you know?
And what did you do?
And what did you do? And I was always trying to like avoid the whole Irma Bombeck confession, right? But anyway, yeah. So he found this one little white guy, and he climbed up behind her with no shame. And the people are even like, wow, look at this. It was like Caligula. It was just like, but there was a mood to it. It was like, it was a dark, I'm not going to say demonic, but it was depressing. It was like, look at these people coming in like they're corporate entities and the way the world projects the image of white people.
Yes.
But look at them in here and look what they're doing. Meanwhile, while this was beginning, I'm going to come back to that. You know, the whole Puritan thing back in the day where they had the thing they stuck your head in and stuck your hands on and they clamped it down and locked it. Well, there was a dude down there. He was suffering, but he wasn't suffering an orgasm. He had his head down and he had this dominatrix who was teasing him and saying how, you know, small his penis is and he's no good. And I don't care how much money you have. You're just a wimp. You can't satisfy your woman, whatever. If I show you my clit is bigger than your penis. Okay. Your penis is so small, you qualify as a lesbian with balls.
Oh my!
She was just racked. I was like, oh my God, where's she getting this stuff from? She was good. She should have done stand-up comedy. For real. So anyway, she was like, I bet you want to suck my breast. And he was like, And so she pulled out. I mean, it was already halfway out. It was just a hidden nipple. She pulled it out. Now I'm about 4 feet away. I'm like, I don't care. I'm watching this one. I'm bold. I'm relaxed. I'm not back there with that man who was bent over by the couch. I'm not over here. You know, I'm sitting here watching this. So she tortured him because anyway, it was like this. She pulled her breast out and he had to lift his head up, but the wood on the thing wouldn't let it go so far. And he was trying to stretch his neck. His tongue out. But she kept the nipple like a half inch away from him. So he's struggling, trying to get nipple. And I'm sitting here, the struggle is real, y'all. His neck was straining. He was getting red marks when he kind of and she's like, it's right here. And so he try again, and she back up a little bit. Yo, I want to crack up so bad. I was laughing when I was holding it in. And she had a serious look on his face. God. And she was looking at me like, oh, you have control. She didn't say that, but like, I can't rule you that way. No, I'm not trying to get nobody white titty in my mouth. Black breasts all the way. I was militant even in my, Irma Bombeck. Let's erase that low score. But anyway, I just left that when it was kind of freaking me out because this guy submitted to this and he was enjoying it because
that is madness.
He was naked too, but when I look back, this homeboy was erect. He had one of the ones that trick you. It start out small and bing, it's like, whoa, what's going on here? You know what I mean? Wasn't nobody tossing no horseshoe over that. Look at this. Look at this. Even that other guy could have wore this.
Oh, gosh.
So now I go back over to the circus, right? And this guy, this is the nasty part. So please, I don't want to discuss anybody.
This is where we get sick, family. Please.
If you're eating,
this is where we get sick.
I mean, I can stop. Serious Poems like, no, keep going. Let me see.
I know. Oh, Angie's here. She's having a good time. Indigo King is here. My Kia, hi, hon. How you doing?
My Kia, they don't know what they're walking into on this one, right? So, Okay. I heard a boop, boop. I guess you're reconnecting.
Yeah.
Let me take a sip of this drink.
Oh, I'm here. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Just taking a sip of this drink.
Okay. No reeling in Indigo King. I can't be bothered.
I'm gonna sleep real light because I've confessed things from the bottom of my soul.
Yes.
Anyway.
Yes.
By the time I got back, I wasn't there long watching The Pursuit of White Titties. But by the time I got back, the guy that was real tall and had that dumb look on his face, like, that's all I can remember, just looking perplexed, like he was lost, like he just woke up, like he had a hangover and just woke up. He was next in line. Two or three other guys ahead of him had hit Hillary Clinton off. And like the husband said, don't pull out.
You need to stop.
You choose which of the orifices of the two that you want to invade. He said, please, no lubrication.
Oh my God.
And she was blindfolded, cuffed with rags, tied behind her back. It was a bright red miniskirt, and she flipped up. And she, that's all I can remember. I'm not making fun, but hey, you put yourself out there. I got to make fun. So the other guy, he looked at the guy. What was the show? I forgot. It'll come to me. But this guy, he had the same expression on his face. He was just like a caveman. And he grunted. That's all he did different.
Oh my God.
Silverback with it.
What? Oh my God.
And not once did he look down at her. He just got there and just looked around, finished, and got up and walked away. So she was truly a receptacle. And there were more people coming. Now, the guy said, hey, fella, you want to get in line? I'm like, no. Come on, screw the whore. Sure, she's a BITCA. She's this, she's that. She's a no good slut. They love using the slut word of their wives. Even when they behind closed doors, a lot of them, right? And it's not a coming together, bad term, right? Of romantic, or even if you're playful in your bedroom activities, which can be on the kitchen counter or whatever. You're home, you do what you do. It's not a connection thing. It's almost like a resentment, I don't like you thing with a lot of these white men.
Right. You know what I mean?
I've seen a lot of them in action like that. Or they're very submissive and they get like little babies or whatever. You know what I mean? So when it comes to sexuality, and many of them don't have a healthy sexuality, but I'll say,
they don't.
We got a lot of mixed up black men out here too, because of what has happened to us. I understand that. I won't even say mixed up, I'll say victims, right? And the common thread that I see, I'm trying to hold back the disgusting part. The common thread that I see is almost like, and I'm gonna tie this into slavery, right? With these white men who want to offer up their white wives. It's like, I know I have it coming to me. I know I have advantage in the society from what was done to you. Even if I didn't actually do it to you, I'm benefiting from what my great-grandfather, what I'm benefiting from what they did. And even though I'm arrogant around my friends in the midnight hours, like, oh man, if they have an ounce of consciousness, there's a white guilt thing going on with this. So guess what? On the plantation, unfortunately, we had a lot of our brainwashed brothers.
Yes, Angie.
Because the white woman, they didn't never have no shape, but they had them balloon out dresses. So you thought they had something going on under there, and they take it away, and it's something two-dimensional. You can take them and mail them. Well, I'm going to travel to Czechoslovakia and take a stamp and put it on my backside because my backside is so flat, I can fly free like mail, right? So they were put up to be the prize in the forbidden fruit. Yeah, they were put up to be the prize in the forbidden fruit. So you had the big buck. She walked by, he better look down. He better look down and not look her way.
Right.
Because if you looked at her the wrong way, you might get killed, lynched, or whatever. So because she was the status symbol, and the so-called master really didn't give a damn about her, but you better not, because she was a symbol, she was whatever. And she can look out the window while you hanging down to your ankle, and she's like, I'd like to try one of those. And that's why she would have you come inside when master was gone. I've said it before. I need you over here, Buck. Come on in, Sambo, or whatever she called him. I need you. Well, is it okay? Because, we can't come in the house by ourselves with you because master, he ain't here. And some of the jealous slaves out there, he got the chance to go inside the house. So when master comes back later, if anything got around, he gonna ask them, yes, master. He was up in there and I heard her moaning and screaming because he wanted to go up there.
Man.
So now you're scared as a slave. You see this white woman who don't really look like nothing at all, but because of your brainwashing, you want her so bad, but you know it means death. So when she lays down on the bed and you're like, whatever her name was, you like, where's the box I got to lift? Where's the thing I got to do? Right here, Billy Bob, or what? No, not Billy Bob, but right here, Buck, And she opened them thighs, and this guy was so nervous, but in his mind, he saw heaven. A white woman with her thighs on the bed. We're talking about life and death here.
Mercy.
We're talking about this is something, now
but he's willing to risk his life to do that.
And they do it in 2021. Willing to risk their lives for something that is like food that has no taste. And it's not even made for you. There is no energy exchange in this. White women have no feeling. It's like eating cardboard that you shook some ketchup on, and the cardboard is the meat. There's nothing there. But they're getting something from you because of your spiritual powers and abilities. See, we done took a turn from crazy stories, but now we're talking truth now.
We're talking truth now.
You have this spiritual power and energy, even you at a reduced state, thinking that and brainwashed and so taken far away from what you are, but you still have this power that she wants that her husband cannot give to her. We're not talking about just a piece of penis.
Right.
Your spirit, your soul, your essence.
Yes.
To have you push up inside her and for her to sit there and feel that. It's more than just a penis. Because like I said, from your brain, down your chakras, down your back. It's a life force. All behind you, up under your testicles and up in your penis. It's your life force. And for you to go through the motion of having an orgasm. And she feels you flooding her insides, that she made you get to that point, whether it was her or something in your mind. She is taking that rush of energy from you. Yes. This is why in those clubs, swing clubs or regular clubs or whatever, it's an epidemic. It's an epidemic.
That's sexual adrenochrome, isn't it?
Yes, these white women. And they push that in the porn. To give these black men who think this way, wow, it's almost like dangling the carrot. So you see the carrot on a video, you looking for the carrot in real life. And they know they have this power over you, which is not power, it's brainwashing. So now here you are grunting and groaning, not even thinking about the consequences. And after she's finished using you, right? She can say you raped her if word got around.
Exactly.
And when that master comes back, he doesn't want to hear that because you're 3/5 of a human being, not even a human being. Their dogs mean more to them than you. You're just a piece of property, but their dogs have more clout. Even today, look at the cops. They'll have a little dog that's, he's technically an officer. Yeah. Something happened to him, they give him all this,
they give him
going off.
And, funeral.
Yeah. But even still, in regular life.
Airplane flyover, no.
Yeah. What happened?
No, I said airplane flyover for the dog.
Yeah, for real. So now you don't know if your life is hanging in the wings or not because you go back, you're scared now. The other slaves are talking. How was it? How you don't want to talk about that because now it'll be looked at as though you're bragging. There might be a sister who liked you before, but now you went and laid down with the slave master's wife. She don't even be bothered with you. But the same token, remember how the white men who had power over our sisters and they were brainwashed too. So they may not look at it like, I'm going to go to bed with him and his penis is going to be inside me and I'm going to enjoy it. No, I'm being elevated in status because he has interest in me. And he chose me over the other ones. And he's going to spray inside of me to make me pregnant. And I'm going to have all of these children on the plantation that everybody knows belongs to Massa, but he's going to be in denial about it. So this is why Thomas Jefferson and George Washington and all these people, whoever they are, there's a lot of black people out here who are what they would say mixed, but got their DNA going through their system. You see what I mean?
Right.
And we're still messed up. Because I really can't bring myself to believe or know that these white men out here really are falling in love with these black women. You have, look, out here in Accra, out here in Ghana, you go to any Ghanaian or most, Google it, go to many Ghanaian dating sites. I'm not looking to date nobody, but I know where to look to see where the flavor is. Not just that, but I've gone other places. I've looked at religious things, looked at political things. I looked at the underbelly of Ghana. And because of my vast experiences just in the world, whether it's New York City or Orlando and states in between, because I've been places, I've been around, trust me. It don't take me too long to know what it is. Something's going wrong with your car and you bring it into your mechanic. You don't have any clue what it is, but he's been doing this thing so long, guess what? That's your transmission and you have something, I bet you. I'm still going to put it up on the diagnostic machine, the computer. But I bet you this is what it is. And 99 times out of 100, he's right because he's been there and done that. But I find it hard.
And he knows the sounds.
Yes, exactly. But I find it hard to really grasp when you see the dynamics of everything. These white men who are with our sisters now are really, really into them. And you can't make a full connection. You cannot make you're not physically and spiritually made to do this. And the same with the black man and the white woman. You can try to force the parts all you want. You can try to put a Nissan engine in a Toyota and you can rewire things. So you can make it drive, but it's not going to be the smooth ride than if it was original factory parts. You see what I mean? There's something missing. And it's like what I say before is that whenever you're with one of them, no matter what the pairing, you have to leave your culture and your blackness at the door.
Behind. Yes.
You better reduce who you are. You better reduce your vibration. I don't care who want to see the kumbaya moments. Like I said, I'm not contradicting myself. In business level, I do business with anybody because money's coming in. And I'm not going to say that I'm evil, whatever, but these are the rules of society that even if they seem like they're a little nice, they are not going to go to change it because it benefits them. But so how nice can they really be?
Right. And you know what? We really need to, as melanated people, we really have to take a page out of the Jewish culture and tradition, right? Because
they're on code.
Where I work, I remember there was a conversation going on one day, and someone asked the guy that was the director of the facility, would he ever date a melanated person or a black woman? Would he date a black woman? Or would he marry a black woman? And he literally stood there with a straight face and said, no, because it basically what we're saying, it would mess up their lineage. It will water down their lineage.
But they'll go have fun with somebody else.
It's forbidden. And he said it straight out, straight faced, no issue. I'm standing right there, no problem. We don't do it.
So why should it be a problem if we feel this way?
Exactly.
Why are we not allowed on a psychological level to go toward that?
Right.
And for those black men who want to run with the white woman, if you're going to do it, bring your money, your resources, your essence, your everything. I'm not saying to do it. But if you messed up in the head and you want to go do it, don't give her all. Give your sister all. Give your sister all. It should be about us as a people. There shouldn't be, you fooled, you're working hard, you get your pension or you get a fortune and you die, where's it going to go? It's going to go with her right back. Whether she move back in with her mama or move back in her, because she's not going to live with you. All the way she'll live with you is if she's a hood rat and you live in the hood too. Excuse me. That's the only way it's going to be. But they look at our sisters like pets. And they say the love word. And they will take them and treat them and buy. And you know, someone says, oh, he treats me better than the black men I was with. They all beat me or cheated on me and did this and this. And so they're looking for the white savior, the white Jesus syndrome. And so now all of a sudden, so now we have sisters walking down the street or in the restaurant or in the mall looking at you as a black man while they're swinging their hand with the white man like, yeah, I know you don't like it. I have an upgrade. You see? Yeah. Or you have the brothers who are looking at the sisters that way. In a very slight way. It may not be where, like Richard Pryor, no, what's the movie, The Prison, you know, yeah, we bad,
Bustin' Loose.
Right, yeah. They look at, they have this air about them. You know, like, and here in the motherland, I got to blow it up. There's a lot of that going on.
Wow.
There's not many of them here per se, but you will see a lot for a country where it's mostly us. You will see that. And you will see, and when I spoke about it, when we were sitting, Mr. Scurv and I, after we came out of the plant-based restaurant, remember? And I said, look at him. Look at that white man with the black woman. And she had a nice little shape.
Yeah, I heard you. Yeah.
But I said it in a different way. I said, yeah, look at him. He's looking at her like a sweet little piece of pet ass. And she had a subservient manner about her. Like she was there to serve him, but he wasn't there to honor and respect and uphold her. Right. We knew that. And I watch hard body language. I watch for those unscripted moments, not just the way you hold your limbs, but the spiritual thing. When I really put my eyes on something,
you see more than
I'm not going to assume. Not like, oh, you just said it about any interracial. No, I don't. I'm watching these dynamics. It's those unguarded things we do, the way we look down, the way we talk to each other, how we relate to each other when you're away, and you can really see what it is. You can give a fair diagnosis, but it's a spiritual thing. That third eyes open up. And I could read it like a cheap novel. And she looked over my way. She saw me and Mrs. Scurv, but she glanced me in her eye real quick, and she looked down like, I don't want him to see me looking at, because that's their fear. When they have you corralled off in a so-called arrangement, which they will call a relationship, that's their fear that you're going to go back home, that you're going to go back home to your man, because I'm not the part that's made for you. Right. And if you notice, a lot of them white men who got the black women, they'll hang out with more black women. They don't want too many black men around unless he's emasculated, submissive, or straight up gay. Tell me I'm wrong. Because it's a power and control thing. Even if he's not sleeping with the other black women, these are my little niglet slaves. And I
look at me, look at what I can get.
Exactly. Black man, you ain't walking around with nothing because you're nothing in the society, but look at who I have. And they're all cheesy.
Right.
They get around the black man. Get away from me. I'm not saying all of our sisters, right? I'm just saying those particular types. And you know, it's a funny thing when you're with your mate who happens to be a black woman, and you're sitting in a restaurant and you see that sister looking over at you. She's not staring you down, but a lot of these sisters who are hurt, who are with these white men, is subconscious get back to the black men that they love. That fan is turning ghetto on me. So if you hear the knock, 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 let me know so I just cut it off and I just be sweating.
I will let you know.
All right.
Yeah.
It's like a subconscious get back, because they're always ready to glance your way to see if you're watching them angry that your own sister, even if you got your woman, you don't want to see that. And they want that victory. Like, you're looking at me because with a white man? Does it hurt? Huh? Because they're getting back at that black man that they say abused them. You've become that now. So if you are with your woman and you're treating her like the queen that she is, even if you're with your woman, you're not getting along in public, whatever, you must let the world see you treat her like a queen. Right. You must let the world, when they have them interracial or just white folks, and you're looking at her eyes and you're touching her on her face, and you just say, I love you. Even if you don't do it as mushy, you give the people the impression that you're going to have to go through me if you even think about disrespecting my woman,
exactly.
I am her bodyguard. I'm a protector. I will kill you if you come near her or run up on us the wrong way. You're going to have to deal with me.
Exactly.
And that little wimpy white man is not going to treat that sister that way. You see what I mean? Because she's a pet. She's something to do. I always wanted to try a black gal. Have you ever had a black gal before? Like black gal is the standard. Like you get a Toyota Corolla. If you buy it in China, if you buy it in Japan, it's the same thing. Black gal. Yeah, I had one of those. Like you're coming off an assembly line. Like you're getting an iPhone or a PlayStation. You know, it's the same in their mind. It's nothing more because it's animalistic, because they have nothing more to offer. Look what Michelle Obama was in the spotlight when President Barack Obama was running, and all the monkey and gorilla and the this and the that. Serena Williams back in the day. I did a show on that. I think it was back I did a rant. It was like a little rant. 2000, like 10 years ago. CNN had a story on her. This was a long time ago. So I first got on YouTube. I wasn't even doing YouTube videos. It was like, just let me talk about this. Let me throw it out there. Something to do. And in the comments section on the CNN website, right? This is when they didn't moderate things. They didn't know what's going to get out of hand. The way like they do now. Yes. I would have loved to have screenshotted. I mean, it was countless thousands of Serena Williams. Oh, she looks like a man. She's a monkey. She's this, she's that. And I said in that particular video, white man, if you came home, right, and you saw Serena Williams in your bed, wearing a thong, bent over with some high heels, back arched, you couldn't get across that room fast enough to jump on that beautiful black backside. Exactly. But you're gonna call her. So what I'm saying is that they don't look at you as someone to uphold. You're just a get off. Because since you're an animal, it's kinky, it's grimy. Okay, granted, we're human. When you're with the person you're with, and you can explore, and you can trust them, it's a relationship, it's a commitment. I understand. Make love to me. And sometimes, like Eddie Murphy says, you might want to get kinky and be FUCK'd, but it's not like you're some low vibrational person. It's just that, it's just that we can do this, especially when a woman trusts you and know you've been with her. She can get open more. That's cool because it's in the confines of a relationship. But with these white men like this, it's like they may treat you nice and try to woo you over by doing the things that they say some brothers don't do, or maybe in her experience she never had. And I've seen guys look at me like, I'm going to get up in this pizza, because in the Lancescurv show, pizza is a 5-letter word that starts with P, but I'm not going to say P-U-S-S-Y. So pizza is unless I said, hey, I'm getting some vegan pizza, right? Pizza, that's what it means. I don't want to say the word. You know what I mean? Out of respect. You know what I mean? Because somebody might just, I heard about Lancescurv and go there for 2 minutes. Oh, he's nasty. He's disgusting. He's disrespectful to women. They don't know the whole. They already said it. Yeah. This is the raw thing, right? So they see you as that, and you're a possession. But they don't want you to run away. If you're a dog, they don't want you to run away to another person's yard and never come back, because they know they really don't. They know you're damaged. I'm not saying all our sisters are damaged, but those who they have like that. So now I'm going to have a lot of black women in the comment section. I've been with my white husband for 15 years, and I ain't damaged. I know there's going to be people like that. There's going to be people
probably not.
Yeah. Well, I mean, maybe not. I'm not saying this is gospel for every single situation. It's just like when a man says, well, she's a lesbian because she ain't have no relationship with her father. Maybe she was molested by some man. There are a lot of lesbians who have wonderful relationships with their father. It was never molested. I mean, that, it's easy to say this is that. So I'm not going to say that this is the way 100% of the time. But from what I see, many times that's what it is. It's not even like you're into this man, but you always got to have the thing you want to throw a kick at the black. It's a certain look that they give you, like a look of victory. Like, yeah, I know you don't like this. I've never seen it. I've arrived. Yeah. Well, I mean, you're a black woman, but they're going to throw it off at you like that. You might get a brother who is the same way toward the sisters, right? I'm not saying they're all super arrogant, but they can be arrogance. And I use this scenario because I've seen this a lot. You have a black man, he has his hair cut really nice. He's got his little Rolex on. Let's amp it up just to make a point, right? He's driving his drop top Benz. He's driving through not a hood, but somewhere where it's not the most affluent neighborhood, where you see black women and men who have to work, and he's by the bus stop. He's playing his music.
Right.
He ain't playing our music either. Playing some old soft rock or something like that, right? And he's got a blonde white woman next to him. He's teasing like her hair and whatever. She playing a role too now because she knows she got eyes on her because she wants so bad to feel superior to that black woman that is made perfectly for him. But because she knows that his head is so screwed up, she wants to keep it that way, but she fears that. That's why if the black man cheated with another white woman, it wouldn't bother her as much. But if he cheated with a black woman, she can't give him what the black woman can give him. Point blank. That essence, that soul, that I'm not saying it's just a body part thing when I say what I'm about to say, but that bosom that you lay your head on when you're going through pain and hurt. There's nothing, I'm not talking about titties, I'm talking the bosom, the essence of her comfort for you.
Right.
Your mama died. You're a man, your mama died, and it hurts so bad. I'm not saying just gonna run right to put your face, but you're crying in the middle of the night, and that woman, she grabs you like a little baby. She knows you're a man. But she knows at this point your mama dies, you a little boy for a little while. Hold you.
Right.
And it's nothing like snuggling down and she's holding you and she's exhaling and you're inhaling. You just, you can feel the warmth of her breath, right? And she's holding you and you hear that heartbeat. And it's the best place to be. You see what I mean?
Wow.
That white woman cannot give you that. I don't care how big her titties are. It's not about
give you
titties.
That, yeah.
They get the fake titties. Oh, come on to my bosom.
Energy.
That's what it is. It's energy. That's right. That's right. That's what it is.
Man.
So these are things I've observed, and maybe people will say, well, there have been studies and polls and statistics, whatever. I know what I'm seeing. And I can't say it's 100%. I can't say it's 5 or 50, but me being sensitive and being around a lot of situations and being that black man who I'm no better than anybody else. I love my brothers. I love my sisters, but I was never that one who succumbed to the low expectations that they had of me. So this is when you get them talking about, oh, you're so articulate. I'm articulate. Well, you're an idiot.
To what?
Exactly. I run circles around you. And I tell these white men in a second, I'm the closest thing to Superman you ever want to see, spiritually, mentally, and physically. And even though I ain't been in the gym since 1985, I'll still run circles around them with their little steroided up self. Artificial this and artificial that.
Right.
I ain't done a damn thing. I'll still outdo them in about two months and 2 years before I'm 60 years old. I'll still get them because see, my strength is not just about muscle.
2 months.
It's here and it's here in my heart. Strength comes from the mind and your essence. You have a strong essence. Like I said, when you have a strong essence and personality, my joke always has been, I know I got a zany personality. I'm not saying it's the best, but I know I got a strong presence. I said, boy, I had to be a hell of an orgasm for my mother and my father. If I was wimped out and just what I said, boy, I would have been a watered down, whatever. Like, it wasn't worth it. You know what I mean? Just wasn't like the last one we had. You know what I mean? So I know that. Presence, your essence. Right? I don't know everything in the whole world, but I know I got that.
Gosh.
I know my will is strong. It is. I'll come back and haunt you if I didn't like you. Look across the wall. Is that Lance over? No, I'm just playing. And when you feel, and see, let me tell you something. This is the thing you feel when you have your essence strong and you're centered and you're connected and you hear a strong song and you feel this thing inside of you that's so emotional. It's not that you want to cry because you're sad or you hurt, but sometimes your eyes water up because you feel this song. And it's like spiritual food. It's like going to the gas station and gassing up. Yeah. You see what I mean?
It's like my song on the platform, that one that you played for me.
Yes.
Oh my God.
It hits you that way. You don't know who made it. You don't know where it came from, but it connects with you.
I don't know, but
so it's almost like that song. It's not super popular, but it's Martha Wash. And she's part of the 2 Tons of Fun, right? And they call them the Weather Girls. And like I said, in August of '83, I did that posing routine in front of City Hall with the Weather Girls, and they said it's raining men. I had that kind of body. Other guys were there. And, I'm trying to find a newspaper that has that little snippet in it, right?
Is there any videos of that or any pictures of that? Oh,
there's got to be a lot of video because the news cameras and stuff were all around. So a lot of people were videotaping this thing, but where do I get it from? I may have to go to the news files because a lot of people saw me when the credits were rolling up on the news and some little snippets of it. It was like, I'm showing Lancescurv. I was a nobody, but it was like the performers. Martha Wash was there. Strafe, I think the name is. Set it off on the left, y'all. Set it off on. I had a big, mohawk afro. Ready for the World. They all had the Jerry curls. They were there backstage, not backstage, but I was right back there with them all. But they just wanted us to be like little physical props to come out. It's raining, man. Boom, hallelujah. And my feet were hot. I didn't want to stay out there. I wanted to stay out there, but all in front of City Hall in Lower Manhattan was packed like a little Million Man March. And so when I got off the train,
you weren't in the official video.
No. I won't even lie. No, I wasn't. No, I could have pursued things like that then, but it just wasn't in my mind to do. I was too busy watching craziness in clubs. But like I said, Martha Wash, she made a song, "I Carry On." That thing, that song makes me strong. Or "Carry On." Martha Wash. Right. I stand alone in the eye of the storm. Pressure's all around, trying to bring me down. But it's all right because I won't give up the fight. My mama used to say, never give up, whatever. And then she busts out the song. Man, I'm ready to fight the heavyweight champ of the world when I hear that song. If I feel down, which I very seldom feel down for me is still up. I can still do stuff. Now, there are times when I'm not chronically like that, but we all feel down sometime. But I do my own music therapy. I'll play some songs and cut the lights out and zone out if I want to come down off a high, not no drug high, but just me being high on life. Say, listen, I'm so hyped. I'm not going to sleep tonight. Let me wind myself down. I have music to pick myself up. I got music to stimulate my mind if I want to write an article and take me back somewhere. Don't you forget about. Now, I'm not writing about that. I told you about that already, right? But yeah, that's. I use that for that. But those songs, I have some songs that drive me crazy with enthusiasm and fuel me up and make my essence stronger, and it works. I'm not amping it up and just saying it to be, some person. But there are certain songs that I play that before I would go to the gym, I was so hyped and so focused and everything. And that's why I know strength comes from the mind. Now, you need to train your body if you want to physically be strong and to be able to sustain what your spirit and your mind is giving you, because you'll break your legs doing something. You'll break something. Your physical has to keep up with that. But if you get your physical is right and your mind is right, you're unstoppable. But your mind got to be right. Right. So you have people who bloat themselves and lift weights and they get strong. I know about that, but I'm not saying all. But many of some of those guys and women who are in that kind of shape have weak minds. Now, you can't have a weak mind and go through that kind of training. I understand that. But these steroid people.
I can't.
No. But a lot of them don't have strong minds, believe it or not. They walk around and say, man, they look like Adonis. So this woman has such a beautiful body, a strong body. Most have strong enough minds to do that. I'm not putting them down. But if you think that they are like this iconic person who can motivate me or whatever, a lot of them have insecurities. A lot of them are driven by unhealthy insecurities that made them get there in the first place to get in that kind of shape. And a lot of them don't see themselves that way. They look in the mirror, they see the person they run away from being. I had a healthy sense of insecurity, but it wasn't nothing like, I'm running away from this person. No, it wasn't like that for me. So knowing that confidence and knowing that level at such a young age of being such a, I wouldn't say physical specimen, but for my age and my age group at that time, I started competing at 16 years old. So I wasn't physically insecure at all. I might have been insecure in life. Like, I'm 16 years old. I got this good body, but I don't have a car like that one. And boy, that's a lot of money. And boy, so you might like the dude that don't have the body, he may have other things, right? And it don't make you insecure, but you know that that's not going to cover everything. Because if you're dating a young lady and you want to go pick her up, you can pick her up in a cab. That's right. You got this nice body. Right. But I wasn't insecure that way either, right? But it's just those are different dynamics.
That's New York.
Right.
That's New York. So, I mean, New York doesn't allow you to be insecure if you don't have a car.
Right, that's true.
Because,
but
back in the day.
But put it this way: back in the day, if you're dating somebody further out in Queens, ain't no trains going out there.
No, that's
the buses
rough.
stop
That's
running.
rough.
That's a whole different story.
That's rough. Oh yeah.
I'd be slick though.
I left my house to go into the city. Got to the bus stop, thought about the distance I had to go, and turned around and went back home.
No. I was
not lying.
I was a late driver, but I was still early enough. But in my teen years, I didn't drive. And like sometimes you kind of not talk big or lie or whatever have you, but they assume you had a car. And I knew people all over. Sometimes I'd like ride a bike 2 blocks away from the girl's house and go show up. Oh no, it's in the shop. You know what I mean? Especially if it was going to be just like a one night thing. I have no reason to lie.
Right.
But I was usually straight up. I was never like a fraudulent person. I was never a guy at a club shaking keys, BMW keys and Jaguar keys and acting like, because there are a lot of folks like that. This lady I knew for all the years I drove the bus.
Are you extending that pinky? It looks like that pinky wants to be extended.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh. Hal Rubin, the extended pinky, masturbating with etiquette. I ain't gonna lie.
I looked at the way you held that bottle to say, wait a minute, what's happening?
Yeah, homeboy masturbated with his pinky out. I'm like, I never saw nothing like that before in my life. Oh, wow. How was you so close to see him doing that with his pinky out? For real. Oh, some of his other phrases came out in my mind.
Oh.
He would call me up every time. He would call me up for one of to be part of his live performances that he orchestrated so he can manipulate himself while he's watching me with a chick. Hello, Lance. I think I've got the perfect gal for you. Oh, every time. I think I got the perfect gal for you. Like we had a company.
Like the one before.
Right. Like we had a company and he's the CEO and he's happy to get this candidate from Britain or from another part of the world. Like we got a new person to our team because he was in the corporate world working at Liz Claiborne.
Oh my God.
I was all up in Liz Claiborne offices, up in the building, up in the place there. And he had the door locked and he's getting these chicks paying us to perform.
You got the perfect gal.
I think I got the perfect gal for you. And he's sitting there, boop, boop, Hal, so-and-so is here for you. Tell him to get some lunch on me and I'll come back in 2 hours. Boop. I'm like, this guy. But I told you, right? I want you all to Google YouTube search. Look at it. Listen to it later on. Another song I messed up in my head.
Buffalo Gals.
Buffalo Gals.
Oh,
those Buffalo Gals go round the outside, round the outside, round the outside. Keep going. Those Buffalo Gals go around the outside. Why did he have a little clock radio? It was so quiet in the office and it was playing low. And I love that song. And they were playing the extended version and they kept remixing. Chicka, 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 chicka. Those Buffalo Gals go around the outside, round the outside, round the outside. Keep going. And then he's sitting here, and it got to the part of the song. No, for real. Malcolm McLaren. Right, Malcolm McLaren, Buffalo Gals. You got different versions, but the one where they have the video where they show them pop dancing, that's the original video. The other versions, they make a master mix out of it, but there was a part of it, right, that never leaves my head, right? Because he would meet these girls, and he'd call me up, and he want me to have relations with them, while he sits off on the couch with his pinky out, masturbating. But the pinky thing, man, what are you sipping tea? So he was a Jew with a British accent, Hal Rubin, but he had a on and off British accent, very mild, and would get strong sometimes. So, if he would direct you, straddle it from behind. And I'm like, hey, who's he to tell me what to do? I'm enjoying straddle it from behind, I said. Don't forget who's paying you.
Oh God, that never gets old.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't, for real. I would love to have a picture, but I'm gonna have to draw this man, right? I'm gonna do little Hal Rubin skits because this guy was a clown. I mean, I'm not saying he was a clown, but the way he walked, he was an older guy, liver spots and all. And he'd orchestrate every little detail. Grab him from under. Aren't you worried about grabbing me? Well, you watching my nut swing? Why are you watching me? You should be looking at her. We both men. Look at her. Do your thing. You doing your thing. Looking at me. I'm not feeling too comfortable. She had like a little dress on, and she pulled the dress up. Hell no, too high. Too high. See, he wanted it a certain way. It just turned him on now. He didn't want to see the whole thing. Brother, I'm the one commandeering this ship right here. I'm in the boat right now. You watching the boat go by. I'm feeling the boat.
Oh, no.
Too high. I want to see it.
Oh, no.
How now too high? Like, you arrogant up in here. Don't you know I'm bigger and strong? I'm young. I'll beat you. But, I couldn't get out of there alive. He's a black man.
I'm paying you.
Don't forget who's paying you. And the time he's
have to watch that video again.
It's crazy. I can't even see these comments. Oh, man.
Oh, Angie is on the floor. That's all you need to know. She is laid out on the floor.
I've got unlimited stories. There's things that Kevin's going to have to come and remind me. I think Kevin probably, what time is he? He probably went to bed. Or he's laying down.
Went to bed.
He goes to bed early.
Yeah, he went to bed.
He goes to bed early.
Yeah.
He's going to come back and listen to this, though. If I can only get him on. He'll probably come on, but he's not going to say much because he's going to have your police headquarters. So what did you do? Did you put your tongue there? Did you put your tongue deep? No, you didn't do it good enough. Go back and do it.
Oh, gosh.
He wasn't an extra innocent. He'd be, because he got like a year or two on me or whatnot. So back when you're a teenager, a year or two was like 15 years,
Mm-hmm,
So, it was funny. But yeah, Hal Rubin, I think I have the perfect gal for you. The perfect gal for you.
About how many times did you go back over there? Come on.
7, 8 times or something like that. About 7 or 8 times. It was no more than 10. It was
wow.
Look, you get to eat lunch. I wasn't desperate for money. I wasn't no whatever. I was just crazy. I was like, you gonna pay me to, I wasn't disrespectful, but you actually gonna, because I was out there. Dudes in my neighborhood, not Kevin or Jack or whatever have you. They were advanced in life, but they weren't pursuing those types of things. But it was an adventure for me. I was always daring and always wanted to see what it was. Let's see how far this thing goes. I'm not going to violate myself. I'm not going to do something I don't want to do.
Right.
And there's some things. There's more things we'll reveal on next week's show, or on the weekend. On Saturday.
Wait a minute, but you see, you have to let me know what it is, because then next week or the day will come and you won't remember. What it is that you wanted to talk about.
Just remind me. Or anybody here in the chat room, just remind me. I mean, it's not hard for me, because once I sit down, this is the easy part. Like doing the other stuff. Remember how, okay, case in point, and I can say this. I've been on SoundCloud for a while, but I've been off of it for a while. And that's audio only. That's just, for music mostly, but podcasts and stuff, you can upload your stuff there, and you usually don't get banned, right? And there's people all over the world that listen to SoundCloud. It's based in the UK. So if you have that podcast, you have Anchor, then you have Spotify, and you have this. Usually, if you do it just right, if you go have one set up, it can be distributed to all of them at the same time. So what I was trying to do is find out, since now I'm in Ghana, and we know Spotify doesn't work in Ghana, right? So I couldn't get to my Spotify account that was going to distribute a lot of these shows that we do. Like this particular show, I'm probably not going to put it up on Spotify or put it up anyway. It's just like, it's a fun show. But if it's a rant like this morning, or discussion that we have, me and you, or a show, whatever, that has some merit, this is a fun thing. They might like to hear it, but it's like, if I'm sitting around doing nothing, which is never the case, I'm always doing something, I'll put it up. That's why I'm even recording this right now. See, we're on YouTube, but I'm also recording it right now. I'm not dumb. Because if this was
lovely.
Yeah, because if something was to happen or whatever, I'd have the audio and I can still upload it without you seeing my face. I don't mind showing my face. It adds a bit of dimension to it. But if you can remember, I had to remember this passcode for this. I had to remember this RSS feed for that. And then, we have to validate who you are. So what email address am I going to? I got a gazillion email addresses. So I have to get that and tie this in and forget and go back. I'm trying to go here one step ahead. I had to take 15 steps behind to come back.
Yep.
And we were going to do a show that night, but I got so caught up in that. I was like, yo, I want to do it,
Next
but
thing you know,
and I feel bad. Let everybody know how bad I feel when I get tired. Because people say, you get tired?
Yeah, he does.
But it's not a physical tired, like, I want to go to sleep. Because really, I can feel the fatigue on me now. I had a full day. But the mental thing, and when you do the technical things and the validations and this code, and this has got to be resized, and like, it's a whole, you're quiet. And I mean, I'm surprised I can even talk when I'm doing those things, but you're easy to talk to, So, that's the thing. You're right, Kat. I'm always moving around. Always moving around. Yeah, I love it though.
Easy to talk to. Easy to love.
But yeah, so those are part of
that is a song, that is a song.
I heard the lyric.
That is part of a song.
Yeah. If I heard it, I'd know it. Hal Rubin. I used to make fun of him like all the time, like with other friends and stuff like that. I had friends of mine that would imitate him, and it's just like they knew him. There was a guy I spoke to a couple of weeks ago, and as soon as I picked the phone up, he just broke out with Hal Rubin. He didn't even say hello. He just broke out with Hal Rubin, and I broke out when we were just cracking up for 5 minutes, just Hal Rubin jokes.
Oh my God!
Because remember now, he's watching our acrobatic performance in front of him, right? And he's sitting here with the pinky out, sitting here doing his thing. The pinky out now, I'm like, that flipped me out.
How many rounds did he go?
One round. What he would do is go a little bit and back up, go a little bit and back up, because one shot for that old man, he was through. You know what I mean? And so he wanted to preserve it, right? But that's the thing. Like I said with the song, Buffalo Gals. They got that part, those Buffalo Gals go around, and it starts out that way. But there's a part in there that it goes looking like a hobo. He was over there in his own world. He was gone. He was coming down the stretch, and he was over there. And I looked over, and because things were going on for the longest time, when that song came on, and they kept mixing it, and it was like jigga 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 jigga, and the face he made, he was like this. He was like the other guy, but his eyes looked so intense, but he was gone. Most people, once you trigger off that you're falling off the cliff of orgasm, you're not sitting here like, well, I'm very cognizant right now, but what's going on? We're going to kill that spider right there. Now, by the way, we have to pay those bills, and I'm later on going to go out and cut the lawn. No, you're zoned. You're building up. It's true. You're building up, and it feels good. You're building up, and then sometimes you get this plateau where it's in different plateaus, whatever. But then, like, you're off to that world. And when he was coming down the stretch, that's the same time when they were. I'm like, look at this. I didn't say it, but I was like, oh snap! And he was looking me dead in the eye. And I'm seeing this little thing, and he's got the pinky out.
Oh my God, that is gross. I want to throw up.
Yeah, and the room smelled like him. Like all his private parts just smell.
I want to throw up so badly. It's a good thing I haven't eaten anything yet. Oh God.
It's about laughing, yo. I know people going to come in tomorrow like, Lancescurv, he's a pervert. We're all perverts, right? We just hide it.
Oh gosh! And you got me and Angie messed up.
No, you know what he said? No, he had a possessed look. Yeah, Kat, you're right. He was possessed. All around his eyes was black, like Spider-Man, except for the pointy parts, like they were gone. And he was actually hunched over. I got the green screen too close, but he didn't even see anything out of his eyes. And what brought him there visually, he didn't see no more. We could have got up and ran out, and he would just been sitting there.
He was gone. He was glazed over.
But as he was arriving, I didn't want to say coming, right? This is the thing. Like my friend
just said it.
Yeah, I know. CUMMING. ing, the porno way, cum, not COME. You could tell the corny romance novels that would speak about slightly sexual things, and they say, I felt like I was about to come. They would say COME. Now the real raunchy stuff, they spell it CUME. That's the porno way.
I know.
You know the difference when you know. But no, as he was approaching that orgasm, right? It was crazy because what did he bust out and say? And this is funny when I was telling my friend Mike Scott, he might be on too. He might pop on, right? He says, yeah, like his father molested him. He liked it. Because look, I love my father, but there's no point in my life when I was approaching orgasm, I'll start to my old daddy. Daddy ain't got nothing to do with me and an orgasm. Listen, Daddy, I love you. I didn't want to think about you when I'm having an orgasm. There's no daddy business going on. So that was something sinister as he approached. No, that's what he said. How, Daddy? How, Daddy? With the pinky out. How, Daddy? How, Daddy? He didn't see me no more. How, Daddy? Look, I'm about to get up and run because I said, does this guy got any sharp objects around him? Oh, he was having a spasm. Wasn't no orgasm. He was having some kind of, how, Daddy? How, Daddy? And it was like, Daddy? I'm like, he's supernovaing out like Star Trek when no man realized that Captain Kirk wasn't the Kirk and you got to get rid of yourself. You are the Kirk. I must have seen. And we get like that during orgasm. We lose it. We go to a different world. Oh, no. Let's not front. We all do. But you know what? When people laugh, it's because they know. See, comedians make you laugh on things you already know. You're like, oh, damn, it's right. So everybody putting this stuff in here, all these smiley faces, you're like, it may not be out Daddy, but right? Yeah. Y'all are egging me on, right? No, but I'm saying, he was like, oh, Daddy. And then, he said the famous line after that. Oh, Daddy, oh, Daddy, oh, Daddy, oh, Daddy, oh, Daddy. I do believe I'm suffering an orgasm. I do believe I'm suffering an orgasm. Like fireworks. I was like, yo, you keep that stuff over there. And he was just.
Let's come off on the phone.
And his head was just. And his hands were sticky and all that stuff all down the pants. And he was saying things. I think it was like saying prayers or something.
Oh gosh. I'm done.
And every now and then, every minute, he was through, right? After the orgasm. Oh, Daddy.
I think I busted a stitch.
I'm sorry, I gotta tell it, y'all. I'm gonna write about this and put it in a book the same way. I've been through some weird stuff, and it'll make me crazy if I hold it in. I might be getting busy too. Oh, Daddy, I don't want that. Don't rub that. I'm not, like I said, I'm not trying to think. Yeah, I love my father.
I really did bust a stitch.
Daddy ain't got nothing to do when Lance Jr. is having an orgasm. No way. Oh, Daddy. Oh. No, I love you, Daddy.
Oh,
if you almost walked in the room
literally.
My father one time pushed the door open when it wasn't an old Daddy. Get out, Daddy. You know what I mean? Nah. Get out. I love you, but I'm telling you to get out. If you're a man, you know what I mean. But I'm serious. Get out. Don't come back. Not now. You know what I mean? I'm going through my own Hal Rubin moment right here with the young lady. My father walks in. He had a smirk on his face. Get out. I told him. Get out. He had the right to throw me out or beat me up, but she never did. But I'm like, yo, get out. I'm down the stretch. And I ain't calling out no old daddy name. No way. How Daddy? How Daddy? The pinky out. Like he smashed you, beat you up. You better drink your tea with etiquette. Oh, Daddy.
God,
Angie Love gonna get adult diapers for real.
I know.
If you have any fluids in any orifice, it will come out during these shows for real. I do believe I don't care how many times I have to say it. You do believe you're suffering an orgasm? What kind of orgasms you have? I do believe either it's raining or it's not. Look, and not only that, I do believe I'm suffering. I said it on the last show that we had like this. Y'all remember? That bothers me.
I do.
Like, what's bad about an orgasm? Like, oh God, Yeah, it's coming. I'm gonna have a rough day, man. I'm about to have an orgasm. Oh man, my day's messed up. I'm suffering.
Oh my
I'm suffering an orgasm. Like you gotta take aspirin. For all you orgasm sufferers, take bare aspirin. No, better yet, take a leave. Her daddy, pass me a leave. I believe I'm suffering an orgasm. I want to take the pain away. Attention, all orgasm sufferers. We all are orgasm sufferers, more or less. But from 9 to 5, we act like we don't do these things. Me, I have the ability to show you that side of myself and go back to being Lancescurv, that decent, upstanding member of society and pillar of the community.
You say that too often. We know that's a lie.
I'm lying, y'all. It's paper thin. But I will never embarrass you. If you invite me to a dignified event, a black tie event, or even with your family, you say, Lance, once you meet my family, come on in. You don't have to sit there and say, oh, God, did I make a mistake? Is he going to bust out with Hal Rubin stories? I see him drinking a tea with a pinky out. I'll be drinking a tea, but I'll behave myself. I'll wink at you and drink it.
But yeah.
If I have to use the word suffering around the dinner table, I'll look you right in your eye and you'll bust out laughing. You'll look like the one you're crazy. That's crazy.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly. Exactly. That's sad. That's sad.
I mean, it might
because then everybody would be like, what are y'all laughing at?
No, I'll keep a straight face. I'm good for keeping a straight face when we're supposed to laugh, right? It might be like this, right? You might have a family member who was attached to a dog that you had growing up. Might be somebody older than you. And they said, yeah, we had to put the dog down, because he had this disease or something was wrong with him and he was in great pain. And I might say, that's a really noble thing you did to end his suffering. And I look at you like suffering means orgasm now when I hear it. I'm all messed up. I'll see some medication commercial on TV and so suffering. Yo, Lance, what's wrong with you? No, it's a long story. I'll tell you. Somebody who knows is like, he'll tell you about Hal Rubin one day. Oh, daddy. Get out there. I want to see
one of these days.
You coming down the stretch and feeling good and you're levitating and you feel it flooding on the back of your head and you're going into that zone where everything and mentally, and this is how it happens.
You're chewing gum.
Oh, exactly, right? But no, I'm going to talk about the chewing the gum, but I'm going to talk about the other stuff too. Mentally, it could be something abstract that triggers you off. It's like a thing that you're right there in something, a thought or some kind of something that it usually doesn't make any sense. Like I said, I knew this woman when I was around them ages. I was crazy around them ages. And that reminds me of another story too. What happened, Lance, when you come over, I never knew this, right? There was 2 or 3 times I went over there. Because she was using me. It was the adventure for me. I was an adventurous guy. When you come over, are you going to stop at a gas station? I said, well, I mean, I got enough gas to come by you and come back home. Maybe I'll gas up tomorrow.
Right.
And she said, no, go to the gas station. I'm thinking like, want me to bring you a candy bar or something or whatever? Or something, coffee. I mean, they didn't have Wawa back then, but they had in Manhattan, they had some nice gas stations that had stuff. I said, what do you want me to bring you? She said, no, you don't have to bring me anything. When you gas up, this is what I want you to do. While you're gassing up, and when you pull the gas out and some drips out, capture some on your hand and put it around your neck. And if nobody's looking, open up your pants and just put something down there.
What?
And I'm like,
what?
Yeah. Because I had called her when I was at the gas station. We didn't have cell phones like that back then. So, all of a sudden, it was time to add in.
The imagery is unreal.
Yeah, I had to add in another dime or quarter or something like that. I was like, I'm not even going over there. If you ask me something like this, I need to know why. I took a quarter, bing, yeah, like I was saying, you didn't have to put a quarter in. We could have, you're close by. I said, no, I want to know why. Just tell me. Is it freaking you out? I said, no, I've been around a lot of crazy things. Oh, daddy. You know what I mean? So I'm like, why? She said, listen, when I was a young girl, I was a little underage, but he wasn't a pedophile, but I was about 15, 16. I was messing around with him. I was aggressive with him. I used to go by his shop and he was a mechanic. Okay, no problem. Went back out with
Okay.
I felt like putting some gas on me, but there's too many people smoking around me, right? I'm going to take a bath in gas. And I was attacked in the hallway. I was coming down. She was there.
My God.
Like, you can see the body language. Like, she was there, hands on the hip. And she was watching me and all of my male brilliance. Well, she was a lot older than me, right? And that's kind of something I did, you know? But and she opened the door. And before I got, she stopped me and, you know, all that. And she was gone. And I benefited from the whole endeavor, the encounter. So, you know, the benefits of gas. I'll say it, but I don't want to say it. But gas for ass. No problem. Yeah.
It's not time. That kind of night, J.E. We'll do that another time.
Yeah. The 60s. Yeah, we're gonna talk about all that stuff. Yeah. We're gonna talk. We're gonna catch it. Because what do I have to do tomorrow? This is some stuff. I'm not ending now. I'm just saying I'm asleep. And when I get up, I got some things to do. And that night I have the show with Pan-African DTV. Right. And probably after that, we're going to do like another free flow live, because when I come back from my errand tomorrow, I'm going to dedicate that time, maybe record something like I did this morning for an hour, pick a thought, you know, and just roll with it. And then do some technical things. Maybe you could do AIDS in the 80s and OJ in the 90s. For real. On tomorrow night. Yeah, and I remember exactly all of that, you know, how it made. Right. I mean, white folks are still suffering over that. OJ Simpson, he did it. You know what I mean? I know. Get over it. I know. You know what I mean? Things that are done to us and yeah, right? Gas for usually, you know, it's ass, but how little sticker, you know, grass, ask for grass. What gas? You know, you gotta to ride this vehicle, you gotta give up, you know, gas or ass, right? So now this is gas to get some ass. That's totally. I don't think there's anybody that she ran into, but I remember with the same woman. We were in my van, and it was on the west side. It was near a club called Club Mars. Club Mars was around 14th Street and 12th Avenue, under the trestle, and down there around the meat market, you had the cobblestone streets and stuff like that. And so, I know where that is. You know, she kind of shared this idea that she liked car sex. Okay, this is a van, you know, a little more room, you know. Not like I didn't have a hint because I took the middle bench seat out just in case, but I didn't know that. But it was like, you know, a little more space just in case, you know. So anyway, pull over. Tinted windows and everything, and you know, she goes to town, you know, performing her acts. But because I'm in my van, you know, I'm like, took everything off except the t-shirt. It was cold outside, but I had the van running and the heat going. So she didn't disrobe as much. But here we are in a public street. It was dark, it was empty, it was nothing, right? So she's doing her thing, and all of a sudden, my van lit up. The van lit up. Lights, I mean, like stadium lights, like it's Yankee Stadium. All the lights of the Super Bowl was in my, my feet kicked out. They was already stretched anyway because things were feeling good, right? Feeling good at Geno's. Remember that Muhammad Ali commercial in the 70s? I'm feeling good at Geno's. I mean, he definitely had Parkinson's, but he rocked the commercial. Getting this money all he could. He knew he was over as a fighter soon anyway. But anyway. Oh my gosh. All of a sudden. Yes, go ahead. All of a sudden, pop, pop, pop. Police. Move your hands slowly, open the door, and get the F out. Oh no. I was making buckwheat faces. No. Remember Little Rascals? Oh my God. Oh my God. Did I have hair then? I think for a little while I shaved it. I don't know. But I might as well had a buckwheat afro. I was like, because I had a t-shirt on, no socks, no shoes, no drawers, just a t-shirt. All my stuff was thrown over. God. Only thing with her is her breastises were hanging out. You know, guys like to look at those things when they're suffering. It enhances things, the visuals.
Oh my gosh.
Now I noticed that even though when things started out, everything was dark and empty. I didn't know a traffic jam had formed because the club was pretty much, getting in full swing. The club wasn't right there, but so now it's about 14 degrees with the wind blowing, so it felt like 5.
Oh,
my bare feet on the concrete. It was already cold, but it dipped, and we were right there by the Hudson River.
Why are you still alive? You should be suffering consumption right now.
I love suffering, so I live for another day of suffering.
Oh, gosh.
Now my feet are on the concrete feeling like eggs that don't have butter, and it's on the skillet. It's sticking to the... Remember, I had a t-shirt on. It was cold. My organ...
That's what I'm saying.
My organ looked up at me and said, listen, I'm going to hang out with the balls. It's warm down there. I'm through. You deal with the cops. Zip!
Oh my gosh.
And he told me to stand up against the wall. My van was there. She put her things away. And she's sitting there innocent. They let her sit inside. I had no problem with that.
In the van?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
She could sit inside. They wanted to humiliate me. Now, mind you, all these people are driving by slow, the lights there. All of these cars, these people who are trying to look for a spot or look to get by the parking lot of the club. Yes.
You need therapy.
I know. I know. I tell it.
You need therapy.
My lifelong buddy down here, he abandoned me. He's like, this is a bad situation. Come on, balls. Just and shriveled up too. You know when it get real cold, men get reptilian nuts, right? They get the, come on, y'all. Y'all know about it, right? Anyway.
Yes, go ahead.
One day they're hanging, and then when you come out, and it's cold and got scales and wrinkles, and sometimes you lay in the bed and you see a woman like this, looking at your balls, like, what happened?
I'm like, what the hell is going on?
They're moving like the Blob. Are you sitting there by yourself like, hey, this man was
they're just drying up.
No. Your balls are doing Tai Chi Chuan. You ever see like
yes.
they're just
gosh.
If you look
gosh.
So now guess what he does? One of the cops, he shines a light on me. I have my hands down. I have my hands like this. The shirt is only but so long. This was before the days of long t-shirts. Because I had a sweater, I had a coat on. I'm in the van. We're getting busy. So I'm sitting here. I'm marching. Like the March of the Wooden Soldiers. Because my feet are cold. And I'm pushing blood down on my feet, right? So here I am. And you got brothers that go by, yo, man.
God.
Look at him, man. That over there, man. He marching. Turn the heat up. I'm sitting here like, man. So look, I don't have no weapons. My organ wasn't a weapon. And if it was a weapon, it wasn't aimed at him. It was aimed at her. So imagine you go from a state of almost suffering an orgasm. You get lights put on you, and now you outside in the cold, bare and naked.
And you're about to turn into an icicle.
Yes. Or that was about to turn into an icicle, right? Now my t-shirt barely covered me. Why did he tell me in front of everybody in the street, you need to keep your hands up? I put my hands up, shirt went up, and everything I had was hanging there. And homeboy abandoned me. I ain't got nothing to do with this. He just slunk back inside. I said, what do I got to clip now?
Oh, gosh.
White girl drive by in a car, a bunch of white girls. I thought all black men had more than that. I was so mad. I was militant back then too. I wanted to say something, but evidence was everything was abandoned. It wasn't there. Like somebody attempted to circumcise me and just chopped everything off. I was like the dude in Plato's Retreat in that little cubicle, but the girl Because that's how small it got. I'm glad we didn't have Facebook back then. I'm glad we didn't. That would have been a viral video.
I cannot. Giant, I have to just sit still. I can't even move anymore because I know I busted a stitch. I busted something.
I do believe I'm busting a stitch.
Yes, I did. I just had to lean back.
Oh, man.
Oh,
I
my
told
God.
you I was going to tell it tonight. Can I go tell it tonight?
I think after tonight, you have to give them a break.
Oh, no, we're going to keep coming rapid fire. When you have the opponent against the ropes hurt, you keep going, you keep pop, 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 pop. Flurry him. I know somebody in this chat room farted. Oh, man, you know. Wear your diapers.
Hold it back. Hold it back.
Don't hold back. If it feels good, do it.
Never trust one of those because you never know what it is.
That's right. That's right. It's no secret anymore. That's right, Cat. Giant Gay got a pain in the side.
Ah, gosh, yes. So how long did they keep you out there?
About 30 minutes. I was just, he said, what's up with the foot? I said, listen, man.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Everybody, whoever, you think I would go in that club? Oh, you the dude outside, right? With that little, hell yeah, I know you. Might have a lesbian approach me. They might have thought I was butch. Because they ain't seen nothing except a little dot. A little button.
Oh my God.
It's true.
A little button.
Yeah. I was mad at my penis for the next few days. Don't get hard. You ain't getting nothing. And we used to work together to get this, man. I put you there. You send sensations to the brain. I suffer an orgasm, and you get a chance to rest. You know what? You on punishment. Hello, Lance. What are you doing tonight? I'm kind of free.
Nothing.
You know, yeah, I'm kind of free, but we're not doing nothing. I'm going to watch TV, cuddle, whatever. Well, why you say that? You mad at me for something? No, I'm mad at him. I couldn't tell the whole story. Not that I wasn't anything committed at that time. Well, I was with this other chick. No, I don't want to say that. But they knew. They knew. You know, I was a gentleman that way. You know, they would say, you know, we know you keep the company of other women, but you're always treating me like a gentleman. And at that time when I was single, it was like, listen, you know, it's not always about sex, but I hang out here and there, whatever. You know, I'm not starving for anything. So, you know, I'm not hanging out with you just for that. Because I sincerely like to laugh. You know, I mean, sincerely like to laugh. And dudes would tell me, hey, man, you always talking to these females, man. You got to get down to the point. I'm like, it's not always about that. Another guy said, man, he got them laughing so hard, they take the stuff and throw it at him. And please take it. I'm bending over just to take it. You're so funny. Where do you go after that? Just, you know, I mean, I don't mind being a funny guy. It was never like, you know, I'm going to make you laugh and try to seduce you and trick you, make you like me. No. You don't like me, I'll go home, go to sleep, wake up another day. It's a brand new day. Gotta rub some gasoline.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. That is crazy. That is something else. Gasoline fetish. Ooh.
Yeah. I'm glad she's not a smoker.
Oh no.
Like the
match. My God.
You know, that'd really be messed up.
Oh, I forgot. Damn it. That's what she probably would have said. I forgot.
It's crazy.
Yep. Oh gosh, this was hilarious.
See, we had such a good time. It's like
hilarious.
You never say the favorite restaurant that you go to, like, we're going to go there by 7 o'clock, but we'll be out by 10. No. We had such a good time. Your stomach is full in a way, like, I mean, in no sexual way. I'm talking about like when you eat the food and stuff and your stomach is full, you're like, and you sit there and talk, the plates are there, the waiter's trying to get you out, but you don't, you know, you sit there like that. So you really, look, if I make you laugh anymore, whatever, not that I say I'm some great comedian, I'm just telling you stories that are real.
I'll really pee myself.
So I'm serious, you will. Serious. I have to put, like some of the kids, you have to put the plastic over the, you know, the mattress and then
over
put the
mattress.
Yeah. So it don't damage. You can damage the covers because we can laugh that, but you ain't gonna have no stains stinking on this mattress. You know what I mean? So.
Oh God.
For real.
Lance got a natural high.
Well, I feel high.
For real.
I feel high.
I know you
high,
do.
High. Remember that song? I used to work when I was in corrections. Who made that song? Styles P. It was a rap song, and
okay.
Yeah, he made it. It was I get high. A simple song, but it was catchy. I had a supervisor who thought she was fooling people in corrections. She was a corporal, and every day she wore a different wig, and she would swear that it wasn't a wig. Because man, that's a wig. The inmates, man, you got a different. That ain't a wig. So I changed the song around. I wear wigs, and I made words to the song. And I was laughing with another CO, but one of the inmates who was a trustee who has a light sentence, so they can work within a certain area, like if somebody throws up, or they'll come over here, and they're usually sitting down. He heard the song that I made and went back to his unit and told everybody. And the next day I came in, the corporal, she was like, so you making fun of me, Lance, right? She kind of liked me, right? Making fun about these wigs, right? I don't wear wigs. One day I saw her in the supermarket. She had like a little cap on, and when her little braids was sticking out, I'm like, okay, you don't wear wigs, right? Okay.
You don't wear wigs?
Yeah. Just hairy hats, but not wigs.
That's embarrassing.
I'm not against wigs though. Sometimes, like, especially in show business, or you're in a church at the time and you're very visible, and it's like I'm coming straight to work to the church, and we have this, this thing going on tonight. I don't have time to get my hair done. Pop, I'm not mad at you. Look, wigs ain't bad. And I'm not into that cross-dressing stuff. I'm talking about, that's a secret, y'all. This is a secret. This will help turn your man out. He may not be in the wigs or the European, whatever, but if you and him are very close and you want to really make him suffer when you perform a certain act, be that different woman. Put on a whole different wig. He's looking at, not that he wants to be with anybody else, but it's more gears of you. It's just a scenic route. It's like, wow. He knows it's a wig. Try it sometime. This question will be on your test. You know when they spoon feed you the answers when you're in some kind of academy? And I know, like, when I was in the law enforcement academy for corrections, the instructor was like, this, you might see this on your test. Does anybody have a highlighting pen? Meaning that highlight that will be on the test. So that might work, I'm every woman, it's all in me. Because men ain't gonna really say, men don't really say what they like. Even when you have some guys like, this is what I like. They don't even know what they like. But you have those guys who are like the silent dudes that are like, and you doing it, you look up and they look away. You doing it, you look up, they look away. Let them look. Don't look at them. Let them enjoy it. Women are like that too. You down there, you look up and they're like, when you turn it, you want to look? Okay, I promise I won't look at you. Enjoy the visuals. Why are you laughing? See, laughing means you know something about these things, because it's not like, oh, it's funny, right? When we laugh at something, it's because we've been in that situation. Really peep the psychological thing, right? Like, say, for example, if a person told you, like, I was using the bathroom, I wiped the, oh my God, I hit the finger. I had to go wash my hands, but there was no water. And I told him one time, the guy told me that, I said, well, you should have shook the hand of an enemy and said you're making up with him. He'll be later on like, oh, damn, no. Hell no. If your finger slips and there's some chocolate substance there that is not chocolate, and there's no water to wipe your hands, shake the hand of an enemy and tell them you love them. Take them to lunch.
Oh my God, that's disgusting.
Y'all gonna sleep good tonight. That's disgusting. I told you. Oh, it is.
These visuals just make it even more disgusting.
That's like my developmentally delayed friend. He was over another developmentally delayed friend. They had this little group where a lot of them would, and he worked little simple jobs like, in Publix, in the supermarket parking lot, gathering back the carts or sweeping, just little things. Oh, can I help you with your bags, whatever, that type of stuff. I mean, that's what it was. And actually, I said Publix. Eventually, he did work that down in Florida when they moved to Florida. I found out. But he was telling me that he was over the friend's house, and they got out of hand because they were drink. These are grown by age, early 30s. They were drinking.
Right.
Worst thing you want to do is get around. I'm just going to say it the way it is. 1970. Worst thing is get around some retarded people who drunk.
Now, I can't laugh. I'm not even going to laugh.
No. You can laugh. You're going to laugh. I'm going to make you laugh. The worst thing you can do, like people who are not developmentally delayed and they go there, they get to a retarded zone when they get drunk. When you are already retarded, I'm sorry, and you out there slamming rum and Bacardi and beer and stuff like that, you go to a different zone. You are beyond comprehension. And they made fun of him, right?
Oh,
and he was mad. So he was like, because his speech was a little, messed up without drinking. Yeah, I fixed them back. Yeah, I didn't act like I was mad either. I went and I told him I was going to the bathroom, right? This is how we talk. I told him I went to the bathroom, right? And I sat down and took a dookie. I took a dookie, and I took a long dookie, long piece in there, whatever. And I saw the toilet paper, but I was still mad when I took the dookie. So this is what I did. I saw the hamper and I saw their clothes in it, and I said, okay, they made fun of me, and you got me mad. So guess what? Somebody's shirt gonna be like stiff like starch if they don't catch it in time. I went through that hamper and I went out and I was the cleanest I ever was. I was like,
oh my God.
He wiped his backside with the dirty clothes. And when he left, he said, I didn't even flush. Matter of fact, I put my hand in it before and wiped some of the, threw it in there. Don't piss a drunk retarded person off. Please don't. They will come up with creative ways. A
certain kind of crazy.
Yeah. And he acted nice. I'm not feeling too good. But I was mad. I remember I was on the F train or the E train one. And I was there was this retarded dude that he didn't bother nobody, but he was always on the train the same time I was. And being the fact that I lived in Queens, went to High School of Art and Design, when you ride public transportation at certain times the same way, you see some of the same people. Like you might not even speak to them, but you're just like, oh, I know that person. You don't know them, but you might see them in a supermarket or whatever. There was this dude. I remember it just hit me, right? Oh, Hope. Yeah. Hope. You just getting in, Hope. You missed it.
You missed it, Hope.
No.
And we still got all more. Your stitches.
No, this was. Yeah. It was. I feel, but there's more to come. And on subsequent shows, since we're on this level, we're gonna do this all the time on the joke level because it was weird, right? Because a lot of people would say, "Man, when you get busy, you ought to be a comedian." I'm like, I get up on stage and freeze and bomb, but if I'm talking with you regular, I mean, this is monumental for me to even.
Yeah, Kat.
Yes.
Huh?
What'd she say? Oh.
No, Kat said you're regular local writers.
There you go.
Man.
There you go.
Y'all are regulars. We love you guys.
That's right. We do love you, though, for real. Look, if no new people came, I like the new people and they come and they enjoy. But you know what? Nothing beats this. Now, there are a few regulars that have come and gone, or maybe they didn't come today because, why I say come?
I didn't see Eric. I don't know what happened. Well, I know.
He will be leaving a lot of comments in that particular comment area, right?
I know.
But this is what it's all about. And this is the kind of feel that I want to kind of form. Whether we get serious and talk about something that happened in the news or out there, we just want to kick back and laugh and joke. That's what I want to form. That kind of feel. You know what I mean?
Show all the layers.
That's right. It's funny because, like I said, it's like branches on a tree. But yeah, you don't want to piss off a retarded person who's drunk. They're already there.
Tell
being
me about the train. Yes.
Oh yeah. It's a short story, right? And I could tell a lot about different train stories, right? So this dude, he looks like he's young. I think there's a black guy who had Down syndrome, but it wasn't just Down syndrome. It was something else. It was like he had that and some kind of other kind of retardation going on. I'm not a doctor to know, right? But he was sitting with a dude next to him that evidently had the same issue. But I don't think the other dude had Down syndrome. I think he was just developmentally delayed. Right? The dude sitting on this side, right? The dude sitting on this side of me, to my right, which on the screen, I guess, looks like your left. There was another dude who he knew sitting on the other side of him, and he kept hitting him on the side of the head. Not hard, but like enough, like a smack when you hit, like, hey, what are you doing? So he was like, yeah. The guy sitting next to me. Yeah. Now I'm sitting on this side, and I'm the dude. Yeah. And the guy hit him in the head. The guy turned around, pow, hit me in the face. Like, yo, I ain't got nothing to do with this. He got annoyed at this dude, and then turned around and smacked me. I wasn't even laughing. I was sitting there quiet. I was like, I took it, and I'm like, if he do this one more time, it's gonna be me and this little Down syndrome dude. You ain't getting points for this, babe. I'm sorry. I'm considerate. I'm not gonna, I'll help you, but if you hit me one more time, me and you are gonna be rolling around on the ground, and they're gonna be mad at me because why you be? Don't think you're getting Down syndrome props with me. I said pops. No, pops. Yeah, Down syndrome pops.
Oh God!
No, that's his finger touched my eyeball, so I'm blinking, I'm rubbing like it's red. It wasn't red or whatnot. So it was crowded. I didn't want to get up. I sat there again. The guy, pow! He backhanded me. He didn't even do it like that. I'm a boxing fan, man. I think like a fighter, man. You don't want to mess with me. I can see it now. Lock him up. There wouldn't even be a question where they ask who threw. He has Down syndrome. Go over to the side. We're taking you in. I'll really get him.
Oh my gosh.
that was a short one. That was a short one. I have some other embarrassing train stories. Trust me.
Oh, let's hear one at least.
This is gonna be hard. But no, I was on the same train going to school.
See, I'm not even reeling you in. I'm not reeling you in.
Right,
so
right.
Just, I've reached a point in this.
To say this relationship. I've been on so long. It's like a relationship. Right?
Yeah, I was. I know. YouTube relationship that I don't even know if I can reel you in anymore. I've just gone to the point of no return as far as reeling you in.
No, you won't say relationship. You'll say relationship. Guy went to the bathroom and wiped his butt.
Relation, whatever.
With all the clothes in the hamper. Yeah, they got a big surprise for making fun of me. I'm like,
gosh.
oh, nah. I can see the mother the next year, the grandmother. Hey, like, what y'all been doing with the clothes?
Jesus. Well, we want to hear the embarrassing story. Come on. We want to hear that one.
Okay, here it is, right?
All right.
You can't get up when you get ready to go on the bus ride and the train ride, a long ride, sometimes they have delays. You can't go experimenting with chocolate milk and chocolate cake and not expect to hear that universal sound of distress at some point during your journey. But when you're a certain age and you're young, and maybe your mother hooked up the breakfast for your father, hooked you up with some breakfast, whatever, but there was that piece of chocolate cake inside the fridge from the weekend. You're like, I already had breakfast, but you know what? There's some chocolate milk there. There's some chocolate cake there. I don't have to leave out for another 5 minutes. Let me eat this bad boy. All is well when I'm on the bus. La, 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 la. Walk down, get on the train, get off the bus. La, 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 la. We get in, what was it? It was Sutphin Boulevard, Parsons Boulevard, Sutphin Boulevard. Sometimes you get on the Parsons to the bus, or sometimes because if you got on at Parsons, you might have a better chance of getting a seat. So you go more down to there. You had people that went over down on 179th Street on the F train when it emptied out, and you can get a seat, and then they ride all the way back because they did not want to stand up.
Oh, this is when it was on Hillside. Okay.
Yeah. Well, both E and F were on Hillside for a time. There was no E train on Archer Avenue and Sutphin Boulevard. And you used to walk all the way down and that stuff. Now, when E train came to
it was
Archer,
only the J train.
Yeah, it was just the J train on Jamaica Avenue. The J train on Jamaica Avenue, the F train on Hillside, and the E train going on. So whatever. So anyway,
E train stopped at 168th Street.
I'm trying to figure out. Okay, because once it went to Kew Gardens, to stop there, and then I think it went on 75th, but it passed 75th because 75th Avenue was a local stop, Then I went to 71st Continental. And then the other trains that were local would go on those local stops. Then you had Roosevelt, then you had Queens Plaza, then you had Eli, 23rd and Eli. I think they changed it now. And then Lexington. And I was getting off at Lexington. So my stomach was killing me. Luckily, it was an old train, which still looked modern. And I still think some of them are rolling today. But you know how on the newer trains where, and when I say newer, they still went back 30, almost 40 years, that had the orange looking seats and yellow looking seats. They still rocking those trains, but they're from back in the day. Those trains usually had it where you could not go between the cars. You know how sometimes the train's rolling and you open the door to go to the next car?
Right.
It's going to the tunnel. So you're like, the tunnel. You know what I mean? Well, I was pushed to such a point with my stomach and negotiating everything staying in.
Are you serious?
I'm serious as serious poems. Serious, intimate connection, baby.
Are you
that song by Clay with 3 E's and a K? Huh?
Are you serious?
Yes. I was a man on a mission.
No, you are not.
I went to, and you know how sometimes people go between the cars?
Yes.
Well, guess what? I didn't like being in the cars, between the cars when it was in the tunnel, flying by, like from 71st Continental to Roosevelt. I believe I was on Roosevelt when it pulled out. And I'm like, this is going to be a nice long little ride between Roosevelt and Queens Plaza. I got to do what I got to do. So it wasn't the trains that were far apart where the train was like this and the doors way back. It was one of those upright trains. So what I did, because people are usually leaning up against the door and whatever have you, wasn't nobody coming through the middle of that train to change cars when I was there.
Right.
So I held on. I had my knapsack on, kept the knapsack on now, right? Had all my art materials and books and stuff in there. Held on to one door, held on to the other door, and leaned back like I was water skiing, looking up at the tunnel. Some dude is chicka. Hey, open the door. What are you holding the door for? He really couldn't make out what I was doing. He just knew I was low. And I'm holding it like I don't have no strength from the squatting position.
Oh, God.
Yes.
Oh, my God.
And I had 2 flimsy napkins that I remembered having. Let me tell you something.
God.
When you're home and you finish shopping and you go home and you have to use the bathroom, man, you got to go bad. You might roll that toilet paper off like I got all this, roll it off on your fist like it's a boxing glove, right? Because you can waste it. When you get down to that last row, hopefully you went and bought some, but you get down to that last row was real thin and you start conserving stuff and you start ripping it off at each little perforation where it's just a little thing and you fold it over for. Yeah, I knew how to rock that bad boy. I was clean with them 2 little pieces of napkin. And that dude, come on, let me through. I want to get to the next car. And I got myself together. I hope, and I was a strong kid back then. And he was looking at me like he wanted to cuss me out. And I slipped back into the train. And the people there reading. And they didn't have Walkman per se, but like little radios, but not radios on the subway. They had early Walkman back then.
God.
This dude walked out. Now, it was weird squatting like that because you got one foot on one train car and they're close together. So your feet are like, and you see her. So when he stepped out and I passed him to come in, and I stayed on that side. Hey! He was trying to get back on the car to curse me out from when I left. And he was trying to open the door, and I'm sitting here like this, quiet, holding the door closed. Let me in! Let me in! You ain't gonna blow me up on what I did out there and tell the whole world what I did because you mad because you got it on your shoe. You don't go look for dog stuff when you step in the street. Let me find the dog. Let's take DNA evidence. Get a sample, damn it. Scoop up a sample of the poop. There's a footprint right there. We can trace the shoes and find out. You don't do that. Oh, white man, don't you forget? I'm an angry young black man. I might beat you up and throw you out of that stuff. Y'all always got to be busting people. Y'all take a leak somewhere. It's all right. I take like, hey, you're not supposed to be doing that here. What do you mean? You just finished doing it.
I am done. I'm done.
I'll go for hours. I'll go for hours.
My gosh.
I'll go till the sun comes up. I may not be the man that I used to be on that level, but we can rock to the sun. Yeah. All night long. All night. All night.
Oh my gosh.
For real, because I tells it.
Oh my gosh.
Ooh. I don't believe in this Catholic confession. Oh, I got that off my chest. We need to call these shows Confession Box. We ain't no Catholic, we're not in no religion, but we need to call it Confession Box.
I swear.
Hope just got here and she's done. That's messed up. You better listen to the rest of the show.
Done. That's messed up. Girl,
we got like 3 hours and 15 minutes before you came in.
Oh my gosh, you gotta go back and listen, Hope. Trust me. You're gonna be on the floor. You're gonna be on the floor.
But before you go on the floor, make sure there's nothing down there. Like the man, he stepped in something.
Oh, embarrassing. I thought you was going to say, whatever you were doing, it was flying out flying as the train was going by.
There was a lot of air going on. It was a weird sensation, like, oh, man. But it wasn't going that fast, like in the Lamborghini. It's like, hey, you dodging doo-doo. You're like, hey.
Oh, God.
No, it wasn't that kind of thing.
That's what I was envisioning.
No, but I did that
you
before.
Said you had your back arched like a skier. I was thinking, okay, so poop is flying all over.
No, I ain't gonna lie. I was on a train one time. I was with a bunch of friends, and I went between the cars like that, and I tried to take a leak, but the leak started. Hey, I had to put it back in and hold it because the water, was like. I'm aiming it one way, and it split both ways.
And it's going, yeah.
One little droplet almost came and hit me in the eye. I'm like, no, I can't take urine eye drops. I don't know what'll happen with my eye. Wake up with this green. Wake up with this yellow. Wake up with super eyesight. God. I can see Mars and the craters on Mars. I can see the planet Uranus. I can see Uranus.
Oh no. Why? Brother Lance.
Did you get your fill yet? No, you ain't get no more. You don't want none of this. We can take this to
one more.
One more.
One more.
Wait, we talking doodle stories. You want to change up, or you want to? We can keep going with that.
Change it up.
Yeah, exactly.
I think we might end up doing the stories one day.
There'll be like 1,000 less subscribers to the channel. Yeah, I'm unsubscribing. Yeah.
I know. Tomorrow you're gonna see you have 104, 500.
I'll be starting all over again. I won't be on the stream. I'll be on the 10,000.
We already got 2 dislikes, so
Right? No. Facebook will make a new thing just for me. They have the thumbs up. They have the thumbs down. It'll be like this. This will be the new one. F you. I'm unsubscribing.
I can't see it yet. I gotta wait. Oh man. I have to wait. Oh geez. Exactly. I'm just seeing it. I'm just now seeing your demonstration. Oh gosh.
Oh man.
Oh, hope I don't do embarrassing situations, hon. Trust me. No, I leave that to Lance.
Wow. That's good. I told you I was going to give it to you. Lance. I told you, I promised we're going to go live. We're going to have fun tonight. I promise.
You did say that.
Yeah.
You did say that.
I took a little nap.
Yes,
I had to get to that 8 o'clock in the evening fatigue thing that happens. It's weird in this atmosphere, But I said, I'm getting up and we're gonna do this thing. We're going to do it. I'll do the technical things tomorrow. We'll do the serious show on Pan-African DTV. We'll come back after that with something. I know I'm going to record something early.
Oh, gosh.
Like I said, share these,
J.E. says,
like, subscribe, share, like they say, You want to hear?
Right.
Oh, you want to hear one of your stories? Oh,
wait. J.E. says he had to quit drinking because drinking was giving him diarrhea. He was having some of his own embarrassing situations.
Oh man, I'm not laughing at you, Jay, but I'm saying that's funny. That's funny when you can look back on it and whatever. You know. Oh, let me tell you another train story that doesn't involve feces. Okay.
Hi, Universe Intelligence. How you doing? I hope you're enjoying the show. Yes, Brother Lance. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Right.
No, I wouldn't do that to nobody. Hey, smell my finger. Oh man. No,
this is gross.
No, I'm gonna tell you one funny gross story, but it's not that gross, right? No, it's not that gross.
Okay.
It's just like a simple, stupid story. And then
Oh, my Kia, she's turning into serious poems. She wants to hear.
Oh, one of your stories?
No, you.
Oh, me?
No.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when he reminded me when he said about the finger Jermaine H. Like,
okay.
In junior high school, which in other parts of the country in America, they call it middle school, 7th and 8th grade, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, you're going through your adolescence and you're trying to prove that you're like a young man or whatever. So you're trying to do this one-man upmanship on the other fellas. So on Monday, usually Monday coming back, like some of the white guys, they would do this thing and they're like, yeah, I got laid this weekend. Yeah, it was real good. Hey, dude, how do we know you got laid? You can be lying. Well, I didn't wash this finger and I want you to smell it. Finger check. So the white dudes, 4 or 5 of them, unless you were honest and say, oh, nothing happened with me. None of them were doing nothing. I don't know, but finger check meant, yeah, that's that stuff. Yeah, that's real. So there's another white guy that always talked a lot of smack. And so he dipped out and he went into the bathroom when they were talking about finger check. He's like, I got to go to the bathroom. I'll be back. So when he came back, he was acting all cool.
No.
Right. So like, you think you pass finger check, but you got to give finger check. And they would say it, even if it was all over. Finger check. Okay, here you go. And they were like, oh, you nasty MF. That's fresh. You put your hand up your backside, whatever. You ain't fooling me. Get out. You nasty.
Oh, my God.
It was too fresh. You know what I mean? I mean, you get something, a fluid on your finger, whatever. The next day, and if you don't wash or whatever, you forget, it's gone. Unless the person was like so like not clean, it was like a strong thing. Every woman has a scent. It's a scent. It's not a stink thing when you clean it. It's a beautiful scent. You know what I mean? That's why when you're down there and you look up at them, they look away. Why is that? I'm going to bring that back up. You laughed at that one. A lot of y'all laughed at that one.
I don't know.
Because receiving an act is such an intense thing. And you sit here like, wow.
I don't
sounds
know.
Are different. Only that can make them kind of sounds. And you're looking in your own world and they bing, look at you. Why do you look away? This is what we're doing. You're supposed to look.
Silence.
You're watching your own porn.
From the peanut gallery. Peanut gallery has nothing to say.
This is just like on the movies. Wow. Bing.
Oh,
like you really want to look like that's being done to you. You want to look at the cracks in the ceiling. You want to count tiles, right? You're thinking about the bills you're going to pay. No.
Hey, J.E., what are you saying that you keep having to retract your messages? What's up with you?
No, I can't say that. We retract that bad boy, right?
Yeah, I know. And I'm reading everything. So he's like, you're kind of not quick on the draw there.
We can talk about these guys on the train, the crowded trains. There's a problem in Japan. I hear it's a problem in China, all through the Asian countries and major cities, that when you have a train, sometimes a bus, but mostly the train, these guys want to get up on you. They want to get up on you, get up on your backside and rub up on you. And the trains are so packed. I think it was either Japan where the trains get so packed, they have monitors that come behind you and can push you on so the doors can close. So you all up on somebody. Right. And that's the way it used to be in the morning time, going to school.
Oh my God.
And about them trains. Yeah.
Yes. So that was, my God.
You might have somebody's underarm up in your face. They breathing on you. Don't let them sneeze.
Strap hanger time.
And they up
strap
on
hanger
you.
Time.
So I was always polite. I was never a predator, but I would notice that some of the young ladies might they didn't mind me kind of being on them. And I'm like, I'm trying to like pull myself away and be a gentleman, right? Not they just arching their back and pushing back on you. Oh, well, I guess I'll enjoy the ride, but I'm not one of those guys coming out here looking for this. But you had guys coming out there looking for that, right? And they would stand behind on the platform, you know, a woman who had a well-shaped derriere, might have been very attractive. And it's like, yeah, let her get on that crowded train. We'll be right up behind her. Even if it wasn't so crowded, he put himself in position so that when it did get crowded, he's going to be all up on her and feel, you know, and yeah. And lots of women sometimes would get off on that, but get off the train. And when they're walking, there might be another young lady, excuse me, missus, are you aware that there's something in your dress? And the man done pulled out and he's holding, because nobody can see what's going on down there. And he's riding and the train is making, and she don't know. She's down in her book. She's trying to get in her own world. Right. She might have a coat on, but he's on it. And orgasms all over the woman. And that was a common thing. And that's what happens a lot in Japan. A lot. So, man, back in the 70s was a disgusting time with that shit. That was disgusting. A butt to ride on. That made you commute shorter because you was like just enjoying it. No, but I was never like that. But there was one time, you know, when you had, I was in the gym. I wasn't in the gym, I was on the train. But I did have this tight kind of spandex top on. I tried it on in the gym because the guy who owned the gym was selling them, and it wasn't to walk around in the street. It was like, you know, when you're doing the club thing or whatever have you. And it was the 80s, and they had Jerry curls. So he said, pay me next time, whatever. Wear it and see how you like it. I'm saying, I'm keeping this. So I had shorts on. I had the shorts that had the built-in underwear, the nylon light shorts that were real short. My thighs were like really developed, whatever. So, you know, this woman saw me. The train wasn't as packed, but she got in position. She had this book and she was standing backwards, holding the thing. And I was on the door. And when and that door didn't open for a long time, she backed up on me and I had these thin shorts on and I'm sitting here holding on, now it wasn't like I'm tormented and I'm trying to get away. I was trying to make the point that I'm not trying to get up on you like that. So I'm sitting here, and then she's
sitting or standing.
I said I'm sitting here, but I'm standing. I'm standing though. It wasn't a lap dance, but guess what? Things happen, and so she was actually like a standing lap dance.
Oh my God!
I didn't suffer. I wasn't that dumb to get to the point of releasing, but she did me that way, and she acted like it wasn't happening. And then it was time for her to get off. And she got off and walked and wiggled away. And I'm still sitting here like this. Everybody looking at me like I'm the pervert. And when she got by the door, she said, thank you. She thanked me.
Oh my God.
Everybody's looking at me like, and it was like a tent. It was like I had the shorts on and there was no doubt. Left me in that predicament. I was making phone calls after that. What are you doing right now?
Giant, put that mic down. Oh my God.
But check it out. I don't know if you remember the E train, once it got like past Union Turnpike, and it got, sometimes it would hit 75th Avenue. But once it got to 71st and Continental, which was under Queens Boulevard.
Right.
The one side of the train never opened up until it got to Lexington Avenue. It was only one side that opened up, right? 71st, Roosevelt, Queens Plaza, Eli. And when Lexington came, didn't know, then the doors opened up. There was this woman,
they opened up on the
other side.
Left side going down,
So if you didn't want to be bothered by all that traffic, you'd kind of stand by the door.
Right.
And that door didn't open, so you didn't have to move and people shove you. But there was a woman who was standing by that door that didn't open until Lexington, and she turned her back to the people and was kind of, facing in the door. So there was this Jewish dude, a Hasidic Jew, who didn't have the long black coat. He had the little locks and the tall hat and everything. He got on, and he was behind her, but not on her. She wasn't holding on to the to the rail up top.
The strap.
Yeah, the strap. He was, but she was reading the book and was kind of holding on to that little part next to the seat. She had a hand right there. So she didn't know what was going on. So the train got more and more crowded, more and more crowded, more and more crowded. So homeboy was up on her. And so I saw, he was a tall guy. I'm kind of sitting down and he's up on her and she was short. And the train, he was rocking more than the train was rocking. I'm like, this guy's putting some effort into it. And she's reading the book and didn't know what was going on because she thought, wow, you know, the train is, you know, it's crowded.
Moving, yeah.
Right. So now we get to Roosevelt Avenue.
Mm-hmm.
And the train doesn't empty out all the way, but it empties out half of the people that were standing up. He thinks that people are behind him. She thinks the train is still crowded because she's between the door, reading the book, and him. I'm not going to stand up and hump like he did. He didn't know people weren't behind him. So it's a train. He's humping up, just getting it, and didn't even know. She thought the train was crowded. It was empty behind him, and he was just rubbing all on her, holding on, and just grinding her.
Oh my gosh.
So there was a young black woman who
God,
who was ebonically inclined. Nobody said, and I was like, it was a white woman anyway, so she was getting. It was a sister. I wasn't gonna let him do that. Black woman got on. What the hell are you doing? What you doing? Man, excuse me. Do you know he all on your ass? And she said, what? He's on. And he was looking at her like, and he turned around and realized nobody. All that time he was humping. So he tried to get off and go to another car. No, you better sit here, you better take your back. He a pervert. He was riding on. And she was sheepish. She was like, oh, okay. No, I wouldn't take it like that. It was me. I bust his MF and A. And he was shaking. He walked down to the end of by the door, the other door in the end. He's just no. Homeboy.
I would have gotten off.
Well, he almost did.
Oh, he couldn't. Yeah.
You know, I'm quick with the brain like that, right?
I know. Oh gosh.
It's a crazy night tonight. Look at you. You're gonna sleep good. You're gonna wake up laughing.
I'm gonna sleep real good. 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. It's almost 3:30 for you.
I know. Doesn't matter. I tell you, once I get on this roll, it don't matter. I'm gonna wrap it down soon. But if I wanted to, I go to 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning. I don't care. I do that. Remember, I used to work in clubs when I was young and bouncing and all night and going to the city and hanging out and going to these crazy sex clubs and all this stuff. Oh, the part of that story that I forgot that I said I was going to say, right? And we got to drop the link to the private Telegram chat room also. For those who don't have it.
Do you have it? Because I don't have. I forgot to.
No, I'll get it. I
forgot to save it. You do it.
I'm gonna do it through the phone, but you're on the phone. But I'm not gonna cut you off. But I'm gonna be very careful how I
Please be careful.
Yeah, I'm not cutting you off. I'm not gonna cut you off. I want to actually get the link. I think I can get the link. No, I'm not gonna get it this way. I'm gonna have to go.
Hi, Ray. I mean, Riri. Hi, Riri. How you doing?
You should say Riri.
I have to be careful.
After all we've been talking about Riri.
Riri.
I thought you said Riri.
I know. I have to wee.
Okay. Actually, yeah, I have it right here. I have it right
here. You're right. That is true.
We are so blessed. I'm gonna put it. Do I have the show on this computer?
What, to have all these great people? We have all these great, wonderful people that have been hanging with us for the past 4 hours.
Hanging like me when I got out of that van when the cops had me at gunpoint and had me lift up my, just had the t-shirt.
Lift up your shirt, right?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, guys. I really, really, really love this. I appreciate everybody that is still hanging with us.
Yes.
You know, and those that are coming in, you know, thank you. And guess what?
What's that?
Guess what? I got 126 likes.
Wow. See, you got that voice though. See, you got that voice.
I got me 126 likes.
See,
yes, indeed.
See, you're like that young girl who's very attractive, who went to really bless you in your adornments, and you take your hand and you push it, and I got 126 likes, and everything's just flowing over, and you're getting free ice cream from the ice cream man. Can I have a free cone? You know what I mean? There's a link to the private Telegram room. You'll click it if you're not in it.
You're making me laugh like I know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Trust me, I mean, women know. I mean, a woman could be a very decent woman, but she know when she getting props from a man. Like, it's not indecent, but he's like, oh, look at her.
I don't know nothing.
And you're not inviting it, but you walk away with a smirk like, look, I just got some free stuff. But yeah, like I was saying, we got the chat room
Thank you, family.
Telegram. And I'm going to put it back in there again. And the only way to get in there is to get invited by a member or get the invite link. So we kind of have it open right now. I was going to do my code of conduct and my mission statement for the room, not to be anal or whatever, but you're going to have people who come in who are just rude. We got to set it up. I'm going to write that up tomorrow.
Yes.
And with Angie Love and yourself, if you want to add on to it, Kim C, or anybody, just shoot me. Y'all can just add in and alter it when I put it up. I'm good for typos and run-on sentences. It might be like 1,000 words, but one sentence.
I'm so used to that right now.
Exactly.
It don't even matter.
Exactly.
Oh my gosh.
I have to edit my stuff.
I do.
Right. But you know what? I'm going to wrap it down on a high note, and we'll be back tomorrow. Definitely. We're going to have several shows. We're going to have a lot of these free flow shows like this, and we just tell stories. You know what I mean? We'll have topics and stuff. We're going to have guests. We're going to get more guests on the show. That's one thing I want to be more aggressive about, to get more guests and do interviews and everything. So I'm going to set up for that. I'm going to have different graphics for that, to put that out there. And we're going to get some very interesting people. A couple of weeks, we got some good equipment coming. So production and presentation will be superior, cutting edge. I just have to learn that stuff, because that stuff is a lot to integrate what I have. And like I said, I'm so happy that my other two modules that are going to get warranty work, DHL called me, so I'll pay the duty fee down there. They can get that work and get it back, and everything's gonna be more powerful. Right. More powerful. My voice is getting a little hoarse, so I'm gonna wrap it down. Hell, Daddy, I do believe I'm suffering sleepgasms.
Oh, you're getting tired, huh?
Not really. My voice. I started the show with the fatigue a little bit. I will run you in the lunchtime. I will look. You dare me? I will run you into lunchtime.
I dare you.
Okay. We'll do it this way. Since I got to do some business in the morning, I'll be like,
I know.
This guy on heroin or something? You got a short sleeve? Well, I don't see no track marks, right? No, I got that business to take care of in the morning. So I got to pound the pavement and get out there. But as I pound the pavement, I will have my smaller cameras with me, and I might just hold it and talk and show you around and have that kind of footage to put up. I still got to do Miko's show. I had it here for so many days. Man. Yeah, I got to put it up. But I got some editing to do with it to insert certain things and whatever. So
okay.
And plus, once we start rolling, it's like
good
dominoes
night,
falling.
Makia. Yes. Thank you. Everyone's getting tired now.
Yeah, see? But that's a good thing.
Yeah, they had a belly full. They're fully how do you say I can't even say it. I'm having a Mike Tyson moment. Satiated.
Satiated. That's a Mike Tyson moment. I just can't believe I was hanging out, and I was hanging out with Don King and Donald Trump and, Lancescurv. He was live a couple hours ago, and now I'm seeing that he's been on for 4 hours. What's going on here? This must be some good stuff.
Right. Fully satiated, so they're happy.
You're all gonna sleep.
Peace, love, peace, and hair grease. Yes, my dear Kat. Have a wonderful night.
Good night, Kat. I thought she said love, peace, and no grease. I was like, oh man, that's a painful thing.
Oh man, that hurts.
No. I have to tell the story in a disgusting way with that Hillary Clinton bent over and all those dudes running through her, right? As I look down between her knees, you gotta listen. If you just getting in, you won't get it. But if you hear the rest of the story, the prequel, the early part, it was nothing but sticky stuff. And these dudes kept bringing up men, y'all. Men.
Oh gosh.
Things I've seen.
Yes, Angie. Rest well, sweetheart.
Rest well, Sister Angie.
Oh gosh.
We're gonna make
See, you had to leave on a high note where people just want to vomit. You know, you just
But you'll be back. You know this is your favorite restaurant. Just because you saw a roach in one of the plates doesn't mean you're not gonna come back because you know the food is good.
Oh, yeah, because remember that story you told me, right? I'd rather eat roaches.
September. Yeah. I gotta get to a point. I'd have to be high to tell that other story, right? Oh man. Ooh, but one day I'm gonna tell it though. One day I'm gonna tell it. One day I'm gonna gather the courage. All of us in the chat room everybody will just leave. Nobody in the chat room.
No,
They'll be gone.
You cannot.
Even viewers, zero watching now.
No, you cannot.
I can't tell that.
No, you can't. No, you can't.
Ooh, we gotta.
But I'd rather eat roaches.
Oh man. Yeah, right. Oh man.
Fried. What did Lance eat? Shrimp. Was it shrimp or chicken?
It was chicken
or vegetables.
No, it was
chicken fried roach.
No, it was roach fried rice. That's gonna be a chapter in my book. Roach fried rice. And I'll tell you the date. It was September 8th, 1978. I was 15 years old. Me and my friend Angela went and got some Chinese food. And I would always, the duck sauces, they were too cheap, but I used to hate that. So I used to buy a small bottle of duck sauce, right? And I would smother it on. And we're watching this thing because Leon Spinks and Muhammad Ali were going to have a rematch of the fight that Muhammad Ali lost in Louisiana by the Superdome on the 15th. And the week before, they did a Muhammad Ali Leon Spinks special. And being the fact that I've been a lifelong boxing fan, I said, let's get this Chinese food here because there wasn't no VCRs. There wasn't no way of replaying or going on YouTube. If you missed it, you missed it. So I'm eating all smearing. Angela's like, oh, man. And I'm gonna get him on the show. Eating roaches, you know that, right? He's a comedian. I'm like, man, get out of here. You just want some of my food. You should have bought a bigger one. Now you mad because I got more food. It's like, Lance, man, you eating roaches for real. I'm like, get out of here, man. Get out of here. He grabbed my hand. Now nobody does that to me. I don't get mad at my friends, but I'm like, he grabbed my hand. What's up? I looked in the spoon. There's a spoon worse than that, right? All of a sudden, you know how their little legs cross up when they dead, and the antennas look like when a woman gets her hair freshly relaxed, and the hair is like fluff, when the antennas were in the duck sauce. And one roach was chopped in half, but I picked them from my tooth. And I chewed down roaches with duck sauce and rice and didn't know what was what. I got up and went into the sink. I can't ever throw up. I was never got to throw up, but I hawked up. And I spit out, and there were various roach bodies, like 5 of them, with the rice. Went back and looked in the plate because I put the thing from the white, the little carton they fold. I put it on the plate and I smeared it with, and nothing but roach. Look, there was more roaches than chicken. There's more roaches than chicken, and I ate 2/3 of the thing. So
it was good protein. Because it was better protein than the other story you told me.
Yeah. That was extreme.
Anyways.
Yes, that was.
Anyways.
Yes. I remember.
Oh gosh.
Those 3 church ladies took advantage of me.
Riri, trust me, I will eat the roach.
But because I ate the roach, but I had the other experience eating the other stuff. The seeing the bugs. See, I got to get reminded of the roaches when I see roaches. And it takes me back. I'm like, how about the time, this is the last one. How about the time
last one?
There was a water bug, cockroach, up in New York, we call them water bugs, big, fat, juicy. They look like 4x4 roaches, like they up higher.
Yes.
And they're strong like tanks. And they look at you. As soon as you lift the shoe up to hit them, ching, they gone. Because they know they're intelligent. It could be an old relative that didn't like you that came back to haunt you. Well, there was a water bug on the wall. And you know how they have the antennas like? You can read your thought. I don't know what they're talking to somebody else, the antennas, and they open the wall about eye level. And I was in my basement. This was back years ago in Queens. And I had my shoe. And I took my time with the shoe. and took my time getting close up on him. Took my time. I'm going to smash this roach. Well, he had a defensive maneuver to mess me up in its death. Bang! And I killed the roach. But guess what? Guess what? About 85% of his guts shot back in my eye and glued my eye. What do you do? Wash it out? My initial reaction was to rub it, but it was only in that dead roach's favor, in his revenge, that I rubbed cockroach guts in my eye. So guess what? Guess what? As I look, here, these two hands are my eyes. I opened up my eye, and this one was like opening up slower because of the roach guts in there. I closed my eyes, and this was closing slower. And it felt uneven for the rest of the day. Like when you had those old Datsun 280Zs, and you know, they had the headlights that flipped up, but one breaks and it's down. Yep. That was me.
Oh my God. Ooh. Unbelievable. So that's disgusting. That's disgusting.
Yeah.
That is disgusting.
Yeah.
Yes, that is disgusting.
But the roach thing, look, you said you didn't mind eating roaches in comparison to the other story, but guess what? In my mind, I was burping roaches. I didn't want to eat anything. I don't want to eat. I didn't want to start the process of digestion from happening. Because in my mind, I was full of roaches. Middle of the night, you burp, and you're like, burp? You know, we're human beings. We like, swallow it again. No, not me. I'm getting to go to the bathroom, spitting everything out. And then you see a couple hours later, soggy roaches in the toilet after you spit them out.
Oh gosh, Angie said she would die. Literally.
And all the next 3 days, everybody's offering all this good food. Hey, you want this so and so? My mother made this cake. You want this? It's your favorite. We're going out to eat tonight.
Nope.
I ain't going with you.
Nope, no, thank you.
I ain't going with you.
I have a girlfriend that
Mike Tyson moment, Eric.
Right. She was pregnant, right? And she would keep a glass of water by her bed every night, being pregnant, whatever. And this particular night she was tired, so she was thirsty, didn't bother turning on the light, picked up her glass and started drinking. And all of a sudden she just felt her mouth full of. And she's like, why is it that, what's in my cup? Turn the lights on.
No.
She had a cup of roach.
No. Oh, man, no. Miko, you missed it. You missed it, Miko. And Miko, I've been running so hard, I haven't even taken the time because I got to edit little pieces. I have to call you tomorrow. I'm going to do it. I have it there. I just been running. And like Miko, you done missed it. When you watch this show, Miko, wear adult diapers. Do enemas, whatever, to clean out everything. Trust me. Yes. Oh, she missed it. She dodged it this time.
Did. Yes,
oh, man.
Yes, she did.
You off the chain tonight.
Oh, gosh.
I told some things I never told before.
Woo. And you still not tell nothing?
Say it again?
I said, and you still don't tell anything?
Oh, me? Oh, there's a whole lot more to tell, and you know it too.
I know.
Oh, God. Oh, God. That's diving deep. I gave a taste of it tonight, but not like that.
Yeah. What you missed? Oh, my gosh, Miko, 4.5 hours worth of content. That's what you missed. Oh, you was in a delivery? Well, that's more fun than... No, it's not. No, we had fun tonight. we had fun tonight, Miko.
Yeah, we did. And I told you we were.
We did.
I told you we were. And I'll sleep deep too. I'm going to sleep very deep. I'm going to feel good. And we have just touched the tip of the iceberg. Look. Kevin and Jack Griffin didn't have to stay on because they know the stories. They don't know all of them, but I'm just saying they pretty much know. Because imagine, we'd hang out, we'd go drive in the city, and we're laughing and talking. I was always a nutcase. I was always this way. They know how I am.
Right.
They know. It was my job to keep people laughing. Did Miko say
you look high?
Yeah. We got that good stuff, dude. Miko.
I got a joint around here somewhere. I need to go smoke that.
Jokes or joints? Good jokes will make you feel high.
Joints. I got a joint somewhere.
Oh man, you're waiting for me to say crazy things, right? My mind is, I'm trying to disengage from it right now because I was just joke you. I was just
disengage, my brother, disengage.
I've been joking. I've been joking to the east. I've been joking to
I do know that. But let's wrap it down.
Yes.
And I do thank you. This was lovely.
I do thank you. Eric, put a roach in the chat room. We go ahead.
Hey, Eric, why do you have to be the one? Why do you have to be the one,
Clarence
Eric?
Carter.
Yes, indeed. Yes. Yes. Thank you so much, guys. I love seeing everyone laugh.
Yeah. Especially in these times and when we need this. We need this. I mean, from within. There's so much going on in the world. We got the racism, we got the COVID, we got all kind of stuff going on, dysfunctional families, family members, whatever, acting up. We got to laugh sometime more and more. Indeed. It's a very serious thing,
Indeed. And you see, I took off all my bracelets because I didn't want to type and have anything clanging against the computer.
Oh, it really would have been clanging tonight. Trust me.
It would have been clanging tonight, so I took it all off. But anyways, get some sleep.
Yes, I will. I'll sleep good. I feel as though I accomplished something. If I can make people laugh and uplift their spirits and, all that good stuff, that's what it's all about.
Yes. Yes,
and I feel good because I'm still getting respect after telling those nasty, grimy stories that I did. This is just one branch on my tree, one gear on my vehicle. And I'll wake up now and be like that guy who, he did craziness the night before, but he woke up as a decent man of society.
What happened? Wait a minute. Mr. Haru disappeared? Mr. Haru.
Yeah,
I'm surprised. I mean, normally he would be here busting a gut. What happened?
Maybe he did bust a gut.
Maybe he did bust a gut.
I feel like busting guts. Give me the beat, y'all. Give me the beat, y'all. But then,
you gonna play my song?
Of course, I'll play it right now. On the way out, yes. The official.
Well, you know which one. Of
course. No. Oh, yeah, all of those. Yeah. Oh, you abandoned this one? Yeah. Okay,
No, I didn't abandon it. I know. No. That's, no. That's official. The other one is special.
Special, like the truck I take home. Special.
I
did that live stream on Facebook on Lancescurv. If you want to see the down through the Medina market, just regular walk around the crowds and stuff. I just had the phone in front of me. They didn't see a camera, so they weren't suspicious. They used to seeing people have phones, so it's like I held it up and just talked and stuff. So check that out. If I can download that and put it up on YouTube, I will. But it wasn't like a perfect camera. It was just through the phone. So it was fun.
It was a good show. It was fun. It was nice. Good seeing you and Mrs. Scurv out there, doing your all's thing. And, that bag of sorrel looks so good.
Oh, yeah. She wants to send that back to her mother in Florida.
Really?
Yeah, she wants to go back maybe tomorrow, another day, and get the whole thing and ship it back.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know where I live.
Yes,
you know where I live.
Of course.
Because I would love to get some of that sorrel fresh from there. Oh my gosh.
Well, we'll ship some to you too.
Hey, Shelly. Yes. And some of those peanuts and cashews.
Oh, good stuff. I mean, down here, what they do have is just phenomenal. The flavor and everything, how fresh it is.
Right.
Matter of fact, they got a couple of mangoes in there. I'm going to go in there after this show and go tear me some mangoes. Yes, I am.
Oh,
I'm going to do it.
Dear.
I'm going to do it.
And
yes,
I saw the ones that she was picking too. I mean, oh my word.
Yes. Oh, you saw it, Angie? You saw the Facebook live that we did? You saw it? Because it's just walking around regular, but still, that's a good thing. Even if it's not where you see the clarity of the other cameras and stuff, it's just impromptu. I'm not a super cameraman. I got the phone. I'm trying to squeeze it on it. So you see it, it's dark, and it's light, it's this or that. I'm going to do that again tomorrow. If I go out there, I'm going to do it again. We're going out there for real. So you're going to see that. So you got to go to Lancescurv on Facebook, not Lancescurv the personal page, but Lancescurv, and you'll see that. because that's where I stream to. So when you go there, like the page and whatever, even though I have a love-hate relationship with Facebook and I'm not always around on that page, but I'm going to do social media a little harder than I did before, and tying things in together and making things pop, because that's what it's all about.
Right. Okay, and
I can't believe y'all are ready to get up. Like y'all had enough.
I'm not ready, but you.
No, I know. I'm gonna get some sleep.
But you need sleep.
Yeah.
Remember it's just 10:30 for us here. So
wow, if I can jump over there, I'll continue again 3:30 and 4:30 again.
Exactly. And support the channel, family. Please support the channel. Brother Lance is putting in the work, and he's never going to ask you for anything. I'm the one that's doing all the asking here. I want to see.
I just can't bring myself to that. I mean, I can, but I want to show him proof first. But it's always the next level. I want to get to this level first. It is what it is.
Right.
I understand, but
so
I'm shy.
Let's support the channel. He's doing a lot. Excuse me. This week alone, he spent copious amounts of dollars. Not that you all should care, but he spent copious amounts of dollars so that he can improve. He can improve the channel, and bring us really good content. And so I'm asking. Yeah.
The best is yet to trust me.
Support him. Show him some love. Show him that you really, love what he brings to us. And 4.5 hours of his personal life that we can laugh at him. Who does that? Not me.
I know I'm going to get cut. Somebody's in the chat room is going to cuss me out, you nasty MF.
I know they are. And that Ella G, she just encourages that. Right? I thought she was different.
It's Lance. He did it. It's his fault. He corrupted her.
You did it. Yes, you did.
One thing I will ask is to download the Lancescurv app, Google Play Store, the App Store, the Apple Store, Amazon. It keeps that personal relationship going. You just have to click that one thing. It takes you right to the videos. You can get to the art and the other blogs that are coming out. Yes. But ultimately, it's Lancescurv.com, the actual blog
Shelly.
itself.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Right.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Shelly.
we know who's always here. Much love.
And again, I'm gonna drop this link for the room.
Yes.
If you're on Telegram, this is a private room. You just can't find it. You got to get the invited by somebody or get the actual link. So it's not gonna blow up crazy, but it's not for dropping links to sneakers or we just hang out. And I want to have where we can go there and hang out. I mean, I have the chat room on the site. But since we took to this more, if it's, I'm going to try to find a way to get this on that page. That would be dope. I'm not saying I can do that right away. My buddy in Dubai, who've been working together for years, he's setting up now to have the digital downloads of my artwork. Not what I have up now, because some of those pieces are very small. But any new pieces that I do, they'll be able to digital download. Just click a button. I'm only going to charge like $3 or something for it. You know what I mean?
Okay.
They're going to be like, well, I'm trying to charge $25. No, because you get a digital download. You can print it up, any way you want. But I'm going to do some comical pieces and some detailed stuff. So, why gank somebody like that? You get a digital that goes right to your computer and you print it. You can send it out to other people. So that's something I want to do. And just for the fact of keeping everything, that'll be something that will keep the platform going, and you don't feel like somebody's trying to just rip you off. Because I'm big on that. I don't want, times are hard for a lot of folks out here. And I don't want to come off like these people. How you doing? Welcome to the show. Go to PayPal. It's like, wait a second, man. What are you doing? What are you all about? I feel bad. Like I wanted to do an anthill earlier today, but that earlier ran about Chinese unity. That kind of took over the time, and we had to actually get out the house. We had something to do at a certain time before the bank closed. We had to take care of some business. So, the transition of coming from America to the motherland is fun. It's nice, but when it's time to jump, you got to jump. And then to maintain, the content while doing that, sometimes, I'm like, okay, we're going to go live in an hour. I'm just going to put my head down and wake up till 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning for me. So that's what it is, so that's all it is.
I know.
So.
I know. But that's okay. we understand.
Yes.
All right, Brother Lance.
But the best is yet to come. Just understand it. And this is...
No, Eric, I don't smoke. I was just joking.
So yeah, we're gonna wrap this down.
Yeah.
And thank you, Empress Elegy. Thank you, everybody in the room.
Yeah.
Too much to list, but we've shared some good laughs tonight, and there'll be more coming. And I have a lot more. I'm like, Mr. T, I got a lot more. I have a lot more stories, real things, confessions and stories with other people and things I can't tell because other people's names are attached to it. But I'll find a way to share certain things. It's been fun, and I'm going to have the best sleep tonight. I'm going to have the absolute best sleep tonight. Trust me. I'm going to be laughing in my sleep. How, Daddy? Get out, Daddy.
Shame on you.
Ain't no old daddy when you have an orgasm. Something's wrong with that. Get out the room. I don't want to see you. Right? But I will try to do an anthill tomorrow at some point. I'm probably going to, Yeah. I don't know what I'm going to talk about. I'm going to go up there and let the anthill tell me what to talk about, and I'm going to channel it. But you have a wonderful night. I'm going to grab some mangoes. I might even drop a call to you for 5 minutes or so. And all right, Angela, we got to catch up also. And there's a lot to do, and we're going to do it. We're going to do it and have fun. And thank you all so much for being here, because it drives me. Guys. The love we share drives me, and that's real. Thank you so much. Yes.
All righty. Take care, Brother Lance.
Okay.
All righty.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Okay.
To the world who holds the key.
It's so late over here. It's almost a brand new day. 3:45, but I love it because I feel high as a kite naturally, and I thank you all for that.
It's a brand new day.
Don't forget to hit that link.
Gotta take it on my way.
Play a few songs. Have a good night, everybody. I'm not going to bed right away. I'm going to kill 2 mangoes that are so big and so juicy. Then I'll hit the sack. It's been nice. Thank you so much. Much love from me to you. Always.